Chapter 31, Will of the Shadows. A few hours later, Naoya woke up. The scenes from the battle were still fresh in his mind, and he immediately started checking the spots that were impaled by the shadows. Relax. I took care of your wounds, came Kajinori's voice. Naoya sighed, seeing that he was totally fine, and then looked towards his grandfather. How can you stab your grandson like that? Complained Naoya. Who was the one who came running enthusiastically towards his grandfather, ready to crush him below an elephant's feet? I didn't crush you, but you stabbed me at multiple locations. The grandfather and grandson glared at each other, neither willing to back off from their point. And how could you use your domain expansion on a kid like me? Aren't you a former special grade? Have some care for your adorable grandson. If not for that, I might have one. Kajinori snorted. The scary part about Naoya's words was that he might actually have done that since he caught him off guard in the fight earlier. An opponent will not hold back against you just because you are weaker than they are. Your foundation is strong, so I guess it is time for you to learn the anti-domain techniques as well. Your speed will not help you dodge the auto-hit effect of the domain after all, said Kajinori. Anti-domains, huh? Another thing added to my to-do list, too much work. Too few of me, muttered Naoya and slumped his shoulders. He was already quite busy and had very little time left from his regular training. Just a few days ago he decided to speed up his training and increase his Shikagami repertoire, and now he had to work on the anti-domain techniques as well. The threat of assassins coming after him to get the bounty made him accept his fate of not being able to rest properly, but when it came to it he still felt like crying. What are you frowning for? Asked Kajinori. Contemplating the meaning of life. Wondering if fate works against those who strive the hardest to avoid trouble. At the end of the day we are powerless against the whims of destiny, so is it worth the trouble trying to live so hard? Does it mean less after all? Muttered Naoya. Kajinori blinked in shock, unable to think what was wrong with the brat in front of him. Did I hit him too hard earlier? Thought Kajinori and looked at his hand. Are you having a concussion? Should we drop tonight's plan of going out to eat? Asked Kajinori in worry. An instant later, Naoya stood perfectly straight on the bed and looked towards Kajinori with a smile. For doing my best, I need to get all the energy that I can, declared Naoya, dropping all the negative thoughts for Naoya from the future. Kajinori blinked again. Should I hit him again? Thought Kajinori. Naoya smirked, feeling his grandpa's annoyance, before his gaze landed on the amulet resting around Kajinori's neck. Is that a special grade curse tool? Asked Naoya. Yes. This amulet is called the Will of Shadows, said Kajinori, and he touched the amulet and activated it as a jet-black metallic katana appeared in his hand. It's my personal special grade curse tool that takes shape from the shadows I manipulate. For non-shadow-based technique users, this cursed tool is just a grade 3 tool since they can't control their shadows, and their shadows don't even have special properties, explained Kajinori and pointed his katana towards Naoya as the blade extended towards him and stopped directly in front of his face. Naoya, however, was long gone from his spot and was standing at the other side of the room, ready to fight with the cursed energy gathered around his arms. Kajinori looked at his grandson and had complex feelings about the situation. On one hand, the boy was cautious and was ready to fight. On the other hand, the boy had little trust in his grandfather. You can trust me a bit more, you know. Say that after lowering the weapon. Kajinori sighed and deactivated the cursed tool, turning it back into an amulet. Naoya lowered his hands as well and walked towards Kajinori and stared at the amulet. So, shadow technique users, can I try it too? Asked Naoya with slight excitement. Why do I feel like you are eyeing my weapon? Asked Kajinori with suspicion. Huh? I don't know what you are talking about. Look at me. Do I look like a greedy bad kid? Asked Naoya with puppy eyes. Too bad Zenins don't have much compassion. Yes, replied Kajinori with a straight face. Naoya, however, didn't relent. He continued to attack with his adorableness. Kajinori smiled at the scene. This was a new thing for him. A child begging him like that was something he had never witnessed. All right. Stop that. That's not how Zenins should act. I wanted to see how this would react to the 10 shadows anyway, said Kajinori and gave the amulet to Naoya. I love you, Grandpa, cheered Naoya and took the amulet from the old man. Kajinori coughed to hide his embarrassment and looked away, making Naoya chuckle more at the tsundera's actions. Naoya focused on the amulet and checked it all over. What should I do now? Focus your cursed energy into the amulet and will for it to take shape from your shadows, replied Kajinori. Naoya nodded and passed some cursed energy to the amulet. Once he did, the amulet reacted and changed into a katana. The sword was different from what Kajinori manifests. It lacked the jet black color and it looked weak as well. Focus your shadows. That's the basic form that people without shadow techniques manifest, said Kajinori. I did just that. I willed my shadow to shape the weapon, said Naoya and deactivated the amulet and looked at it with a small frown. Naoya pondered it for a while and tried to will his shadow to change the amulet into something different, but none of that seemed to work. Looks like it does not work with the 10 shadows. All right, hand it back, said Kajinori and extended his hand forward. It looks like the 10 shadows. Wait, 10 shadows? I have been trying to use it with my shadow, but what if? Divine dogs. The amulet activated once again, but this time instead of the katana, a pair of metallic arms sprouted out of Naoya's back. Naoya and Kajinori looked at the arms with awe. One of them was black and the other one white, signifying the cupcakes and frostings colors. Don't tell me the amulet will change and give you different curse tools for each shadow Shikagami? Muttered Kajinori in disbelief. Naoya dumbly nodded and focused back on his extra pair of arms. He tried doing various movements with them, and they functioned similarly to his normal arms. An extra pair of arms, for Jujutsu Sorcerers, this opens a whole new realm of possibilities, muttered Kajinori in a serious tone. Naoya nodded and used his extra arms to summon his Shikagami, and the hands worked normally without any issues. Hand signs with one set, weapons with the other. Scratch that, extra arms paired with projection sorcery. This might get too ugly for my opponents, thought Naoya. Should we check out the theory of other forms with other Shikagami as well? Asked Naoya hesitantly. If their guess was right, then technically he could have 10 special grade tools at hand at all times. 11 if the Spear of Inverted Heaven is counted as well. Better test it out while the other Hei members are out cold. This will not escalate the situation that much. Let's go out in the open to test them, said Kajinori and stood up. Naoya nodded and followed Kajinori and walked out of the room. After testing all the available Shikagami, Naoya and Kajinori were left thoroughly surprised. The Will of Shadows seemed to be custom-made for 10 Shadows users. Each Shikagami gave it a special form, and all of them were strong in their own right. 1 Divine Dog, Twin Fong Bracers. Can either be equipped or can have them act as an extra pair of hands. The bracers also have a retractable pair of claws that are quite sharp. 2 Rabbit Escape, Horde Glow. A bright glow envelopes the user's hand and can make multiple clones of the arms that can be controlled by thought. Naoya tried it, and many flying fists surrounded him and could be fired at opponents. He could also clone any object that is held in his hand that is covered in the glow and manipulate it as well. 3 Toad, Super Toad Boots. Drastically increases vertical jump and mid-air control. Allows temporary adhesion to surfaces, climb walls like a toad. When stomping, it creates a cursed shockwave similar to a toad slam. 4 New Storm Feather Bow. A bow that shoots lightning and lightning arrows. Quite shocking. 5 Great Serpent, Viper Chain Whip. Extends up to 50 meters with a snake-like motion. It can burrow underground and strike from blind spots. If it bites, it injects cursed energy venom that numbs or slows targets. 6 Max Mammoth, Hydrocore Blaster. Fires curse energy blasts and high-pressure water jets, capable of slicing through concrete. Can switch modes, water cannon, steam blast, frost spray. The more cursed energy fed, the larger the water output. 7 Round Deer, Blessing Antler Circlet. Emits a gentle healing pulse that accelerates minor regeneration, cuts, bruises, energy fatigue. Creates a protection veil that dampens incoming cursed energy attacks. Can project small barriers that block and deflect incoming attacks. The Will of Shadows turned out to be a Swiss Army knife and then some for him. Sure, it would take him time to master maneuvering all the modes during a fight, but that felt like he was complaining about having such an advanced weapon. For now though, Naoya returned the amulet to Kajinori. It was rightfully his, and he would not want his grandpa to face some unexpected danger and suffer just because his grandson was selfish and took his cursed tool. Not to mention, he was already busy enough with his other training and point grinding. Adding mastering a new weapon to all that right now was not something Naoya could afford anyway. Kajinori looked at the amulet around his neck and towards Naoya, who was surveying the destruction caused by testing the cursed tool. Looks like he is not that greedy yet. Well, he will get it after me anyway, thought Kajinori and smiled and patted Naoya's head. Naoya looked up at Kajinori and smiled back, seeing the old man's wrinkly smile. So where are we going tonight? Asked Naoya. What do you want to eat? Asked Kajinori with a chuckle. He is still a kid, I guess. Meat! Exclaimed Naoya with glittering eyes. All right, let's go for barbecue then. Yay! I love you so much, Grandpa! Cheered Naoya. All right. Let's go and fix that brat Naobito and get ready to go out, said Kajinori and dispelled the curtain barrier around them and went back in to heal his son. Chapter 32 Congratulating is Bad. A few months had passed by since Kajinori reminded the clan who the real powerhouse of the Zenin was. Although that fight did help tone down the arrogance of many Hei and Zenin clansmen, the prideful Zenins were not daunted at all. Instead, many of the younger clansmen who had not seen the old clan head in action were now even more motivated to reach that level. Among the older members, a sense of nostalgia surfaced upon seeing the old man in action after so long. Naoya was among the crowd of hard-training members as well. However, he was not doing so out of pride for the Zenin clan, but for his own survival. During these months, many assassination attempts have occurred on him. From poisoning his food to hiding in his toilet to end him while he let his guard down. The Zenin family's security was top-notch, but still some extremely skilled assassins found their way into the compound from time to time. He and Naobito were even guessing someone from the family was slipping in these assassins to end him. This has brought a lot of changes in Naoya himself as well. He was now familiar with killing humans as well, and although he would like to avoid that if possible, he was not one to hold back from ending a life if it was necessary. His father also started his poison resistance training by giving him small doses to build up his immunity. Although it didn't help much because of the perks he got from the system rewards. That level of poison was not affecting him, so he started taking a stronger dose of Mr. Hiss's poison. He also stopped most of the extracurricular activities that he did at and after school to save more time for training. This affected his point grind, but right now having a better arsenal at his disposal was more important. Right now, Naoya was in the training ground practicing the anti-domain techniques from the clan. He was already proficient in simple domain, and now he was learning the clan's secret art, Falling Blossom Emotion. Although learning a simple domain took some time, he had to figure out how to use it after assessing Naobito's use of it. For some absurd reason, a binding vow was set up that no one could teach the simple domain directly, but others were free to assess and learn it themselves. He knew that it was to prevent copyright infringement and have every walking mob sorcerer have an answer to domain expansions, but Naoya still felt angered towards the new Shadow School. Still, better late than never. Although the simple domain was weak and could be broken away by stronger domains, against most domains, the technique worked like a charm. Though he could only test it against Kajinori, since at the moment, he was the only one at the clan who could use domain expansion. It lasted a full 5 minutes in his domain, which he considers more than enough to defeat foes. One touch with his projection sorcery active, and it traps the foe in a frame, and with the Spear of Inverted Heaven, breaking the caster's connection with the domain and ending it there. Since domains were special techniques that could only be used once a day for most users, he was mostly safe. It's not like enemies will appear from out of nowhere that can use domains multiple times during a battle. Moving on to his progress. Some of his personal goals were completed in these few months. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Elementary Schooler, Hei Rank 5. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique Active, / Projection Sorcery Active. Cursed Energy, 16630 / 16630. STR, 247 plus 62. Dex, 250 plus 59. Vit, 301 plus 53. Int, 261 plus 59. Luck, 140 plus 35. Extra points 0. Achievements. The 10% chance of having stats increase by 1 each day was a blessing, and it turns out the higher the luck went, the more likely it was to get that 10% chance. Now he can somehow increase LUK in a slightly uniform way as well. As for VIT, it turns out that surviving a strong poisoning repeatedly rapidly increased the VIT stat. Apart from stats, reaching milestone points in his stats also gave him amazing rewards. Have 3 stats reach 200 plus 10% potential increase. Have 4 stats reach 200 plus 10% potential increase. Have 1 stat reach 300 plus 10% potential increase. Increase STR to 200 plus 10% strength while fighting, plus 10% strength boost when using cursed energy reinforcement, plus 10% increased muscle quality, plus 10% defense penetration when fighting, minus 10% impact recoil, plus 10% increased bone quality. Increase DEX to 200 plus 10% mind-body coordination while using equipment, plus 10% strength boost while using equipment, plus 10% speed boost while using equipment, plus 10% movement flexibility, plus 10% increased precision, plus 10% increased senses. Increase VIT to 300 plus 10% resistance to poisons, diseases, status conditions, minus 10% damage from physical attacks, minus 10% damage from cursed energy attacks, plus 10% regenerative power, minus 10% food requirement to survive, plus 10% fatigue recovery rate. The increased potential buffs were now stacked at 10, meaning he had a total of 100% potential increase, which theoretically meant that his projection sorcery now worked at 48 frames per second, and his foes were trapped in the frame for 2 seconds if they failed to match his frame movement. As for the actual speed, he could move at 40 frames per second right now. Reaching 48 will take some more effort. As for the 10 Shadows technique, no new Shikagami were added to the team just yet, but the usage of the Shadows and Shikagami has improved during this period. Now he doesn't need to summon the Shikagami as a whole and can summon a part of the Shikagami to assist him. This included things like summoning the wolves' heads from his back and torso, and having them let out a supersonic boom with their mouth, taking the enemies by surprise. Summoning New's wings on his back and flying without riding sparkles, or summoning the wings around his arm and using them to shoot electricity, etc. Overall, the technique got even more versatile to use. As for not summoning new Shikagami, he decided to stop that for a while. At the moment when many assassins were infiltrating the clan and were trying to kill him, one of them tried to take him off guard during the exorcism ritual. Although the assassin died, the exorcism ritual failed in the end since no one else apart from him was allowed to take part in the exorcism. So for now, adding new Shikagami was on hold, and instead of that, his other jujutsu-related skills were being—
Wait! Hold up. Stop for a sec. Look, if you've already made it this far into the video and you're still here, come on, subscribe, bro. All right, I see you rolling your eyes. I'm moving. I'll get out of the way now so you can get back to the good stuff. But seriously, stick around and finish listening. It's worth it.
Progress. Naoya-sama. Naoya, busy concentrating, was interrupted by a servant. Naobito-sama has asked me to inform you about today's clan meeting. Understood, I will be there, replied Naoya and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He decided to go and freshen up, and once that was done, along with dinner with Kajinori and Naobito, Naoya went to the meeting hall. His seat has been changed now, since he became Hei rank 5, and now he sits a bit closer to Kajinori's seat, beside Chojuro, and although the man looked a bit weird, he was on good terms with both him and Naobito. And just like that, the meeting started. We recently got tasked with looking into a cursed activity in Tokyo. Meiko, Haruto, Naoya, you 3 will be on this case, said Naobito sternly. Although Kajinori was present as well, currently it was Naobito's turn as the acting clan head. The old man was practically looking for a successor and was assessing the prospective candidates. It will be your first task as a member of Hei. Although you are not officially a sorcerer yet, it will be a rewarding experience for you. Learn from your elders, said Naobito in a stern tone. Naoya nodded but raised his hand. What? Asked Naobito in annoyance. Please change, Haruto-san. He is always after me and pulls out my hair. I fear I will go bald, said Naoya and glared at the man on his other side. I need them for my technique. Just let me pluck a few, Haruto said lazily, reaching for Naoya only to have his hand smacked away. A vein bulged on Naobito's forehead. Some members chuckled, others frowned. Learn to cooperate with Hei members. This kind of behavior on a mission could get you killed, Naobito warned. Naoya looked unconvinced by the decision but sighed and nodded in response. Naobito nodded and the meeting continued. "All right, that's it for today's meeting," said Naobito and looked at the clan's higher-ups. "Oji." "Go ahead," said Kajinori. "Yes, clan head." Oji nodded and continued. "I will be having my marriage this weekend, so keep things under control for a few days. Look out for illegal entrance in the clan compound. Many people from other clans and the Jujutsu Society will be present here. We cannot have some mishap drag the Zenin name down." Some of them glared at Oji but still gave a nod. Internal disputes were one thing, but clan pride was another. And for the Zenins that mattered the most. "Congratulations, Uncle Oji," said Naoya with a bright smile. Everyone turned toward him with strange expressions. A Zenin congratulating a family member? Considering the clan's history, Naoya being friendly always felt out of place. Some wondered whether he didn't understand that Oji's marriage was mostly political, meant to strengthen his standing as a potential future clan head. Or perhaps the child simply had too much confidence that Naobito's line would win anyway. But Naoya's congratulations were genuine. The thought of marrying for political gain had never crossed his mind. Oji wanted to ask if the boy was mocking him, but Naoya's sincere smile stopped him. Complaining would only make him look petty. "Thank you, Naoya-kun," Oji replied. Naoya nodded, then noticed something strange. No one else congratulated Oji. Not a single one. "Did I mess up?" he wondered, glancing at Naobito. Naobito stared back and glared. "I definitely messed up," Naoya thought, now even more confused about how the Zenin clan's logic worked. Chapter 33, First Hay Mission. A day had passed since the clan meeting and now as evening settled in, Naoya, Haruto, and Meiko stood outside the Zenin estate, waiting for their ride to arrive for the mission. Haruto and Meiko were dressed in the clan's signature uniform. Naoya, on the other hand, was dressed in clothes that he felt were more comfortable to move around in, although these two were custom-made for Jujutsu sorcerers. Naobito and Kajinori soon came in sight, seeing which the older Zenins bowed to Kajinori. Naoya looked at the two and, not wanting to make them feel awkward or insulted, bowed to Kajinori as well. At ease. The three stood straight and looked at the current and the acting clan head. "This will be Naoya's first mission, but being the highest ranked of the three of you, he will be leading the team," said Kajinori. Meiko and Haruto's brows raised in surprise. Naoya was no different. He was a competent fighter, but leading others on a jujutsu-related mission might be beyond his abilities. "With all due respect, clan head. Naoya is far too young and inexperienced to lead the team," said Meiko. "Age has never interfered with protocol. A higher rank member of a squad will assume command during a mission. That's the rule for all the squads within the clan. As for inexperience, he will learn through practical training. It is your job as seniors within the clan to guide him in things he is unfamiliar with," replied Kajinori. Meiko wanted to retort, but fell silent at Kajinori's reasoning. Clan rules precede common norms. Naoya wanted to argue as well. He didn't want to lead when he was the least experienced in the bunch. The same thoughts belonged to Naobito, who looked at his father with a small glare. Bringing clan rules into this situation was unfair of the old man. He picked this group because he believed that Haruto, who had a relatively good relationship with Naoya, would be a good squad member to guide him. The same was with Meiko. He was experienced and had no deep grudges with Naoya and would guide him as well. But out of nowhere, the clan head decided to let the clan rules into his perfect plan and make Naoya the leader of the group. Not to mention, considering that the mission came for the Hay Squad, it meant that the threat was at least grade 1 level. Naobito face-bombed and sighed deeply at the situation, not knowing what to do. This gesture was not missed by Naoya, who understood that the mission was a huge trouble and now he didn't want to even go on the mission, let alone lead the team. Safety was better than clan rules. Naoya wanted to ask to let someone else take the leader post, but one glare from Kajinori stopped him. "Now go," ordered Kajinori, and as if waiting for his words, a car arrived to pick them up. The three boarded the car with a heavy air around them, and once they were a bit away from the clan, Naoya turned towards the two older teammates. "So, how are these things usually done? Grandpa made me the leader, but let's be real. I don't know anything about how these things are usually done." Meiko stared at the kid for a while and was about to say something, but Haruto raised his hand to silence him. "Naoya-kun, you are the leader now. You need to make decisions from this point on. We will intervene if things are too out of line and could pose danger, but apart from that you need to handle this on your own," said Haruto with a serious look on his face. Naoya was taken aback by the serious Haruto, who, in his opinion, was a lazy man not at all bothered by the things going on around him. And yet, the same man was now in a serious mode. Mako glared at Haruto, not at all satisfied with the arrangement, but decided to shut up. He was the lowest ranked among the group after all, and now that even Haruto had taken the role seriously, he could not push through on his own. Naoya wanted to voice his complaint at such coarse logic, but seeing that both the older Hei members were silent, he kept the complaint to himself and decided to think of what he needed to do afterwards. Soon they reached their destination and the car came to a stop. Naoya and the other two got out of the car and were greeted by two suit-wearing individuals. The individuals looked at Naoya with a curious gaze, wondering what a kid was doing at the site, but first decided to approach Haruto and Mako. "HM? People from the Jujutsu division?" asked Haruto. "Yes. Haruto-sama, Mako-sama. We will be assisting you in this mission and will keep a watch while you perform your duties," said the older-looking of the two. "Speak to our superior on that matter. He is the one leading the mission," said Haruto and gestured towards Naoya. The two looked at Naoya and then back at Haruto, wondering if the man was joking. However, seeing Mako sigh at the situation, they realized that was not the case. The two looked back at Naoya once again, who gave an awkward wave to the two of them. "Greetings. I am Naoya Zenin, Hei rank 5, and for some god-forsaken reason the leader of the mission," introduced Naoya. At his introduction, the two men widened their eyes in surprise. Naoya might not be an official sorcerer, but he was already famous in the Jujutsu world as the most likely heir of the Zenin Clan and the one who inherited the clan's signature technique. Not to mention the rumors of his stunt of defeating seasoned members of the Hei were circulating amongst the people was there as well, though his introduction as a rank 5 Hei member certified the rumors' claim. "Greeting, Naoya-sama." The two bowed in unison. Naoya nodded back at them. He was used to this kind of behavior now, since the servants back the estate acted in the same manner. "Can you explain the situation at hand? Leave nothing out. Tell me as much as you can," asked Naoya with a smile. The two looked at him awkwardly. They had dealt with all manner of Zenins and were quite familiar with the Zenin humility, but Naoya's attitude caught them off guard. Still, the two were professionals and acted in the same manner and decided to explain the situation at hand. Haruto was bored by the long discussion and was starting to show signs of going back to sleep. The man had a surprising talent for sleeping while standing. Mako, on the other hand, was already itching to go in. He was not fond of the boring discussion going on right now. Naoya listened to everything intently and had a small diary and pen in hand, noting down every detail the two of them were telling about. He would rather prepare for hours than half-ass things and cause an accident for himself. After the entire discussion was over, Naoya finally stopped writing, making the two personnel from the Jujutsu division look at the kid with weird expressions. Jujutsu sorcerers were weird, they knew that, but an overly cautious sorcerer and that too a prodigy from a major clan was not something they expected to encounter. Naoya went through the entire notes quickly using his technique and started making a possible strategy. The place they were about to explore was a ruined arms factory that had been caught up in an accident a few years ago and had to be shut down. Some delinquents and yakuza have been using this place as their personal playground since then, but for quite some time now the same people have been dying in mysterious ways. The police did some investigations, but they too had not got any results, and even among them many people have died. The situation was too paranormal for them, and as such, Jujutsu sorcerers were employed. Some sorcerers with reconnaissance-type techniques have investigated this place beforehand and have confirmed sightings of multiple Grade 2 curses and a possibility of higher-level curses being present there as well. Isn't this situation too dire for my first mission? And they want me to lead? Don't they care about their lives? Don't they care about mine? Thought Naoya. He looked at his teammates. One was sleeping while standing with his arms crossed. The other was tapping his feet on the ground, clearly displaying his irritation at being made to stand for such a long time. For some reason I think I should lead anyway, thought Naoya. All right. Let's get this over with. Haruto-san, Mako-san, called Naoya, making the two older Zenins snap out of their thoughts and look towards their leader. I will be sending out my Shikami to do a quick survey of the terrain and check for the possible cursed spirits. After that we will move accordingly, explained Naoya. Mako and Haruto nodded, to which Naoya nodded back and summoned the rabbit army from his shadows, and let the rabbits spread out and check the surroundings. Mao, as usual, stayed behind and kept a connection with the army. Soon the rabbits gave back a response as multiple sounds of explosions were heard from the building. This alerted the sorcerers, and the two older Zenins looked towards Naoya, waiting for their orders. Mao summoned more rabbits from Naoya's shadow as the rabbits arranged themselves to form words explaining the situation to Naoya. The cursed spirits are scattered in 5 places throughout the area, muttered Haruto. Something stronger is present in the deeper area of the factory, muttered Naoya. How are we going to move ahead? Asked Mako. Naoya thought for a while, then marked off some areas on the makeshift map provided by Mao and the demon army. I will take care of the cursed spirits in these 3 routes. I want you two to pick one of the remaining routes each, and after clearing them, head to the deeper part and deal with the possible grade 1. Is that fine? No issues. Less work for me, said Haruto in a tired tone. Making us fight the stronger cursed spirit. Well, making us fight the real danger really shows the difference in skill after all, said Mako with a smirk. Naoya looked at the man and wanted to remind him of the day he beat him once again. Still, if he wanted to take the dangerous one, then he was totally fine with that. Well then, that's decided. Let's get moving. You both. Set up a curtain and make sure to look out for danger, said Naoya. The Jujutsu Division personnel nodded and started chanting to set up the veil. Naoya began stretching to warm up for the battle ahead. Haruto gave himself a few light slaps to blow away the sleepiness, while Mako equipped a pair of fingerless gloves, which Naoya assumed was a cursed tool. Once the barrier was set up, the 3 sorcerers moved towards their respective routes. Naoya secretly sent a rabbit behind them to inform him if something went wrong. While slowly walking towards his first destination, Naoya kept killing some weaker grade 4 curses that were moving around aimlessly. So many cursed spirits? Why are so many gathered in this place? Thought Naoya to himself. While he was pondering, he finally reached his destination and was greeted by the sight of multiple grade 2 and grade 3 curses moving around. Some of them were chewing on what Naoya presumed to be humans, considering that a lot of mag-led ones were present around him. So that's what happened to the delinquents and Yakuza people, muttered Naoya and looked a bit disgusted by the sight. The curses, on the other hand, were excited to see a new prey. One of the grade 3 curses pounced on Naoya, baring its teeth, ready to chomp off Naoya. However, before it could even touch Naoya, the curse's body split in half and moments later, the cursed spirit dissipated into cursed energy, successfully getting exorcised. Naoya already had Shursui in his hands, and he looked towards the spirits with a disinterested expression. Come at once. I have to deal with 2 more groups after I am done dealing with you, ordered Naoya and gestured for the spirits to come at him. As if understanding his taunts, the curses growled in anger. Some even roared and bared their fangs and claws at Naoya. Shursui's blade simply radiated cursed energy, making the curses even more interested in the prey. All of them launched at Naoya, ready to end the foolish prey. However, Naoya's figure blurred slightly before becoming normal a few seconds later, and an instant later, all the cursed spirits in the room were slashed apart by Naoya, who simply lowered his short sword and walked away without even looking back. The remains of the spirits started disintegrating back into cursed energy, and soon the room was silent, leaving behind only the dead and mangled remains of the humans that the curses killed. Am I somehow too strong? Muttered Naoya, wondering about himself. Chapter 34, Fun. After dealing with the first group of curses, Naoya made his way towards the second group. On his way, some mangled human parts were present along with bloodstains. Naoya, with Shursui in his hands, felt a bit disgusted and a bit nauseous. The foul smell of blood mixed with the smell of the rotting body parts made it almost unbearable for the young Zenin. Still, Naoya decided to persevere through the problems. If he failed today, the Zenin clan might take a jab at him and his father, and that was not something he was willing to compromise. Naobito had warned him to make sure that the mission succeeds, now that the time is sensitive and the clan head selection is close by. Oji was about to marry, and in probably a year he will probably have his kids as well, meaning his position would be solidified to his and Naobito's level. The only saving grace was the 10 shadows technique that he possesses. If his uncle's kids were not up to his level, then the position goes to Naobito. otherwise the situation at the clan would become dangerous, and for that reason, no smudge in the record could be afforded right now. While still being deep in his thoughts, Naoya finally reached the second cluster of curses, and just like with the first cluster, the group of Grade 3 and Grade 2 curses attacked him on the spot, only to be diced apart by the young Zenin. Following that, Naoya headed to the third and final curse cluster's location. As he neared the final cluster, Naoya slowed. Voices. Human voices. Someone still alive? He muttered, quickening his pace. The possibility of someone dying because he was late dawned on him, and that was not a feeling he was fond of. A minute later, Naoya arrived at the location of the cluster. But the moment he got in the area, Naoya's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of spotting some struggling and dying humans, Naoya was greeted by a group of humans with weapons in their hands that had just finished exorcising the curses. What do you know? The kid had the guts to come here all alone. Well, he is the golden goose of the Zenin clan, he should be arrogant as hell. Wow, the child with a golden spoon. I so wanted to be born like that as well. Well, too bad for you, your mother was a WH**. Still, with the money from this mission, you could buy a few dozen golden spoons. The men started talking amongst themselves, with each of them sneering at Naoya. Naoya had already made up an opinion seeing the men talk. He wasn't sure, but he was a firm believer of swing first, ask later. Shadows swirled in Naoya's palm as a wooden spear came out of it. Seeing the kid take out a weapon, the men decided that it was time to start the mission. Thud. However, before they could even start, one of them was already lying lifelessly on the ground with the wooden spear piercing the man's heart. This made them snap out of their humorous mood and take the situation a bit more seriously. Naoya was already on the move and approached the nearest attacker. Who dash? Taken aback by surprise, the man yelped and tried to counterattack. But by the time he could even make a move, Shursui was already thrust into the man's skull and after a swift kick on the blade hilt, made the short sword peek out of the man's skull from the other end as well. The rest of the assassins were shocked by the brutal attack, which slowly turned into fear when Naoya stomped on the man's skull and yanked the short sword out of the dead man's skull. Consider that as a warning, said Naoya in a cold tone. I will ask you this once. Who are you people? What are you all here for? Who tipped you off about this location? Start answering within 5 seconds, after which I will do the same to one more of you, said Naoya and pointed at the dead man beneath his feet. The men ground their teeth in anger, and being the kind that can't tolerate being taken lightly and that too by a little boy, the men expectedly decided to attack. 1. Naoya started counting. Naoya was not one to like violence and killing, but that was only for peaceful Naoya. Paranoid Naoya doesn't hesitate to end a life. What are you all waiting for? Kill him, yelled one of the men. 2. Naoya continued. The men scattered, and a few of them rushed towards the young Zenin with cursed energy radiating off their blades. 3. One of the men reached Naoya and slashed Naoya with all his strength. The blade sliced smoothly, almost too smoothly. The man was surprised since he didn't feel any resistance. However, an instant later he realized that Naoya had vanished from his spot and in the next instant, pain surged in his body. Clang thud thud. The man noticed his sword fall on the ground, along with both of his hands fallen there as well. 4. Blood sprayed out from the man's now absent hands as he screamed like a B***tch from the pain. 5. Being the man of his word, Naoya swung his short sword in a smooth motion, chopping off the man's head, ending his suffering. Naoya looked at the rolling head and snorted. These rogue Grade 3 and Grade 2 sorcerers were obviously no match for him. If not for wanting to get some information from them, he would not hold back this much and end the things before something unexpected happened. Offer remains the same. Tell me what I want. Time starts now, said Naoya. 1. The sorcerers were now hesitant to attack Naoya. All of them earlier thought that killing one arrogant kid from a big-name clan would not be that much of a deal. After all, the kid was not named Satoru Gojo. But who would have thought that even Naoya Zenin would turn out to be a monster as well? The Grade 2 and Grade 3 sorcerers instinctively turned towards their leader, the only Grade 1 amongst them. Miyamoto. Nakamura, called the leader in a calm tone as he narrowed his eyes at Naoya. Yes, boss. The kid's strength lies in his speed and the cursed tool. Deal with those two and he would be easy pickings. 5. Naoya finished the countdown and got ready to go after his next target, and activated his projection sorcery. Curse technique, Land's Grasp. One of the men slammed their hands on the ground as cursed energy flowed through it. Naoya, who was already in motion by the projection sorcery, felt his feet getting stuck, which made him stop. Wadash. Because of failing to complete the set of motions, Naoya got trapped in a frame, and the leader, probably knowing about how Naoya's technique worked, rushed towards the frame. Curse technique, Remnant Harvest. The man's fist glowed as flames swirled around it as he struck the frozen Naoya with the blazing fist, breaking him out of the frame while causing damage to the kid. Naoya felt a bit of pain because of the added effect of his technique, which removed all defenses, but the pain was still bearable. He focused back on the situation once again and saw the man's flaming fist coming towards him once again. Deciding to dodge it, Naoya tried to move, but his feet didn't follow his wish and remained stuck on the ground. What happened? Frozen still? Let me warm you up, exclaimed the man and struck Naoya with his flaming fist, which ignited into a big ball of flames. Naoya winced in pain but adapted quickly and made a hand sign. Shadows swirled around him as Cupcake and Frosting emerged from the shadows and pushed the man away from Naoya, and launched on the sorcerer who tried to attack their master. Freed from the flames, Naoya's figure became visible as a slightly charred and bruised Naoya emerged out of the flames, though an instant later his bruised and charred skin started to heal rapidly. Reversed Curse Technique. Naoya narrowed his eyes in seriousness. He didn't know that he would be using RCT so soon after learning it. He then proceeded to look at his feet, which were still refusing to move, and then scan the room. Someone's curse technique was messing with him. Cupcake Frosting, called Naoya as he noticed that even the wolf's feet were stuck in the ground and were unable to move. Phew, that was a close one. Oi Miyamoto! Use your technique faster. Almost had my balls chomped by those ugly mutts, yelled the leader. Sorry boss, called the man casually, which made Naoya lock onto the man. He was probably the one with the technique that made his feet stuck. I will deal with you later. Now then, let's get back to business. Kid, my technique is called Remnant Harvest. It allows me to acquire the properties of objects and people I have destroyed/killed, said the leader, completing the binding vow. Following the leader's footsteps, the man with the movement locking technique decided to complete the binding vow as well. My curse technique is called Land's Grasp. Once my cursed energy has flown through the assigned area, I can stop the movements of anyone who is touching the ground. Naoya nodded in understanding and sent his short sword back into his shadows. Huh? Oi! Giving up so easily? Make it a bit more fun. Beg FO dash. Naoya didn't wait for the man to finish and clasped his hands together as a shadow swirled inside them. Piercing Jet. A sharp and fierce jet of boiling water launched from his hands and sliced the man with the land-stopping technique in half. The leader and the rest of the men looked at the man who was cleanly split in two with shock, and a moment later that shock turned into horror. You all wanted fun, right? Good. Let's have fun. Though don't bother begging now, replied Naoya in a cold tone. It had been a while since someone had struck him during a fight, and that left a bad taste in his mouth. Naoya's cursed energy surged as his shadow turned darker. Toad New Great Serpent, Max Mammoth, Rabbit Escape. Shikagami poured out their shadows one after the other, and all of the Shikagami were as furious as Naoya. The rabbits filled the room and surrounded the rogue sorcerers. Wait. I will tell you what you wanted to know, yelled one of the grade 3 sorcerers in panic. Really? Asked Naoya in an amused tone. Yi-dash. The man opened his mouth to speak, but an instant later Naoya was already in front of him and shoved something in his mouth. Too bad. The deal was already off once your leader struck me earlier, said Naoya in a cold tone, patted the rabbit that he shoved inside the man's mouth. The man tried to speak, however the rabbit in his mouth started expanding, and a second later the rabbit exploded along with the man's head. The other sorcerers shivered at the sight of another brutal death and were struck in their spot because of the fear, and because of that were unable to focus on the Shikagami that ganged up on them. Twisted wrapped one of its tongues around one of the sorcerers' necks and snapped it without much effort. The wolves pounced on a sorcerer each and tore them apart without mercy. Sparkles grabbed 2 sorcerers in its talons and flew up where it electrocuted them to death. Mr. Hiss crushed multiple sorcerers under its huge body, and so did Frisia. The demon rabbit army swarmed the enemies and blew them away in a kamikaze attack. In just a minute, the entire 20 sorcerer force made of rogue grade 3 and grade 2 sorcerers was dead. Now only the leader remained, who, seeing all the death around him, was already shocked beyond belief. In just a minute, his entire group was annihilated by a kid not even half his age. The kid in question was now walking towards the leader with blood-covered hands and face like a reaper with no expression on his face. Naoya stopped in front of the Grade 1 and smirked. "Why, you bastard!" yelled the sorcerer and tried to attack Naoya. However, Naoya had already learnt from his mistakes and was not willing to give any chance to his opponents. A shadow swirled in his hands as the inverted spear of heaven in the short sword form appeared in his hands. With a quick set of movements, Naoya unsheathed the weapon, stabbed it in the man's abdomen and then punched the man's face, breaking his nose and a few teeth. Ack! Blood came out of the man's nose and mouth as he looked towards Naoya with hatred. He tried to fight back and tried to activate his curse technique, but because of the spear stuck in his body, the technique didn't activate. "You burned my face earlier, I should probably return the favor," muttered Naoya in a cold tone and glared at the man. Naoya bent a bit forward and smiled. "Tell me what you would like? Steam burns? Electrocution? Ear-destroying screams? Highly lethal poison? Or being strangled to death?" asked Naoya. At the mention of the methods, the Shikagami growled at the enemy. The Grade 1 looked at the Shikagami and the kid with slight fear. He had seen quite a lot of gruesome scenes during his time as a sorcerer, and he didn't feel much of it. He himself has caused quite some gruesome deeds to others, and at that time too he didn't feel much. But now, when it was his turn, he started to fear such cruelty. He wanted to question how someone can be so cruel, but the words didn't come out of his mouth. The sight of the blood-soaked little Grim Reaper with ferocious Shikagami made those complaints stop, and in its place the words that came out of his mouth were, I am sorry. I am sorry. Let me live. Please let me live," cried the man. "Huh? Are you crying? Why? You wanted to have fun, right? Crying ain't fun, you know. Where's the bad man that burned me with a smile?" asked Naoya. Naoya was genuinely uninterested in any form of apology right now. He might seem like someone totally devoid of Zenin's cold behavior, but he had noticed it himself that when it came to his own safety, he was somehow far colder than any Zenin that he had ever seen in the clan. At first, he took the situation a bit lightly, not thinking much of the Grade 2 and the Grade 3 rogues, but because of that he almost took an attack head-on. Apart from Toji and Kajinori, no one had landed a solid hit on him since he got stronger, and yet this group of rogues almost achieved that. "Spare me?" asked the man in pain. Naoya stared at the man who kept begging like a broken machine, and soon pulled out the inverted spear of heaven from the man's body. "Huh? Th. Before the man could thank Naoya, Frisia's feet landed cleanly on the man, crushing his head in an instant. Naoya stared at the lifeless body for a while before a sigh escaped his lips. "Ugh! I got so dirty. These blood and organ remains will start to stink by the time I reach back," muttered Naoya in a disgusted tone, as if the earlier cold-blooded kid who killed all the rogues never existed. "What to deedish," muttered Naoya, but suddenly the ground shook and a loud noise reached his ears. "What now?" Chapter 35, Zankio. Back to when Haruto and Meiko split up with Naoya. Haruto and Meiko, being Grade 1 sorcerers from a prestigious clan, faced no difficulty dealing with the Grade 2 and Grade 3 curses that came their way. Even when ganged up on, the two sorcerers dispatched them without receiving a single scratch. Within minutes, they had cleared the curses along their assigned paths and soon made their way toward the stronger presence lurking deeper inside the abandoned facility. Meiko arrived later and soon spotted Haruto waiting with his arms crossed. "You finally arrived? How long were you planning to take?" Haruto asked lazily. "My technique does not allow me to create disposable clones to rush things," Meiko replied. "If you were that impatient, you could have gone ahead and faced it alone. From what I can tell, it is just a Grade 1. No real issue for either of us." "I cannot," Haruto said with a shrug. "The young boss ordered us to deal with this one together." Meiko snorted. "You are seriously playing along? Taking orders from a kid? Do you not feel ashamed?" "I would if he were an ordinary child," Haruto replied. "But he is a higher-ranked Hei member and the most likely future clan head. It is better to form a good relationship with him early. Besides, he is better behaved than most Zenins." "You are backing Naobito?" Meiko asked. "Better than backing Oji or Junichi. Chojuro already supports Naobito." Apart from those 4 special grade ones, the rest of us do not really have a say. Naoya's existence only strengthens Naobito's position. I am not supporting the man. I am supporting the kid. Every special grade 1 in this clan is obnoxious. The kid lacks the Zenin mindset. Is he really fit to lead the clan? Asked Mako curiously. He too knew that the clan head seat would go to one of the current special grade 1 sorcerers from the clan, and the time to choose a side was coming soon. Naobito, with Naoya's backing, was the most prominent candidate at the moment. However, Oji has support from his wife's family, which was quite influential in its own regard. Not to mention, once Oji marries, he might have kids that might have insane potential just like Satoru Gojo or Naoya Zenin. The fact that Oji was younger and will have a living and kicking wife means that he could have multiple kids who can inherit good potential, which might tip the scale in their favor, since after all, Naobito only has Naoya left, and he is not getting any younger. Both of the candidates were special grade ones with relatively similar strength, meaning the thing that will mostly decide the outcome is the backing and the possible benefit of the clan in favoring a particular candidate. Snap out of your thoughts for now. We need to deal with a curse right now, said Haruto, snapping Mako out of his thoughts. The sorcerer nodded in response as the two of them entered the chamber from where the curse's presence was coming from. Once in there, the first thing that caught their eyes was the pile of dead humans hanging around the room with wounds all over their bodies. Some had slash marks, others had holes in their bodies. Still, the fact that they were killed brutally and still had their bodies not mangled meant that the cursed spirit might have some level of intelligence. New dummies? The two of them heard an eerie voice, making their focus shift from the hanging bodies. A humanoid, cursed spirit stood before them. Its body resembled rusted metal, cracked and warped. A visor-like object obscured its eyes, beneath which stretched an unnerving grin. A cursed spirit that talks. Quite an intelligent one, it seems, said Mako and got ready for the fight. Intelligent ones always are a pain in the ass. I like the reckless kind more, said Haruto as his hair flowed with cursed energy and popped off from his head, and an army of spectral Haruto clones appeared. The now bald Haruto took a step back and gestured for the spectral clones to gang up on the curse. Oi! If you are working together, let me have some fun too, complained Mako, but Haruto simply ignored him. The faster they dealt with the curse, the faster he could go back to resting. So many dummies. The cursed spirit cheered in its broken speech and, in excitement, released its cursed energy. The curse jumped towards the spectral clone as cursed energy gathered in his hands. An instant later, a sword manifested as the curse began attacking the clones. Upper grade 1, Haruto muttered. Borderline special grade levels of cursed energy. Still manageable, he added. The curse slashed at a clone, only for the clone to seize the blade and wrench it away. The remaining clones swarmed it, striking relentlessly. Mako watched with irritation. Looks like I will not be needed. Suddenly, one clone vanished. A strand of hair returned to Haruto's.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Head. Then another vanished. And another. Scatter, Haruto ordered. The clones retreated as the battered curse straightened, its grin never fading. Bad dummies die, it said, waving its hand. The stolen sword moved on its own, dragging one clone into another before cutting them apart. Understanding how the attack was working, the rest of the clones got into action once again. Half of the remaining clones launched towards the cursed spirit, while the other half focused on breaking the weapon. The curse adapted quickly, manifesting 2 swords and attacking selectively. One clone was bisected instantly. That was when Mako struck. He appeared behind the curse and drove his fist into its back, launching it into the oncoming clones. 2 clones held the cursed spirit by his arms while another pair yanked the swords from the curse's hand and tried to cut off the curse's hands. Clang! However, instead of cutting into the curse's body, the blades bounced off the curse's body. Seeing that the other clones rushed in to attack the restrained curse, the curse opened its mouth, and an instant later, sharpened stone projectiles started firing off from its mouth. The stones easily pierced through the clones, destroying the bodies in an instant. Once the incoming clones were done, the curse slowly turned its head towards the clones holding him back and smiled sinisterly at them. After firing a stone projectile and destroying the said clones, as well, the freed curse picked up the swords that were stolen from him. Using my weapons on me? Foolish, said the curse and looked towards Haruto, whose head was now half full of hair. Haruto narrowed his eyes. What exactly are you? I am Zankio, the curse declared. A reminder of humanity's greatest fear. And that would be? Haruto asked. The swords rusted away. In their place, firearms manifested. Weapons. Bullets were fired toward them. Mako stepped forward. Cursed reversal field. The cursed energy bullet struck him and converted into positive energy, healing him instead. Born from such a massive fear, yet only grade 1? Mako scoffed. How long have you existed? Haruto asked. 2 weeks, Zankio replied. Both sorcerers stiffened. An infant, Haruto muttered. And already nearing special grade. Then we end it now, Mako said, charging. I suppose I should lead the charge. Its attacks won't work on me, replied Mako and rushed towards the curse. Stay still, dummy, yelled Zankio, formed a spear in his hand and threw it at the incoming sorcerer. Mako, however, not at all alarmed by the attack, simply raised his hand and let the spear strike it, though the moment it struck it changed into positive energy that once again healed him. Mako closed in on Spirit, seeing that its cursed energy attacks were not doing anything, and decided to opt for hand-to-hand combat. Bad move, bastard, muttered Mako and deactivated his cursed technique, and in an instant, cursed energy reinforcement surrounded his limbs. Mako's body blurred as he dodged the spirit's attack and struck the spirit's gut, making the spirit stumble back. Mako didn't stop though. Taking advantage of breaking Zankio's stance, Mako stepped in and landed a solid uppercut on the curse, sending it up in the air. The curse spat out some sort of purplish blood-like liquid and glared at Mako, who smirked and gestured for it to look around him. The curse did the same and realized that the army of clones was already in the air and had surrounded him. All the clones simultaneously fired a cursed energy blast towards the curse, leaving no gap for the curse to dodge. Boom! A loud explosion occurred that sent the curse's body flying, with its rusted body cracking up even more. Mako and Haruto looked at the cursed spirit and noticed that even the visor on its head had chipped off, and it was also missing an arm. The curse looked at its missing arm and then glared at the sorcerers who left it in such a sorry state. He then noticed its torn arm and tried to stand up and get it. However, the moment it tried, Mako's feet stomped on his head, planting it on the floor, making spider web-like cracks on the floor. Stay down there, humanity's greatest mistake, said Mako sarcastically. The curse twisted its head to glance at the human who was stepping on top of him. Hate filled him. What are you looking at? Asked Mako in a cold tone and stomped once again. Yet Zankio's hatred didn't lessen one bit, it only intensified with each passing second. Seeing the look on the cursed spirit's face, Mako's own hatred started to swell up. This time, cursed energy reinforced his legs as he started stomping the curse again and again. The rusted skin of the curse continued to crack more and more. The visor was almost shattered, but the curse's expression didn't change one bit. No matter the amount of injuries or pain, the curse never stopped glaring at Mako. Mako was now breathing heavily, tired from his continuous attacks. However, in that instant, the arm that was severed suddenly came to life and turned into a blade before launching itself towards Mako, who was a second too late to dodge and was impaled by the blade. Ack! The sorcerer winced in pain, and taking advantage of the opportunity, the cursed spirit freed itself and kicked the sorcerer away from him. So, non-cursed energy attack works on you, said Zankio in a cold tone. Not good, muttered Haruto, feeling uneasy as the clones rushed towards the cursed spirit. Curse technique, Arsenal of Fear. Curse energy erupted out of Zankio, sending it in every direction, pushing away the clones coming towards him. Murder Reliquary. The ground glowed and soon countless weapons made of stone erupted out of it, impaling the clones, destroying them all in an instant. Haruto and Mako were struck by the weapons as well, though Mako activated his technique and used positive energy to heal himself and Haruto. The two then moved away from the weapon field and looked towards the curse. You just had to push its buttons, complained Haruto. Humph. He is already injured. He won't last long with using such large-scale techniques anyway, replied Haruto. But as if hearing his words, Zankio smirked and picked up his torn hand turned blade. Weapons are such a magnificent creation. Even their creator is not safe from them. Not me though. My weapons won't hurt me. Truly the perfect spawns any being can ask for. said the cursed spirit and stabbed himself with his blade. The blade slowly started to merge back with the curse, and a moment later the lost arm was back in its position. The cursed spirit's energy swelled in the surrounding area as all the stone-made weapons erupting out of the ground broke free and hovered in the air, and pointed towards the sorcerers. "And now let's use the dummies for target practice," said Zankio as the weapons launched towards the two Zenins. "Cupcake. Frosting. Speak." A new voice emerged, and a second later, a sonic blast obliterated the weapons, blowing them all away. Mako and Haruto had blood coming out of their ears as the two sorcerers got up from the ground, dusted their clothes and glared towards Naoya. "Don't look at me like that. A second later and you too would have been skewered," replied Naoya as he walked in along with the two dogs who were wagging their tails proudly. Mako activated his technique and healed himself and Haruto. The two then looked towards their leader, however, seeing the kid covered in blood made the two stop speaking their complaints. "So what's the situation here? I am already done with my part of the job, and came here after hearing the explosion from earlier," said Naoya and glanced towards the cursed spirit who struggled to stand up. A potential special grade spirit appeared. "Though it is just an infant and not a special grade yet," explained Haruto. "A strong dummy," said the cursed spirit and glanced towards Naoya, however its gaze immediately shifted towards Naoya's weapon and an excited smile appeared on its face. "A new weapon," said Zankio and licked its lips. "So is he a pervert?" asked Naoya and pointed towards the SUS spirit. "He is a curse born from the fear of weapons, so I guess he got excited seeing a weapon." "Watch out," warned Mako as Zankio was already near Naoya. It wanted to take the weapon from him, however his target vanished from his spot, and a second later it was trapped inside a frame. Naoya punched the spirit with full force, breaking the frame and sending it crashing through the wall. Mako and Haruto looked towards the small kid who sent an almost special-grade cursed spirit crashing through the wall with a single punch, and didn't know what to say. "Isn't the kid too physically strong?" thought both the sorcerers. Chapter 36, End of the First Mission. "What are its abilities? Curse technique, physical prowess, etc.?" asked Naoya. "He can form weapons from cursed energy, turn terrain into weapons, and has the usual grade 1 level physical prowess. It can remotely control said weapons. It's currently an infant, so I don't think it knows much about its abilities to take full advantage of them," explained Haruto. "Meaning he can have some other abilities that might be lying dormant," muttered Naoya and focused back towards the place where the cruise was sent flying. Naoya's eyes narrowed as he felt something coming towards them, and in that instant, a volley of flying, sharpened stones came flying towards the three sorcerers. Mako stepped forward and activated his technique, intending to nullify the technique, however the moment the stones entered his technique zone, they didn't turn to positive energy. Understanding that the stones were not pure cursed energy, Mako clicked his tongue in annoyance and braced himself for the impact. Naoya, however, had different plans. He trapped Mako in a frame and sent the frame flying while also dodging the stones with ease. Haruto was already out of the way of the attack and had already sent clones towards the cursed spirit. Mako broke free from the frame and looked confused. He was in a different place and had sustained no injury at all. Still, the booming sound coming from the hole where the curse crashed through made him snap out of trance and look towards the source. Boom! In an instant, all the clones that rushed towards the cursed spirit were destroyed, and Haruto's head was full of hair. Naoya and Haruto got serious, wanting to know what happened to the clones. They soon got their answers when a volley of grenades came flying towards them. "Shit!" cursed Haruto and made more clones from his hair and let them take the hit for him. Naoya was already inside his shadows, out of harm's way. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. All the grenades exploded simultaneously, causing a loud explosion that sent shrapnel flying in every direction. Dummies alive? The curse finally entered the room once again and looked around with a smile, happy at the destruction caused by his weapons. His gaze swept through the room and spotted Haruto and Mako, who were bleeding from various places that had been hit by shrapnel. "Where is the weapon, dummy?" asked Zankio. "Behind you." Naoya emerged from a shadow behind the curse, trapped it in a frame, and a second later, Mr. Hiss rushed out of his shadow and crashed through the frame, sending the curse flying. The curse spat out some blood and felt pain all over its body. It glared at Naoya hatefully and used its curse technique to conjure weapons midair. Swords, spears, arrows, firearms, and many other weapons materialized in the air, all pointing towards Naoya. Naoya looked around, a bit worried. He could go into his shadow to dodge the attacks, but that would not help him in defeating the cursed spirit and would only stall time. He needed to exorcise the curse as soon as possible, since a sudden moment of realization or awakening can alleviate the curse to the special grade category. No. The owl Shikagami emerged out of Naoya's shadows and immediately charged up lightning and fired it towards the cursed spirit. Zankio, seeing the attack coming towards him, dodged the lightning bolt but failed his chance to fire the weapons towards Naoya. Naoya, seeing that he was successful in delaying the attack, summoned Max Mammoth from his shadows as well and made it to attack the cursed spirit too. Zankio, angered by the continuous attacks raining down on him, slammed his fist on the ground and activated his cursed technique. Murder Reliquary. The ground glowed with cursed energy, and gigantic swords made of concrete rose from the ground and formed a safe perimeter around him, protecting him from the lightning, while a multitude of the same gigantic concrete swords rose from the ground to slow down the pressurized jet of boiling water from the mammoth. Naoya, seeing that he got an opportunity, used Frisia the mammoth as a stepping stone and jumped over the sword barriers to strike the curse. The curse, as if anticipating it, smiled at Naoya and pointed his hand towards him, and soon the hand changed into a giant cannon that started charging up with cursed energy. Feeling the amount gathering in the cannon, Naoya's arm glowed with cursed energy as he threw sure sway towards the curse that flew straight and stuck in the ground beside the curse. "Your aim was bad," exclaimed the curse as he looked towards the short sword and then looked towards Naoya, ready to blast the kid away. However, once again, Naoya was not in his sight. "And you are too slow," came Naoya's cold voice from beside as the curse turned around and saw Naoya emerging out of the blade's shadow and touching him with his curse technique active, trapping the cursed spirit in a frame. Naoya then took a stance, gathered as much cursed energy as he could in the time frame and struck the stuck cursed spirit, breaking the frame and severely damaging the cursed spirit. Though this time, instead of sending it flying, Naoya activated his technique again and appeared above the cursed spirit and slammed his fist, along with Zankio, into the ground, making a small crater in the area where the cursed spirit was struck. "Ah!" The curse screamed in pain, its body hurting all over. However, Naoya didn't give him any rest, and with his already immense speed amplified by the projection sorcery, Naoya started to rain down punches and kicks one after the other, making the crater deeper and deeper with each passing second. Haruto and Mako looked at the scene with astonishment, Mako even remembering the beating he got from Naoya during the initiation ceremony and realizing that he got scot-free when compared to the spirit. However, their expressions suddenly turned grim when the ground glowed. Naoya realized it as well and trapped Zankio in a frame before jumping away from the curse. But one look at the area around them made the sorcerers panic, as around them, the entire chamber was filled with explosives. "Run!" ordered Naoya, only to notice Haruto and Mako were already on the run, with Haruto summoning 2 Naobito clones that took him and Mako away using their watered-down projection sorcery. "Some Zenin pride these two have, leaving behind a kid," complained Naoya as news wings sprouted from his back as he used them with a combination of his own projection sorcery to escape the building. But 2 seconds were already up and the curse was set free from the frame. The moment it noticed that Naoya was gone, he wasted no time and detonated all the explosives, causing a small earthquake and exploding the entire abandoned facility in an instant. The sorcerers were not out of the effective range of such a huge explosion and were blown away by the force. Haruto and Mako were somewhat safe because of Mako's technique. However, both of them were burned by the intense heat from the explosion and had their ears bleeding because of the loud explosion. The damage was healing rapidly thanks to Mako, but the two were not sure how long and how many more of such attacks they could face. Naoya was safe, already quite far up in the sky, though he couldn't see anything on the ground because of the smoke cloud. That was a suicidal attack? Did the curse decide to take itself out just to defeat us three? Muttered Naoya. However, unlike the other two, Naoya didn't know that the curse's weapons didn't hurt the user themselves. Zankio, freed from continuous attacks, looked around, seeing the flames, smoke and destruction everywhere. This is what the true essence of weapons is. The chaos and destruction accompanied by the heat and the smell of smoke. The only thing it is missing is the red tint of blood, said Zankio, and relished in the destructive scenery made by him. He placed his hand on the ground and let his cursed energy spread around. He sensed 2 humans, but the fast one with weapons was not there. Still, he needs to start from somewhere. Arsenal of Fear Murder Reliquary. Mako and Haruto, who were still in the middle of being healed, suddenly had their limbs impaled by metal swords. The weapon curse, which could only make weapons with cursed energy or the material available to him, was now freely able to make solid metal weapons out of thin air. Haruto and Mako realized this as well, seeing the metallic swords that were not affected by Mako's technique at all. The curse was starting to evolve. Haruto gritted his teeth and his hair shot out, and the clones appeared near them and broke the swords, freeing the 2 sorcerers. Zankio felt that as well, but didn't think much of it. He was close to something, he could feel it. A new power was rising within him. "Close your EARS!" came a loud warning from Naoya, surprising the other Zenins and even Zankio. Haruto and Mako followed the order immediately and shut their ears. However, 2 swords rose from the ground and sliced their arms off their bodies. Blood spilled and the 2 sorcerers winced in pain. The clones came to rescue as they shut off the ears of the sorcerers, while another one grabbed the fallen arms. Naoya, who was still in the air, had a shadow rippling on his shoulders. From it, the Frostings and Cupcake's head popped out, and Naoya immediately started charging the dogs with his cursed energy. Divine Dog's maximum output supersonic screech. Showdown covered Naoya's ears, protecting him from the damage, and a second later, a strong blast of wind accompanied by a deafening screech came out of the dog's mouth, blowing all the smoke and fire away. The ground cracked from the attack, blowing away the debris, making the entire field appear in clear sight to Naoya. Naoya's gaze immediately landed on the curse that was damaged from the supersonic blast. The curse in turn looked up towards Naoya and with a war cry gathered a large amount of cursed energy in his body and slammed his hands together. Arsenal of Fear Endless Murder Reliquary. The cursed energy exploded out of the curse's body, and the entire sky was filled with weapons all locked on Naoya. The attack was similar to what the curse tried to use on Naoya when they were still in the chamber, but this time all these weapons were oozing an even greater amount of cursed energy than before. All of them were at least grade 1 cursed tool level. Naoya looked around and soon realized that he was surrounded. Haruto and Mako looked at the scene in horror. There was literally no escape for Naoya. "Die!" yelled the curse, and the volley of weapons, bullets and energy blasts rained down on Naoya. The Zenin in question took a deep breath and took out his inverted spear of heaven from his shadows and unsheathed the short sword. "Fast as possible," muttered Naoya and focused solely on the incoming attacks. He wasted no time in calculating the weapon trajectory and order and activated his projection sorcery. The moment the first weapon got close to Naoya, it got slashed apart by sure sway. The second was destroyed by the inverted spear of heaven. One by one, each of the weapons raining down on Naoya got destroyed by his swift movements. Zankio looked at the scene of his weapons getting destroyed, but for some reason he wasn't showing displeasure, he was in a trance. Lost at the sight of Naoya's swift and beautiful use of his weapons. "Beautiful, so beautiful, I need that beauty, a weapon forged with that dummy. I want it!" screamed Zankio, and as if something snapped in him, he stopped moving. The weapons slowed down a bit, making Naoya enough time to spare a glance at Zankio, only to realize something was wrong with him. Haruto and Mako realized something was wrong as well, and immediately, a look of horror appeared on Haruto's face. He was still in the middle of getting his arms attached by Mako, but he got out of Mako's technique. Domain and used his curse technique. Void Puppet Kajinori Zenin. Immediately, all the remaining cursed energy within Haruto got consumed, and a spectral Kajinori manifested from a hair strand. Haruto had stored it for emergencies, and it seemed like it was time to utilize it as well. Naoya spotted the spectral Kajinori as well and wondered where he came from. His grandpa was bald. Where did that hair strand come from? The spectral Kajinori, without even being told, formed a shadow dragon and fired it towards the curse. The curse simply glanced at it and pointed his hand towards the shadow dragon while still in a trance. A cursed energy blast came from him and intercepted the dragon, nullifying the attack. "I need more weapons," muttered Zankio, and was enveloped in a cursed energy that started filling him up. Soon his body, which was starting to dip low on cursed energy, was full, more than full. "So much power," muttered Zankio in amazement, feeling the power surging within him. He looked up at Naoya destroying the last of his weapons and pointed his finger at him. "You? I am Zankio, the manifestation of humanity's fear of weapons. What is your name? Asked Zankio. Naoya took a deep breath, feeling a bit drained, and replied, Naoya. Naoya, rejoice Naoya, you will become my first masterpiece, yelled Zankio and formed a hand sign. Domain expansion, Grave of the Unsung Soldier. Naoya, who was still in the AI, suddenly found himself in a different location. The entire world around him smelled like blood, and the ground was red with dried blood mixed in the soil. For God's sake, target the other two as well, complained Naoya and activated the anti-domain technique. Secret Art, Falling Blossom Emotion. A thin layer of cursed energy covered him, canceling the auto-hit effect of the domain. Naoya was considering landing on the ground as it would provide him more mobility with his projection sorcery, but the cursed spirit had made the entire ground a minefield. Suddenly, Naoya's ears picked up a loud noise and spotted tanks and missiles approaching him. Another second later, he was surrounded by machine guns aimed at him once again. Shit. Naoya. Show me more of your beauty before I turn you into my craft, demanded Zankio. I am not feeling safe with him alone, muttered Naoya and started moving as the bullets, tank shells, and missiles started raining down on him. At first he was able to neutralize the attacks, but the longer he fought back, the more weapons Zankio formed and attacked Naoya with them. A few of them soon started to get past him and strike him as well, making Naoya resort to RCT. Faster, thought Naoya and increased his focus even more, actually going up to his 48 frames per second limit. A stray missile suddenly hit him, exploding in his face, yet Naoya held on with determination to survive and live and RCT. Faster, complained Naoya and decided to get even more serious. Binding vow, I renounce my power to use my legs to halt things with my projection sorcery. In exchange, I want my technique to function in 0.5 seconds rather than 1. As if an imaginary shackle held onto his legs, Naoya felt his ability to stop things with his legs to be restrained. In return, the 48 frames per second speed of his technique changed to 48 frames in 0.5 seconds, effectively doubling his speed. The sudden speed boost caught Zankio off guard, and before he could form even more weapons to play with, he found Naoya already in front of him. Die! You bastard! Yelled Naoya and stabbed the inverted spear of heaven in the curse's chest, canceling the domain and the technique. Naoya? Show me a moch, asked Zankio in a feverish tone. Shut it, you pervert! Yelled Naoya, silencing the spirit and deciding to end him. Curse technique reversal, shadow containment. Shadows emerged from below Zankio and grasped the cursed spirit before pulling him inside and tearing his body apart. Zankio tried to scream, but no voice came. The shadows made sure that no sound escaped outside. Naoya looked at the cursed spirit struggling inside. He finally slumped on the ground and looked towards the sky, feeling drained. You okay, little boss? Need a hand? Asked Haruto and offered one of Mako's chopped hands to Naoya. I am in no mood for those jokes, retorted Naoya. Want mine instead? Asked Haruto and this time offered one of his chopped hands. Get healed and inform the Jujutsu division to deal with the cleanup. Deal with the formalities. Let me rest, ordered Naoya. As you wish. Here, Mako, catch it, said Haruto and tossed Mako's hand to him. The two sorcerers walked away, and once they were out of sight, Naoya sat up and looked at all the destruction that was caused by the cursed spirit. So this is what a cursed spirit around a special grade is capable of, a good addition, muttered Naoya and formed a hand seal. Zankio. His shadow expanded, and Zankio's figure came out of the shadows and looked towards Naoya. Master, called Zankio, though this time, instead of a cursed spirit, the one standing before Naoya was a Shikagami. Bend down a bit. Zankio followed the order and bent down before a smack landed on his head. That's for actively targeting me. Now go back, ordered Naoya, still a bit pissed at the weapon curse. Understood, replied Zankio and went back inside Naoya's shadow. Chapter 37, Grandpa Said Yes. Be ready, you snitches. After the Mako and Haruto were done with the formalities with the Jujutsu division, the three Zenins were on their way back home. Do you two want to stop somewhere to eat? Asked Naoya, feeling hungry. I am good, replied Mako. I want to go back and rest. I think you should drop the idea as well. People will be uncomfortable seeing a child covered in blood, replied Haruto. Naoya blinked and then looked at himself and realized that he was in no condition to go out for a meal at the moment. He sighed in disappointment and shrank back into his seat. Once the car stopped in front of the Zenin estate, the three were immediately greeted by the servants from the Zenin clan. However, the moment the servants noticed a bloody Naoya, they went into panic. Seeing a sorcerer coming back bleeding was not an unfamiliar sight for them, but for them, Naoya was still a kind boy who was nice to them, and seeing him having possible severe injuries made them worry a bit. Unknown to them, the blood on him and his clothes belonged to the rogue sorcerers who attacked him and were brutally murdered by him. Naoya didn't focus on their expression, as right now he was too hungry to focus on useless stuff. "Dinner." "Extra portion," ordered Naoya and slowly trotted towards his room. Hearing the weak order, the servants immediately got into action, with one of them immediately going to inform the kitchen staff, while another went to prepare the bath for Naoya. "Little boss. You need to report the mission details to the acting clan head," informed Haruto. "We'll do so later," replied Naoya, not much bothered by the proceedings. He can meet Naobito and Kajinori later and will inform them then, no need to rush at the moment. Right now he needed to focus on the current important matter at hand. Currently in the bathroom, which was surrounded by the rabbit army from all sides. After an assassination attempt in the bathroom, Naoya made sure to have the rabbits keep an eye on the surroundings so that he could relax a bit. After he was done cleaning and was relaxing in the bathtub, Naoya finally looked at the ceiling with a blank gaze. Today's attack meant that someone from the clan or Jujutsu division informed them. Muttered Naoya, not understanding why his clansmen and people from Jujutsu society were after him when he, of all people, was good to all of them. He has not done anything to offend or make enemies with anyone in the clan or anyone actively for that matter, yet they were after him. "Am I looking like an easy target to them?" muttered Naoya and glanced towards the dried blood that he scrubbed off his body. The bathroom grew silent, with only the sound of dripping droplets echoing. After taking a long dip inside the water to clear his head, Naoya got out of the bath, dried himself and got dressed up. Once he was clad in fresh clothes, Naoya headed straight towards Naobito's office and entered without any notice, making the acting clan head and the other people working in the room surprised by the rude behavior and look up from their documents. "Naoya?" Naobito raised his voice to warn Naoya of the disrespect he just shown, but Naoya simply clapped once with cursed energy reinforcement, making a loud noise and stopping Naobito from speaking further. Naobito blinked in shock, not expecting Naoya to act so rudely. The same was the case with other elders and Zenin clansmen who looked confused, only to turn angry towards the rude kid. One of them was about to scold Naoya. However, Kajinori, who was present in the room as well, stood up, making the others hold their tongues. He walked up to Naoya and gazed into his eyes before turning towards the others present in the room. "Let's do the rest tomorrow," ordered Kajinori. The elders wanted to protest, seeing that the clan head was not scolding or punishing the rude brat, but none of them voiced their complaints. They simply bowed and walked out of the room. Naobito huffed in annoyance, seeing that his father was promoting Naoya's disrespectful behavior. "What is all this commotion for?" asked Naobito, knowing well that Naoya wouldn't act like this unless something was wrong. "Did you know where the mission was going to take place?" asked Naoya in a serious tone. "Yes. Since I am acting as the clan head for this term, I did read through the mission document from the Jujutsu division," replied Naobito. "Apart from you, is there anyone who knew where the mission was going to take place?" "What are you getting at?" "What happened at the mission?" asked Naobito. Naoya didn't answer, he simply stared at Naobito. The elders and the clansmen who were present here just a moment ago also went through the documents. Apart from them, the mission came from the Jujutsu division, so the ones who handle the mission filing and record-keeping should know about the location of the mission as well, replied Naobito. Would the people from the Jujutsu division know who all from the clan were assigned to the mission, or do they simply know that the Zenins are handling the mission? Before the mission, they should have only known that the mission was assigned to the Zenin Clan. After the mission is over, the members of the Jujutsu division at the site would record the names of the participants and pass the details to the Jujutsu division, replied Naobito. So it is someone from the CLA and then, thought Naoya grimly. Anything else? Asked Naobito. Naoya shook his head. Good, now tell me what happened at the mission for you to ask these questions, asked Naobito. Kajinori's focus was on Naoya as well. He already had some ideas as to what might have happened, but he needed to hear things first. Naoya nodded and started giving the details about the mission to the two of them. From splitting up in groups to fighting against a group of rogue sorcerers and finally, the encounter and eventual defeat of the potential special grade cursed spirit. Naobito and Kajinori were surprised by the turn of events. From what Naoya told them, the kid had almost single-handedly won against a cursed spirit that had the potential to reach special grade. Kajinori was already expecting Naoya to reach special grade level by the time the age for evaluation came, but it seemed like the kid was already about special grade level. Now for the more serious matter at hand. It seems like one of the elders or the ones who deal with the paperwork is leaking information, muttered Naobito grimly and glanced at Kajinori. This ought to look bad in his evaluation for the seat of the clan head since such a huge scandal came up during the time he was acting as the clan head. He looked towards Naoya, and for a moment thought that he should not have notified this news in the presence of Kajinori. Naoya, on the other hand, was already somewhat aware of Naobito's thoughts. He knew that his actions might cost him some points in his father's clan head evaluation, but he also knew that if he didn't create a scandal in front of Kajinori, Naobito might have put the matter off until the end of his term. For better or worse, the ones who were vying for the position of the clan head were trying their best to make sure that their records were clean, and that meant either working well or making sure that the dirt was not visible. Kajinori, though, was not thinking about such matters. The old man was considering whether he needed to remind the clansmen, who were acting as they pleased, that there were consequences of the actions. He was favoring Naoya and Naobito and was openly showing it as well, and yet some people in the clan had the balls to try to harm his grandson. Should I? Pondered Kajinori and glanced towards Naoya, wanting to gauge what the kid was expecting. Kajinori's gaze met Naoya's, and a small surprise appeared on his wrinkled face. The kid was looking at them, not with a pleading gaze but with determination. The kind of gaze that somehow reminded Kajinori of his younger self. What do you want to say? I don't think you are here to just complain to your father and grandfather and ask them to console you, asked Kajinori. I wouldn't mind if you both did that, but for now I am here to ask you permission to act against some clansmen that might be involved in leaking secrets about the clan and clan seamen to outside forces. Who knows how much they have shared and how much more they would share. They need to understand that there is a reason why no one messes with our clan and why we have survived for such a long time, said Naoya and looked towards Kajinori. Clan head. Let me end the low lives who dared to betray the clan, said Naoya and got on his knee. Naobito was in shock at Naoya's request. His son was actually asking to kill some clansmen, and the scarier part was he was making it seem like a big issue by involving the whole clan, not a personal vendetta, effectively avoiding all allegations of pointless infighting amongst the clansmen. Is he actually more of a Zenin than I actually assumed? Thought Naobito. This situation does seem like it needs to be handled with care since the clan's security is at stake, said Kajinori with a serious tone before looking towards Naoya with a huge smile on his face. Seeing that smile, Naoya smiled back, already getting the answer. The grandfather's and grandson's smiles, filled with malice, made Naobito shudder a bit. I don't know what is worse. Father becoming more like Naoya or Naoya becoming more like father, thought Naobito, already dreading about the future. Grandpa said yes. Be ready, you snitches. Chapter 39, The Bug Hunt begins. The next morning, Naoya, along with Kajinori, was walking towards the clan's central field, the one used for organizing official clan duels and other such events. Naobito, already dreading the things that his father and son were planning to do, was ordered by Naoya, the man in charge of the cleanup, to bring some documents to him. Right now, during the mission, Naoya was higher ranked than Naobito, who was currently acting as the clan head, making Naoya only below Kajinori, the actual clan head. Who knows what the crazy grandfather and grandson are planning? Thought Naobito grimly as he saw the two of them enter the field. Seeing the two of them, Naobito gave a curt bow to Kajinori and a small glare to Naoya. Naoya noticed the glare and widened his eyes before looking towards Kajinori and pointing towards Naobito. Kajinori, noticing his pitiful grandson, gave a nod before a shadowy black hand extended from his back and flicked Naobito. Ack! Naobito winced in pain and yelped, not expecting the sudden attack. Is that how you act in front of your superior? Asked Kajinori. Naobito blinked in surprise as he stared at the duo. One was scolding while the other was puffing his chest in pride. Naobito wasn't sure what to say. He simply gritted his teeth and sighed, deciding not to think much about it. Sorry, said Naobito. He was in the wrong since Naoya was technically higher ranked than him, but because of their usual interaction he was not able to abide by that just yet. Seeing his father apologize, Naoya felt bad and immediately shook his head. No, don't apologize. Sorry for taking this so far, father, apologized Naoya. Seeing the father and son apologize, Kajinori sighed. At least these two are close, thought Kajinori, and mentally smiled at the scene, wanting to have a similar relationship with his own son as well. It's good that you two are close, but Naoya, you need to understand the Zenin way. You are currently higher ranked than Naobito. A higher-ranked person has the right to discipline a lower-ranked one when they are out of line. And Naobito was out of line, said Kajinori. Father is right. Just being strong ain't enough. If people don't understand your authority, all the strength is in vain. Strength and authority go hand in hand. Always keep that in mind, added Naobito. Naoya nodded understandingly. He was a kind person, and maybe because of that his clansmen and other people were targeting him. Satoru, who was in a similar condition to him, was also once a target of constant assassination attempts, but he actively made sure to make others realize how superior he was to them, and now he was rarely targeted. Maybe it's time to do what Toji Nii-san taught me, thought Naoya. Here. This is what you asked for, said Naobito, and offered 2 sets of papers to Naoya. Naoya took them and went through the pages. The papers contained the information about all the active clan members and relatives currently in and out of the clan. The other contained the information about all the servants working for the clan. Okay. Let's start, stated Naoya and glanced towards Kajinori. Kajinori nodded and snapped his fingers. Immediately 5 bodyguards that were secretly trailing them emerged and bowed to the clan head. Call all the clan members and the servants here. Make sure none of them are left behind. Make sure to tell them that it is an order from me. You are free to rough up anyone who disobeys, ordered Kajinori. The 5 of them nodded and went away to follow their orders. Seeing that they were gone, Naoya made a hand seal and started chanting. Emerge from the darkness, deeper than night. Seal all paths and deny all return. Bind those who tread within, none may walk beyond. Expose the unseen and map every living shadow. A curtain-like barrier started to descend from the sky surrounding the entire clan compound. Kajinori and Naobito looked at the curtain as it descended and were now prepared to see how things were going to unfold. As time passed, one by one the people present in the clan began to arrive in the field. They knew that something important was going on, considering that the clan head called them. Not to mention the barrier that descended upon the entire clan compound just a few moments ago made them realize that the matter requires grave confidentiality as well. Naoya was looking at the gathered members intently. He was hoping to spot anyone acting suspiciously, but unfortunately the people were acting normally. Within 15 minutes, all of them were gathered. Naoya went through the list provided by Naobito, and after he was convinced that everyone was gathered, he nodded and gave the list back to Naobito. The clansmen and the servants were kind of surprised seeing Naoya standing with the clan head and the acting clan head, but knowing his relationship with the two, they didn't ponder much about it, thinking that the kid was probably acting as an assistant or something. Kajinori stepped forward immediately, gathering the attention of everyone present there. All of them stared intently at the clan head, wondering what the man was about to say. As you all know, the Zenin clan is the most prestigious in the jujutsu world. Not only are we the strongest, but we also have a lot of influence in the say of both the jujutsu and the normal society, started Kajinori. The clansmen and servants nodded. Some of them were even filled with pride hearing those words. As the rule of the world goes, once a certain faction gets too strong, the weaker bugs surrounding it start to act up against it, not understanding their place. The Zenin clan is not unknown to such hardships. We have faced that for quite some time. From time to time it is important to make these bugs realize why they are the bugs. At that, all the Zenin clan members got serious while the servants got worried. From the way things were progressing, they were expecting that they might be going to a war or something similar. However, things are a bit complicated, added Kajinori, causing a wave of confusion amongst the crowd. You see, it is easier to spot and kill bugs that are buzzing outside the body. What hurts the most and causes the most damage are the bugs that lie within the body and cause harm from the inside. The entire field turned silent at those words. None of them was stupid enough not to realize what Kajinori was trying to say. Even the Zenin clan members were as shocked as the servants at the revelation. Kajinori's gaze swept around the crowd, gauging everyone's reaction. I am expecting that all of you might have already guessed what I am saying, but I will be blunt as well, said Kajinori, and immediately his shadow expanded and shadowy arms emerged out of it, grasping the necks of each and every one of them. A cold chill went down their spine as an invisible pressure descended upon them. Just because I have been remaining quiet for quite a while doesn't give you the right to act as you please. You are nothing more than bugs to me, and let me make this clear for anyone who is the bug or is planning to be one in the future. The Zenin clan will not tolerate this kind of treachery, said Kajinori in a cold tone. The shadowy hands' grasp tightened a bit, making some of them almost piss themselves. The hands retreated into the shadows without causing any physical harm to the crowd. Mentally, though, they were already quite bewildered. The warning was unexpected for them, which, combined with Kajinori's threat, was too much for them not to have their minds shaken. On that note, Naoya, being the one being directly harmed by these bugs, will now be taking over this mess, said Kajinori, making the Zenins shocked once again. The old man was actually giving such a responsibility to a kid, and that to Nobito's kid. It was as if saying that he was favoring the man to take over his seat in the future. This was not unnoticed by the other candidates, and Oji immediately stepped up. Clan head. What? I believe that right now is not an appropriate time to go forward with this. In a few days, a lot of guests will be arriving at our estate because of my marriage. A major incident like this will surely ruin the clan's reputation. I promise you, after the marriage, I will personally handle all these bugs that dare look down on the clan, said Oji with determination. Kajinori eyed Oji with mild annoyance, but before he could say anything, Naoya stepped forward. Uncle Oji, called Naoya with a smile. Hearing the kind voice, Oji internally smirked, thinking that the kid was going to agree with the claim. Yes, Naoya. Don't watch. Bang. Silence, said Naoya in a cold tone as gunshot resonated in the air. Nobito, Kajinori, and the rest of the clan blinked in shock, seeing the kid fire a gun at Oji's feet, barely missing him. Just so you know. I didn't miss that, said Naoya with the gun still pointed at Oji. A vein popped on Oji's forehead. Naoya, however, didn't bother with the man's anger and asked, Is your marriage more important than the security and the integrity of the clan? Asked Naoya in a cold tone. All of them heard the question and looked towards Oji. It indeed seemed like Oji was prioritizing his marriage over such an important issue. Oji felt their gazes as well and clenched his fists in anger. I am not worried about my marriage. Be within your limit, brat. I am worried about the image of the Zenin clan in front of the entire Jujutsu society, yelled Oji. What image are you trying to protect? The one where, despite knowing that there are some bugs within us, we still let them be. Important clan information is circulating out of the clan to the potential enemies, and you are asking us to wait. What happens when these bugs flee during the time that you are asking for the matter to be postponed? Are you willing to take on all the responsibility? Don't tell me that you are involved as well and were planning to do just that and flee, asked Naoya in a cold tone and readied the gun to fire at the man once again. Realization dawned upon all of them, and everyone near Oji stepped away from the man. Some of the Zenins even prepared themselves to attack the man in question. Kajinori and Nobito looked at Naoya with surprised expressions. The kid had a great talent for cornering opponents. Oji now literally had no choice but to give in at this point. Oji knew that as well. If he acted on the suspicion rashly, it will only get worse. He didn't know whether there was a trap from the beginning, but he knew that he had walked into one that had no way out. I overlooked such an important detail. I apologize. Though let me make it clear. I am not involved in such a lowly act. I stake this on my name as a Zenin, said Oji, albeit a bit bitterly. Naoya slowly lowered his gun and snorted. I will be the judge of that. Anyone else who has issues with this arrangement? Asked Naoya and looked at the crowd. None of them said anything. The kind boy they knew was looking quite dangerous to them all of a sudden. Good answer. Now let's get this over with. I won't take up much of everyone's time. I know that all of you are busy. How many of you don't know what a binding vow is? Asked Naoya. Hearing his question, almost all the servants and some of the lower-ranked clansmen looked confused. Quite a lot. Well, it's a lucky day for you. You all will be getting a live demonstration. Aren't you all lucky? Said Naoya with a smile and raised his hand. I will initiate a group binding vow now. I will be very detailed about it, so don't worry. All right? Cursed energy swelled up within him as he started dictating the vow. Binding vow, I vow to judge none present here unfairly. The ones who didn't sin will be left unharmed, while the ones who betrayed the clan will be judged as such. In exchange, all the people present here must answer truthfully whether they acted either directly or indirectly in giving away the information about the clan. From directly passing the information to the one trying harm the clan or clansman, or passing the information on to some middleman within or outside the clan, everything will be considered as indirect means. The means of passing information consider all possible means: speaking, writing, secret codes, cursed techniques, or any other special means known to the person in question. If anyone voids the vow, let the cursed energy within them burst their left eye. So was that detailed enough? I worked quite a lot on blocking any loopholes. Now don't be shy. One by one, when called, accept the binding vow by saying, I abide by the binding vow. You will have 5 seconds each to accept it. Anyone who doesn't do so within that time, well, this gun doesn't have an ammo limit. All of them blinked in surprise at the kid's words. Isn't this too much of a shift from the kind kid we knew? Thought all of them present there. Naoya and Kajinori also felt the same, even though they were somewhat familiar with that side of Naoya. Don't worry. It won't hurt you if you haven't done anything wrong. My father and the clan head will show you by accepting the vow, said Naoya and looked towards the two of them. The two snapped out of their thoughts and raised their hands. I, Kajinori Zenin / Naoya Zenin, abide by the binding vow. I have not divulged any information to any party that can harm the clan either directly or indirectly. The cursed energy within them reacted to the vow and imaginary chains shackled around them, but none of them suffered any consequences. Now let's start. From the left side, one by one, do the same. Remember, 5 seconds or bang, said Naoya and looked at the man in the front, who was surprisingly OG. OG followed Kajinori's and Naoya's example and accepted the vow, and, similar to them, didn't face any consequences at all. Have I proven my innocence? Asked OG and looked towards Naoya. Yup. Thanks for your cooperation. Now the one behind him do the same, ordered Naoya. One by one they contracted the binding vow until someone hesitated. Hesitation, not a good sign for your innocence, said Naoya and walked towards the man. The person in question was a Kukuru unit member. 1. Accept the vow, threatened Naoya. 2. The man gulped. He knew how binding vows worked and did not want to be the one to demonstrate to others how the consequences worked for them. What in the cases of divulging information to a fellow clansman for a grudge he has against someone in the clan? What about such a case? Asked the man. If that information reaches someone from outside the clan, and you had no idea about that, then the clan head will decide. Don't worry, I can heal your eye back perfectly through RCT. Only after proper questioning though. Remember, you need to tell everything about this matter truthfully. Before each question I will heal your eye. You lie. Pop, said Naoya with a smile. The man gritted his teeth, seeing that Naoya caught onto his farce. The Hay members who were in the clear were now behind Naoya, eyeing the man intently. What do you know? 5 seconds passed, said Naoya and fired a bullet at the man's foot. Screamed the man as blood spilt out of his foot. The onlookers looked surprised at how easily Naoya hurt the clansman, and that the gun was real as well. Naoya, however, was unbothered by the man's scream or the gazes, grabbed the man by the collar, before tossing him to the side. Stay there quietly and reflect on why it is important to follow orders. Next, ordered Naoya with a smile and looked at the next man. The people, still in shock, were not able to register what Naoya just said. 1. The moment Naoya started counting, the man snapped out of his thoughts and recited the vow and was proven innocent, making him sigh in relief. Good boy. Next. Just like that, the process continued, and within half an hour, nearly 24 people had their eyes popped or foot shot and were tossed to the side. That was the last one. Now then, let's deal with these, muttered Naoya as he finished with the binding vow ceremony. He then walked towards the injured bunch and formed a hand seal. Round deer. Senzu heal them, asked Naoya as the deer looked towards the injured bunch and used RCT on them, healing them perfectly. Now then, since you are all good and healthy, let's have some question answers, said Naoya and picked the Kukuru member who questioned him earlier. Time to prove your innocence, big guy. Answer me truthfully and you will be totally fine. Let's start with your question first. Did you knowingly give some sensitive information to a guy that can directly or indirectly connect you to someone from outside the clan? Asked Naoya. The man looked at Naoya hatefully, to which Naoya just smiled. No. Pop. The man's eye burst open, spilling blood and eye matter around. Naoya, who was closest to him, had some spilt on his as well, making the kid look a bit disgusted, and he wiped the blood off him. Don't lie so blatantly. Senzu, said Naoya as the deer healed the man once again. Whom did you give the information to? Asked Naoya. The man didn't answer this time. More than 10 seconds passed, but the man didn't answer. Such a loophole. Should have added a clause of having one finger exploding every 10 seconds. Oh well, not like we can't do that now. Naoya raised the gun and fired it, making the bullet cleanly tear through the man's finger. Why does it feel like he intentionally left that loophole? Thought the onlookers, and Naobito silently shuddered in fear. Kajinori was shocked as well, though he felt some pride seeing Naoya's actions. Will you answer? Asked Naoya, making the man who was bleeding glare at him, when finally he was unable to take it anymore, as he lashed out and tried to attack Naoya. Before he could do that though, wolf heads emerged out of Naoya's shadow and chomped off the man's legs, making him fall. Tell me when you are willing to talk. I will heal you after you give the information, said Naoya and walked towards the next candidate. The next man was already surprised by Naoya's actions. Naoya, however, simply smiled at him. Though to the man, Naoya's smile didn't seem reassuring at all. Chapter 40, Pathetic. Alright, you all are free to walk away. The clan head will deal with your verdict later, said Naoya as he let the ones who didn't give away the information to someone outside walk away. Naoya's initial display of mercilessly attacking them was enough to let most of them talk. The ones who had something to hide were a bit more reserved, but even amongst them, there were quite a few who started speaking after they saw Naoya take out a shotgun and a chainsaw from his shadow once he felt that the fear from his normal handgun was lowering. The new Shikagami was quite convenient in this department. He even insisted on letting him do the dirty work of injuring the bad people, but for this time Naoya decided to do it on his own to send a message to everyone present in the clan. If they didn't like the kind and easygoing Naoya, then he was going to make sure that they wouldn't want the bad and merciless Naoya either. Naoya, I think it is enough for today, said Kajinori. Naoya looked at his grandfather with surprise, evident on his face, though to the onlooker, the kid only seemed horrifying because of all the blood stains on his white garments. The image that the Zenin clan had of Naoya was slowly crumbling. To them, he was probably the most un-Zenin person in the clan. He was strong, sure, but the kid was always kind to everyone in the clan, no matter their standing, but right now all that seemed like an illusion. Firing bullets through fellow clansmen without hesitation, making their eyes pop again and again by healing them repeatedly till they spoke the truth, and even almost using a chainsaw on one of them. It almost seemed like he was venting. Grandpa, just give me some more time and they will speak, pleaded Naoya. Kajinori didn't speak, just stared at his grandson. Naoya's fist clenched in frustration, understanding what his grandfather meant. I understand, clan head, muttered Naoya, a bit disappointed. Kajinori sighed. He knew that his grandson was trying to appear as someone who could not be easily messed with, but the method he was using was not correct. I will need to teach him later, thought Kajinori and walked towards Naoya and patted his head. You did well. You singled out the traitors of the clan. Leave the rest to us. We will take it from here, said the old man reassuringly. Naoya nodded and sent his weapons back into his shadows. Can I ask one last question to them? Asked Naoya. Go ahead, replied Kajinori. Who among you all gave away the information about yesterday's mission? Asked Naoya. The injured clansmen stared at Naoya and soon realization dawned upon them. The rest of the clansmen also started to realize what Naoya was trying to say. Wait a minute, did something happen during yesterday's mission? Asked Mako and turned towards Haruto. I didn't encounter anything strange, by your tone you didn't either. So my guess is, said Haruto and looked at Naoya. The rest of the Hei members put two and two together and realized what Naoya was implying. Assassination attempt, murmured Ranta. The silence made that murmur seem like an announcement, and in an instant the entire crowd started buzzing. Assassination attempt on Naoya-sama. During a mission, someone tipped off the assassins. That's why he is acting like this today. The servants started buzzing. They were the ones who were most distant from this kind of work, and to them an assassination attempt on someone seemed like a taboo, and that too on a little kid. The clansmen, though, had different thoughts. All this ruckus just because of an assassination attempt? Is this kid for real? Just because the clan head is favoring him a little. Pathetic, stated Oji, clearly making the entire crowd silent and focus on him. Ranta and a few who sympathized with Naoya looked at him with shock, but apart from that, the rest of the Zenin had the same thought as Oji. None of them voiced it, but the expressions they had spoke volumes. The servants looked surprised at their employer's reaction, but then they realized what sort of place they worked in. The place was filled with these cold-blooded people who chew out people with even a tiniest bit of empathy within them. And right now Naoya, the young boy, was on the receiving end of that treatment. Naobito frowned at Oji's words but didn't voice his complaints. Naoya knows better what sort of place the Zenin clan was. Showing even a moment of weakness was enough to have these hyenas gang up on that. Kajinori glanced at the crowd and noticed the gazes of most of the clansmen on his grandson. If he wanted, he could easily curb these, and frankly, he was planning to do so. But Naoya suddenly spoke. Pathetic, huh? I guess it truly is pathetic, muttered Naoya as his face lowered. Oji snorted at the response. To be so weak and spineless against a kid that not only do you need to tip off assassins but even sabotage jujutsu missions and betray the clan. Such a pathetic display, said Naoya and glanced at the clansmen he had beaten earlier. He then looked towards the remaining clansmen who were looking at him with their cold looks and glared back at them. To berate a clansman, much less a kid, to stand up against the traitors who try to sabotage our clan and clansmen by selling important clan secrets, truly pathetic, said Naoya and specifically glared at Oji. Oji's and everyone's expression shifted. All of a sudden, they were the ones who were getting blamed. Naoya took a step forward. To be so stuck up in clan politics and self-benefit to not even look at the big picture, and being so brain-dead that when someone even tries to fix those mistakes, you make them feel bad for doing the same, so pathetic. The entire field was silent. Not even the sound of breathing was heard. The entire crowd stood in shock. The brat that was being scorned by the majority of the clan had suddenly turned the tables on them and had even insulted them openly in front of everyone. They were unable to register it for a while. "You brat!" yelled Oji in anger, and that made all of them snap out of their shocks. "Is this how you speak to your elders? What did you just call us?" The crowd started to rage. One of the Zenin elders yelled and soon the other elders joined in. Oji and Junichi cursed Naoya as well. The remaining people remained silent. Although still a kid, Naoya was higher ranked than they were. Naoya looked at the crowd and snorted, making the angry mob turn silent once again at that disrespectful action. Calling themselves the clan elders working for the betterment of the clan, overlooking all the important clan affairs, yet overlooking these bugs working right beside and under you. Maybe you pathetic bunch should retire. You all are getting senile, said Naoya. The clan elders gritted their teeth, they couldn't retort to what Naoya said. Naoya then turned towards the other two barking dogs, Oji and Junichi. "And you too, the oh-so-great special grade one of the clan," called Naoya, making the two stop. "To think these are the leading candidates for the position of the clan head just because they are stronger than others in the clan. Well, with how self-centered and dumb you two are becoming, the clan head is too out of reach for you too. So pathetic," finished Naoya with a smirk. The crowd gasped at that. The last insult was too much. And it seemed like the ones who were insulted felt the same. Without wasting even a second, Oji and Junichi flared their cursed techniques. "I will kill you today," said Junichi coldly, with cursed energy already gathered around his fists, ready to activate his curse technique. "You should have been within your limits," muttered Oji coldly and unsheathed his katana as flames surrounded the blade. "Stop it, you two," yelled Kajinori, trying to defuse the situation. He wanted to see how the situation would unfold, but it seemed like his clan really was filled with a pathetic bunch. The two sorcerers, though, didn't heed the old man's warning and launched towards Naoya. Seeing the two approaching, Kajinori activated his technique, but before they could even take a single step more, Naoya was already in front of them with a cold expression and cursed energy starting to gather around his fists. With his projection sorcery active, he was way too fast for anyone within the clan to follow. "Enough playing the good guy," muttered Naoya coldly and punched the two in the chest. Black flash. Boom. The cursed energy around his fists glowed black, and an instant later, the two special Grade 1 sorcerers were sent flying through the crowd, making some of the other clansmen get caught up in the attack as well. Oji and Junichi, who received the full brunt of Naoya's already insane strength, amplified by the cursed energy reinforcement, which was further amplified by the black flash, were blasted through multiple walls of the clan and already had most of their ribs shattered. The people in the crowd who were safe from Naoya's attack looked at the scene with shock. A kid just a decade old sent two special Grade 1 sorcerers flying with just a single punch. Naoya, though, was not focused on the two who were sent flying and was instead looking at his fists. So that was the black flash. Let's do some practice and see if I can land any more of them, muttered Naoya, and started walking towards the two whom he just sent flying. Naoya, that's Inoch called Nabito. I challenge the Hei members who are above me for their position, replied Naoya and cut off his father's words. Nabito was speechless at that declaration. Naoya was openly defying him now. Naoya looked back at his father. He knew that he was more worried about the clan politics, but to see him remain silent when almost the entire clan was trying to berate him for acting up against his potential killers still hurt him. He started at Nabito for a while, his gaze turning colder by each passing second before looking away from him and focusing his gaze on Chojuro. You are the one ranked above me, Chojuro-san. What do you say? Will you stand in my way? Asked Naoya coldly. I forfeit, Naoya-sama, said Chojuro calmly and bowed to Naoya. It seems like it is time to switch sides, thought Chojuro, and decided to follow Naoya instead of Nabito. Then next is Junichi, followed by Oji, muttered Naoya and started walking towards the two. But suddenly a hand dropped on his head. Not aggressively but gently. Naoya stopped and glared at the person who tried to stop him, only to notice it was Kajinori. I don't think I am breaking any clan rules right now. I formally challenged the Hei members for their position. It was also those two who tried to attack me first. I attacked back in self-defense, said Naoya calmly, trying not to be disrespectful to him. Kajinori suddenly bent down and enveloped Naoya in a hug. I am sorry for being so incompetent that you need to go this far, muttered the old man in a slightly trembling voice. This made Naoya widen his eyes in surprise. The truly pathetic one is me. I should have managed the clan better. You did well, Naoya, added Kajinori. Naoya's eyes trembled a bit. He was angry, so much so that he wanted to beat all the people who were glaring at him earlier. For the entire time he stayed in the clan, he never even once did anyone wrong, talked politely to them, tried to help and contribute in any way he could. Yet despite that, they were blaming him for trying to act against the ones who were trying to kill him. He was starting to believe that Toji was right and the Zenin clan actually shouldn't exist. He knew that not everyone at the clan was at fault, and killing everyone was wrong, but he could still kill the two who tried to kill him just now. Yet now his grandfather's words were making him waver. Let me go. I have a duel I need to finish, muttered Naoya calmly. But Kajinori's hug only tightened at those words. Kajinori knew what Naoya was feeling. Amongst everyone in the clan, he was the one who knew best what that feeling was. But because of that, he also knew that what Naoya was planning to do was not the right answer either. Let me go, asked Naoya again. I understand how you are feeling, Naoya. I actually do. Clan head, let me go, or I will kill every single person in the clan, said Naoya. He could easily break free if he wanted, but he didn't have the heart to push the old man away. I will fix everything, muttered Kajinori. Naoya made a hand sign. Zankio. The Shikagami emerged out of Naoya's shadow and waited for the order. Domain, muttered Naoya, and the Shikagami nodded. Domain expansion, grave of the unsung soldier. Immediately, all the residents of the Zenin clan who were gathered there, along with the injured Junichi and Oji, who were slowly walking back towards the Naoya to fight back, were transported inside Zankio's domain. Those who understood what was happening and could counteract immediately deployed their anti-domain techniques. Naoya glanced at all the Zenin clansmen who had their anti-domain technique activated and snorted. His gaze then moved to Kajinori, who was still hugging him without his domain or anti-domain active. Not going to cancel the sure hit effect of the domain? Not like it will work with what I am going to do. Zankio, deploy a miniature little boy. Cursed energy gathered in the sky as a meter-long nuclear bomb appeared in the air. Let's see if they can remain intact after taking on an attack from the pathetic little me, muttered Naoya and chuckled to himself. Kajinori was the only one who heard what Naoya was speaking, and he sure knew well what little boy could mean. He had seen the power of the real one with his own eyes. A miniature version would still pack more than enough power to decimate everything and everyone within the clan. "Do you really want to do this?" asked Kajinori. "Why, getting cold feet now. If you want, you could strangle my neck right here, right now." "I am in range," replied Naoya and laughed. Kajinori loosened the hug and moved his face away to look at his grandson. And just as he guessed, the boy already had tears in his eyes. "I will say this again. I will fix everything. You don't need to push yourself. I might have been late to act as your grandfather and have started to act like one just recently, but I promise you I won't be one you will ever be ashamed to have as your grandfather. So can I ask you, will you let me take on this burden, Naoya?" Naoya stared at the old man who was smiling warmly at him, and slowly tears started to fall from his eyes. "So much dust," muttered Naoya and wiped the tears as the bomb slowly disintegrated back into cursed energy. Kajinori smiled at Naoya and patted his head. "So much dust," muttered the old man as the domain crumbled and vanished.
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.
Chapter 41, Clan's Cracks. Later that same day, after nearly getting nuked by a 10-year-old, Kajinori let all except the guilty go back. The guilty ones who still had some confessing to do were taken in by Kajinori's bodyguards and were taken somewhere for further questioning. Now the only ones standing in the field were Kajinori and Naobito. Naoya was sent back to his room to rest and reflect on his actions. The father and son remained silent. Naobito kept glancing at Kajinori, wanting to guess what the old man might be thinking. The situation was already quite complex from his standpoint, and Naoya's earlier stunt only made it more complicated. He won't be surprised if every clansman now views him as an enemy. He was worried about how this would affect his standing, but the thing that preoccupied his already worried mind was the gaze that Naoya looked at him with at the end. What was that look? Thought Naobito. He had seen Naoya from quite a young age and had seen various expressions on the kid as well, but the one he saw today was a first for him. But the expression wasn't one he didn't know. The expression he had was one Naobito had seen before. Not recently, but quite a while back. He looked like how big brother Nataka looked at father with that expression, thought Naobito and looked at Kajinori. Naobito. Hearing his name being called out made Naobito snap out of a trance. "Yes, clan head. Call the elders, the administrative folk, and the Hei members except Naoya, of course. We are going to have a clan meeting," said Kajinori in a calm tone. "Oji and Junichi should still be in dash. Are my orders unclear?" asked the old man coldly and gave a side glance to his son. "I will call them immediately," replied Naobito hurriedly as a shiver went down his spine. He could tell. Kajinori was angry. Without speaking another word, Kajinori started walking away but halted midway. "Naobito," called the old man once again. "Yes, clan head. I know that I have no right to say this, but still I guess I need to say it to you. Naoya doesn't have a mother. Don't make him feel like he doesn't have a father as well. He might be strong, but he is still a kid," said Kajinori and walked away. Naobito stood still as his eyes widened a bit. Naoya, who was supposed to be in his room, descended into his shadow and, silently, without informing anyone in the clan, got out of the estate. After what happened, he didn't want to stay in the clan for a while. "I caused quite a big scene back there. We'll need to keep a low profile for a while. Where to go now?" muttered Naoya and walked aimlessly around the town. He first thought of going over to his friend's house, but swiftly dropped that idea. Satoru was out of the question, considering that going to the Gojo clan after the mess he caused might aggravate his clan even more. Izumi would be busy helping his family in the bakery. Misaki's family was going through something, and going there unannounced might be bad. There were other friends from his class as well, but they were not that close for him to drop by their home. While pondering, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Naoya-kun?" Naoya snapped out of the trance and his gaze moved towards the person who called him. "Miyuki-ne-chan?" "Hello," greeted Naoya, recognizing the lady who called him. "Hello, what are you doing here with such a long face?" "Something wrong?" asked Miyuki worriedly. She crouched down to Naoya's level and checked him for any injuries. Seeing the older sister worry so much about him, Naoya strangely felt happy and chuckled. "It's all right, Ne-chan. I am totally fine. I was wait, this ring." said Naoya, but stopped mid-sentence when he saw a ring on Miyuki's hand. Oh, this, said Miyuki as a beaming smile appeared on her face. Toji propose, answered Miyuki with an ecstatic expression on her face. Really? Nisan? Really? I didn't know he had it in him. He went totally on one knee and asked me to marry him. Seeing her so happy, Naoya held back his question of whether Toji was sober while doing that. To him it seemed quite unexpected. Congratulations, Nachan. Hee, thank you. Please take care of me in the future, my little brother-in-law, said Miyuki jokingly. Don't worry. I will do my best. If you want me to beat the crap out of Nii-san, just tell me to do so, replied Naoya assuringly. At that, Miyuki grabbed Naoya by the cheek and pulled it. Now, that's my fiancé you are talking about. And would you really take my side over his? Asked Miyuki. Knowing Nii-san, most probably it will be his fault, replied Naoya with confidence. Ha. Don't be too doubtful of him. He has changed a lot. He even cleans the house and does laundry now. He is becoming too attractive to handle, said Miyuki while she muttered the last part to himself as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Sadly for her, Naoya's senses caught onto what she said at the end, making Naoya look at her with a deadpan look on his face. Anyway, what happened? What are you doing here all alone? Asked Miyuki, snapping out of her thoughts. I was just walking around. Trying to clear my thoughts or something, said Naoya with a soft smile, not wanting to worry his would-be sister-in-law. Miyuki stared at Naoya. He was acting shady like Toji did from time to time. She knew something was going on but couldn't prove it. If he were anything like Toji, he was not going to answer her anyway. What to do? Oh. Got it. Naoya-kun. Are you free right now? Asked Miyuki with a smile. Naoya narrowed his eyes. He could sense that something was going through the lady's head, but didn't know what. Yes. Good. Then would you please help me with shopping for groceries and carry them back home? Asked Miyuki. I can, replied Naoya, deciding to go with the flow for now. Great. Let's go. I will make a feast today. I wanted to celebrate my engagement with someone, cheered Miyuki and grabbed Naoya's hands with gratitude and shook him violently. Affected by the momentum, Naoya was pulled into excitement as well. For a moment, the thoughts that were clouding him earlier vanished. Back at the Zenin Estate clan meeting hall, Kajinori and the rest of the Zenin higher-ups were gathered in the hall. Some were fine, some were injured by Naoya earlier. The ones with the worst injuries were Oji and Junichi, who were in the middle of treatment, but were called because of Kajinori's order. Kajinori, sitting at the center of the entire group, glanced around. There was an odd silence amongst the group. Mako. Yes, clan head. Fix them, ordered Kajinori and pointed towards the injured members of the meeting. Yes, replied Mako and activated his technique. Oji and Junichi immediately used the reversed cursed energy to heal themselves, which was soon followed by the elders. Once they were healed, Mako and the others sat straight and waited for Kajinori to speak. First order of business. A major cleanup of the clan will be done. Jiro, Kaido, Taichi. You three will deal with those who the traitors of the clan are giving information to. Understood, replied the three of them and gave a bow to Kajinori. Second order of business. Every personnel dealing with the sensitive information regarding the clan affairs, dealings, politics, etc. will need to undergo very stringent binding vows. Chojiro, you will be the in charge of coming up with the conditions of the vow. Make it so that no one in the future even thinks to mess with the Zenin clan. I will do so, clan head. Might I ask you to add Naoya-sama to this as well? He came up with a wonderful binding vow today, asked Chojiro with a smile. The way Chojiro called Naoya respectfully was not missed by anyone. All of them eyed the strange man and understood that the political power was shifting once again. Ask him if he is interested in helping the clan. With how everyone acted against him today, I hardly believe that he would be very willing to help the clan, said Kajinori and glared at Oji and Junichi specifically. The elders and most of the Hei members clenched their fists in anger. On that note, the next order of business, Naoya is being promoted to Hei rank 1 effective immediately. The moment he said that, everyone in the room was shocked. Chojiro was expecting him to be ranked higher than him since he surrendered earlier, but he was ranked 1. That was going to cause quite a stir. Clan head, I cannot accept this, complained Junichi. Me too. What is the meaning of this? There is a procedure for how these things happen, added Oji. The remaining people turned towards Naobito, waiting for his response, since he was being outranked by someone too. But Naobito didn't react at all. He was simply silent, observing everything, and maybe lost in thoughts as well. Procedure for these things, like how you two charged at him without any warning, without any hesitation, with the intent to kill? Asked Kajinori. This silenced the two complainers. They indeed jumped on a Hei member while he was doing his duty. Naoya asked for an official duel earlier, after you both were subdued quite easily by him. Considering how badly you two lost and that he could have annihilated you two, along with the entirety of the Zenin clan today, I have decided to assign rank 1 to him. All of them were silent. They didn't know that Naoya nearly dropped a nuclear bomb on them, so hearing Kajinori boast about the kid so much and even unilaterally giving him rank 1 made them angry. Clan head, are you doing favoritism here? Asked Oji. Every member present in the hall looked at Oji with shock. They never expected him to be so direct to Kajinori. I am, replied Kajinori nonchalantly. This made all of them even more shocked. The clan head openly claims to be showing favoritism. That's unfair for the rest of us. What do you think will this set a sentiment for the rest of the clansmen? Asked Oji. Unfair? My favoritism? No. That's not unfair. What's unfair is the clan not supporting a fellow clansman to clean up the traitors of the clan. What's unfair is that the experienced clansmen, instead of guiding the younger generation and protecting them, are trying to kill off these younglings, even directly jumping on the kids to kill them, said Kajinori. That's the way of the Zenin clan, clan head. The strong survive while the weak stay put or perish if they act up. Going after fellow clansmen in such a manner as to humiliate them in front of everyone while trying to hide behind you. That sets a bad image for the clan. Not to mention Naoya, while being a lower-ranked Hei member, dared to disrespect not only the higher-ranked members but also the elders of the clan. That calls for disciplinary action, replied Oji. Going by that logic, should I kill you since you are being disrespectful to me right now? Asked Kajinori as shadows erupted out of him and aimed towards Oji. I was only pointing out what was right for the clan, replied Oji. So did Naoya, replied Kajinori. A vein popped on Oji's forehead. Tell me, what did the kid say that was wrong? Everyone here. Feel free to enlighten me, said Kajinori and retracted his shadows. The hall turned silent. They tried to recall what Naoya said back in the field, but none of them could find words that were actually wrong. He insulted and hurt their pride, sure, but factually speaking, his words were not wrong. That's the Zenin clan's way. I have been hearing these words for quite a long time. Ever since I was young even. When the Zenin clan first came into existence, it didn't have the Zenin clan's way. Back then, the sorcerers gathered together to form a clan to fight back against the curses that were causing havoc in Japan. Being alone, even while being strong, often resulted in death. That helplessness led to sorcerers banding together and forming a clan, started Kajinori. As time passed by, the Zenin clan gained a proper footing and stability. Some more time passed and our clan became famous. Some more time passed and our clan was recognized for the exceptional sorcerers we used to produce. That didn't sit well with other famous clans, and that led to rivalry amongst the sorcerer clans all around Japan. Somewhere since then, this Zenin clan's way came into existence. Being cold to the weak since they tarnished the reputation of the clan in front of the other clans. Being ruthless to the enemies was a necessity, but soon that transformed into the Zenin nature, so much so that even fellow clansmen began scorning one another and seeing each other as adversaries. We slowly turned into a clan only in name. No comradeship with one another. The only reason the clan still exists is that we are not yet to the point of killing one another for our own benefit, or arrogance, or any godforsaken reason. But I guess only I was just deluding myself, said Kajinori. The ways of a clan might change in times of need and war. I won't deny that I myself have not caused such atrocities. But just because me, you, or our ancestors have walked on a wrong path, doesn't mean the next generation needs to do the same as well. A clan, after all, is not a place where even clansmen, much less kids, live in constant fear of getting killed by the ones with whom they live, said Kajinori in a deep voice. The hall was silent. Some gave Kajinori's words a deep thought, some dismissed them altogether. Kajinori knew that would be the case as well. After all, he could not ask people to change their way of life just because he gave a speech. Change takes time after all. We all are the leading figures of the clan. It is our job to keep the clan's esteem high and the clansmen safe. Today might be marked in the clan's history as a shame, but how we change the clan from this point on will be what the future generation of the clan will remember us by. Go on, give this a thought. Meeting dismissed. OG, don't fret too much. Your marriage is on the weekend. Focus on that for now, said Kajinori and stood up before walking out of the room. The rest of them remained seated for a while before, one by one, they too started to walk out as well. Chapter 42, so much for not getting Nachon involved. Back to Naoya. After Miyuki and Naoya were done with their shopping, where even Naoya contributed a bit since he felt bad seeing Miyuki buy extra food to take care of Naoya's appetite. She saw him eat back at the ramen shop, and judging by that, she would need quite a few ingredients to satisfy her little brother-in-law. Knowing that Naoya decided to pay for his portion of the ingredient, but being the responsible adult she was, Miyuki vehemently refused. Truly a wonder, how such a wonderful lady got entangled with Toji. Still, Naoya was stubborn as well and eventually won by using the legendary look, a UFO is flying there technique to distract the gullible sister and pay before she could do anything. By the time she realized that she had been bamboozled, it was already too late. She complained a lot and tried to pay him back, but Naoya refused to take the money. She was already being nice to make food for him. He didn't want to be more of a burden to her. The two of them continued to bicker on their way back, both slightly enjoying the pointless banter as well. Miyuki looked at the little kid carrying more than double the amount of stuff as her and wondered if everyone from Toji's family was a monster. Still, she felt glad that Naoya was finally not mulling over thoughts that she felt were sad. She slowly placed her hand on Naoya's head and ruffled his hair. Since you are refusing to take back your money, I will put in double the effort to make today's feast. It will be the best food you will ever have, said Miyuki with a smile. Naoya looked at his older sister, who was smiling warmly at him. Somehow he felt that her smile was infectious, and a second later he too was smiling. The two soon reached her apartment complex. Once they climbed the stairs and Miyuki opened the door to her apartment, a pair of arms appeared for a moment before they moved towards Miyuki. Without wasting even a second, Naoya dropped the groceries and pulled Miyuki away from the danger that came out of nowhere. His shadow darkened and the wolves were about to emerge and tear through the enemies. Get away from me, dash. Oh, it's you. What the F***ck are you doing here? Asked Toji as he almost pulled out the gun he had hidden behind him. It was just you. Don't surprise me like that, Nii-san, replied Naoya and sighed in relief. He thought they were under attack from someone after his life. Miyuki, who was still behind Naoya, blinked in surprise. She was not even able to register what just happened. A moment ago she was opening the door and saw a pair of arms, and a moment later she was standing behind Naoya, who seemed to be standing in front of her protectively. Wait. What happened just now? Asked Miyuki. Toji looked at her with a confused look and replied. I heard your voice, so I opened the door, said the older Zenin. The lie came way too naturally. What the hell do you mean by that? I was the one who opened the door. I was just standing there a second ago. You sure, Miyuki? You were behind the brat all along. Are you tired? Asked Toji worriedly. Naoya blinked in surprise. How the hell is this man lying without any shift in expression? Huh? No, I wasn't. Was I? Naoya-kun. You tell me, asked Miyuki and turned towards the kid. Toji looked at Naoya as well but signaled a death threat to him. Naoya didn't need to be told twice and looked towards Miyuki. You were there from the start. You were stopped all of a sudden when Nissan opened the door. Maybe you got lightheaded because of the sun. Rest up for a bit, said Naoya. Miyuki looked a bit surprised. Was she really that lightheaded? She pondered for a bit longer before she accepted the boy's words, successfully getting gaslight by the two of them. Toji took the groceries from Miyuki and led her inside to rest. Naoya soon followed, and as the older Zenin closed the door behind them. Once inside, Miyuki lay down to rest a bit. Toji placed a glass of water for her before going away to put away the groceries, and pulled Naoya by the collar alongside him. What the hell are you doing here, you brat? Asked Toji. Hello, replied Naoya and waved at Toji. The older Zenin glared at Naoya before dropping him on the floor. Landing perfectly on his feet, Naoya helped Toji place the groceries. Pretty mean of you to lie to Nachon back there. On that note, congratulations on the engagement, muttered Naoya. Thank you. It's better for her if she doesn't know about this stuff, replied Toji. Then why did you act like that in front of the door? Almost got her involved. Your fault, brat. I smelled someone with blood and gunpowder on them near her. Almost gave me a heart attack. Why the hell are you smelling like blood and gunpowder? Naoya's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that Toji's heavenly restrictions enhanced his senses, but to think that he could even smell blood on him after he changed his clothes. Stuff happened back home, replied Naoya. And? What's that supposed to tell me? Speak clearly. Forget it, said Naoya and continued to place the groceries on the counter for Toji to keep them in place. Toji looked at the kid for a bit, deciding if he should knock some sense into the disrespectful brat, but held back, seeing that the kid was not in the mood. The two Zenins slowly worked in silence without uttering even a word. Miyuki, who was resting, looked at the two brothers and wanted to smack Toji for making all the progress she made with Naoya go down the drain. Once Naoya was done placing all the groceries on the counter, he walked back to the living room and sat down. Thank you for the help, Naoya-kun. You should be thirsty, right? Toji. Get something for him to drink, said Miyuki. Glass there, tap there. Drink water, ordered Toji and kept working with the groceries. Naoya snorted at the over-considerate hospitality. Miyuki popped a vein seeing Toji act like that after she boasted about him. To Naoya earlier. You want more water, Nei-chan? Asked Naoya and picked up her glass from the table. Eh? Ah, okay. Thank you, Naoya-kun, replied Miyuki with a helpless smile. Naoya nodded, brought water for both of them and sat back. Once Toji finished placing the groceries, he came back and sat down beside Miyuki, who punched Toji the moment he sat near her. Toji felt a slight itch and scratched the spot where he was hit, making the lady even more pissed at the tactless man. So? What are you doing here? Any reason? Asked Toji. Don't be rude. He is a guest. I invited him, scolded Miyuki and sat straight as well. Naoya was seriously wondering if this man had the tact to propose. Whatever, not my place to question their relationship, thought Naoya. Guest? What for? I called him over to celebrate our engagement. I promised to make a feast for him, declared Miyuki. Toji looked at Miyuki with a deadpan expression. He needed to warn her more about Naoya and his family background. If a random Zenin bastard were to get a whiff of their place, then it would be bad. Are you so free that you follow her? Asked Toji and turned towards Naoya. Sorry for the random intrusion. She told me she wanted to celebrate. I would leave if you want me to, replied Naoya with a smile. Honestly, right now his situation was probably as bad as Toji's, and he wouldn't be surprised if some of the more zealous people from the clan came after him. He felt happy when Miyuki invited him over warmly, but he would be sad if she were to face danger because of him. Naoya started to stand up when suddenly the table and the floor shook. Both Toji and Naoya looked up and saw Miyuki with bangs covering her eyes. Both could feel a very distinct feeling of intimidation from her. You both hateful bastards. You sit. You shut up, ordered Miyuki. Naoya didn't waste a second and sat back down. Toji followed suit and covered his mouth with his hand. I called him over. You have a problem? Toji shook his head obediently. You need to go somewhere? Naoya shook his head vigorously. Good. Now sit tight and wait. Toji. Entertain him. One more hateful comment and you are sleeping out for a week. Both the Zenin men nodded without complaints, making Miyuki give them one last glare before walking away to the kitchen. That was something, muttered Naoya. Yes. Ain't she hot? Muttered Toji. Naoya looked at his brother and wondered if he heard him correctly. Soon, Toji brought a deck of cards to pass the time with Naoya while Miyuki started cooking. Soon, the smell of food started to waft out of the kitchen and reached Naoya, making the kid excited. He had not eaten anything since morning, which for him was too much of a sacrifice. Miyuki's soft humming came also soothed the atmosphere, making him feel even more relaxed. Here. Show me your cards, yelled Toji. If only he weren't here, thought Naoya, feeling annoyed by the brute. To him, Toji seemed like a black spot on an otherwise beautiful white blank canvas, disturbing his calm with his constant complaining. Here. I win, said Naoya and showed his cards and raked in his winnings. Damn it. How the hell do you keep winning? You cheating? Asked Toji, annoyed. He proposed they play for money, thinking that it would make things more interesting. But to his annoyance, Naoya kept winning. He suspected him of cheating, but Naoya wasn't able to prove it. Naoya wasn't cheating at all. His luck was just too good while Toji's was bad. Suddenly, both his and Toji's senses perked up. Toji stopped his complaints and looked around before his gaze landed on Naoya. Naoya caught his gaze and noticed Toji gesturing towards Miyuki. Naoya gave him the okay, making the older Zenin stand up and walk towards the door. "Miyuki, I am going to get something to drink." "Want something?" asked Toji and put on his shoes. "At this hour? Dinner is almost done." "Just felt like it. "Want to cool my head off after losing so much," replied Toji. "Then get a bottle of cola." "Naoya-kun, you are fine with that, right?" "Yes. Here, Nii-san. After losing that much you won't have much money, right?" "Take this," said Naoya and threw something towards Toji. "What the hell are you talking about?" "I have no. Thanks. I was short." Toji was about to complain, thinking that the brat was making fun of him for being broke, but seeing a gun with a silencer being thrown at him made him stop and accept the weapon with gratitude. Toji pocketed the gun and walked out to deal with the trouble. Naoya wondered who the people who were gathering outside were, and was hoping that they were not here trying to find him. Fortunately or unfortunately, the trouble wasn't there because of Naoya but because of Toji. Because of his dealings with the shady side of society, many were dissatisfied with him and had a grudge against him. Similar episodes had happened in the past, and today was one such episode as well. The only change was that now they somehow had found where he lived. "Am I getting dull?" thought Toji and punched yet another bastard who tried to kill him. These were regular people, something not even worth it for him to use his gun on. The group was lived quite easily by him, and after he made sure that no one else was nearby, he vomited a cursed spirit out of him and stored the dead bodies inside. After storing the spirit back and hiding the traces of the fight, Toji walked away to get the cola like he was told. A few minutes later, two people arrived on bicycles. "I told you to have the tank filled. Because of you, we are late. The others will yell at us now," yelled the one at the back. "Would you shut up? Look around. We are here first." "No one in sight," retorted the other one. They parked the bike and looked around, trying to find their friends, but didn't spot a single soul. "Man, talk about being late. They don't know what punctuality is. Are we sure that we aren't just too late?" The two stared at each other and blinked in surprise. The two remained silent for a while before each of them took out a dagger and headed towards Toji's and Misaki's apartment complex. "Only one way to find if we are too late or not," said one of them and kicked open the flimsy door. Bang. Hearing the door snap open, Miyuki, who was just finishing her dish, jumped up in surprise and came out with a knife and ladle in hand for self-defense. "What happened?" "Who the hell are you two?" asked Miyuki with wariness and moved towards Naoya, trying to hide the kid behind her. "The girl's still here. The man's not in sight though." "They got a kid as well?" "Well, let's get them first. If they don't have the man, then we've got hostages. If they do, well, the woman Indesh." Suddenly, Naoya's figure blurred into existence as he appeared above the two of them and gave a neck chop to both of them, knocking both of them out cold. Thud thud *. "So much for not getting Nachon involved," muttered Naoya in annoyance, wanting to smack Toji. Chapter 43, Fearless Miyuki. "Need something to tie them?" "Nachon, do you have chains or ropes that could be used?" asked Naoya. "Huh? Ropes? Wait. What ropes? What was that? Who are these people? What are you? How did you do that?" asked Miyuki in panic. The scene that she just witnessed was far too much for her to process. Some goons entered her house and were talking about something shady, and out of nowhere, Naoya somehow teleported near the two and knocked the two of them out cold. "Shall we restrain these two first?" asked Naoya with a helpless smile. Miyuki looked unconvinced at the question, but looking at the goons who broke into her home, she sighed and went to find something to tie these two up with. Naoya looked at the men and wondered what Toji did to piss them off, and why he let two of them escape. If he had gone out, then there was no way he would have let these two be free. Wait, these two didn't know whether Nii-san was here or not, meaning he didn't meet them when he went out. They must be part of another group or arrived later than the initial group, thought Naoya. Still, now how do I explain the situation to Miyuki Nachon? Just how long are you going to take to get cola? Thought Naoya and scratched his head in frustration. While he was contemplating, Miyuki came back with the ropes and tried to tie the men herself, but Naoya took them from her and decided to do so himself. Once tied and frisked for any weapons that the two might have, Naoya left the two of them by the entrance and looked towards Miyuki, who was sitting at the table and waiting for Naoya to finish up what he was doing. Naoya sighed and took a seat as well. The two remained silent, neither speaking up first. Miyuki had many questions in her mind, and she didn't know where to start. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she spoke up. "Who are these people?" asked Miyuki. "I don't know. Judging by their words earlier, they had some business with Nii-san. Probably some grudges," replied Naoya. Hearing his answer, Miyuki covered her face with her palms and gave a deep sigh. "Just what is that idiot doing? Messing with these kinds of people," muttered Miyuki. "He is probably as bad as these guys," thought Naoya, but decided to keep his comment to himself. His brother was a killer and might have a lot of bad habits, but he was decent in his eyes. Naoya has seen quite a lot of trashy people in his life, and Toji, by comparison, was much better than they were. "And you? What are you? A ninja? A samurai? Or an alien from another planet that came to conquer Earth? A scion? Wait, is Toji a Saiyan as well?" asked Miyuki. "Why the fixation on science?" thought Naoya. I am just strong because Nii-san taught me. I am no ninja samurai. Unfortunately, not a scion as well," replied Naoya, deciding not to divulge information about the Jujutsu Society to her. In the first place, it was Toji's responsibility to deal with those questions. "Don't give me that. I know something's up with you and Toji." "What is it? I deserve to know?" "I almost got attacked," yelled Miyuki. Suddenly, the front door opened. "I am back," said Toji, and noticed the two bodies fallen on the entrance. His gaze immediately moved to check whether Miyuki was fine or not, and a sigh escaped once he saw her uninjured. The relief vanished in an instant when he noticed the pissed look on her face and the kid face-palming at his bad timing. "I forgot to buy milk," said Toji and tried to close the door. "Toji." "Yes." "Sit." "Yes, ma'am." The older Zenin got inside, closed the door, took off his sandals, stepped on the unconscious men and sat beside Naoya. "What's going on?" whispered Toji and asked Naoya. "You tell us." "They came to find you," replied Naoya. "Smack. What are you two whispering?" The two flinched from the sudden yell and looked at the woman who was seething in anger. "I will say this one, Toji." "Come clean," warned Miyuki. Toji stared at his fiancée, who was looking angry and serious. After contemplating for a while, he sighed and gestured for her to ask her questions. After Miyuki was done with her interrogation, she held her head. She was feeling that a migraine was coming. "So, you two are from a family of magicians," started Miyuki. "Sorcerers to be precise," corrected Naoya. "Naoya here is a sorcerer, but Toji was born with no magic ability and was thus exiled from the family," continued Miyuki. "Cursed energy." Naoya corrected again. "And this idiot decided that the only efficient way of earning money was murder," continued Miyuki. "Assassination," corrected Toji. "You don't get to correct me," yelled Miyuki. Toji looked hurt by that difference in treatment. Why does he not get to correct Miyuki while Naoya does? Anyway, these people come here today to deal with Toji. Probably. Why? Don't know? Probably got their contract or killed someone from their side or something, replied Toji with a shrug. Miyuki looked at Toji with a frown and wondered if he had a few screws loose. "In my defense, I have stopped those activities for quite some time," said Toji. "Really? Since when?" "Just now," asked Miyuki sarcastically. "Since the day I asked you to marry me," replied Toji with a straight face. Miyuki blinked in surprise at the answer, and after a moment, once she finished registering, her face turned crimson from embarrassment. Naoya looked at Toji with astonishment. His brother somehow turned the interrogation into flirting, and it worked as well. Anyway, what are we supposed to do now? You killed some of their guys, right? Isn't this going to be bad? Won't more of them come after them? Asked Miyuki and tried to shift the topic. Don't worry about that. Once they wake up, I will personally ask them where their location is and pay them a visit, replied Toji. Probably change your locations. The walls here are thin, so interrogating them will cause too much commotion. Look for an abandoned factory or building, suggested Naoya. True, maybe I should take them to the area I used to get jobs from. Are you sure? They may have friends and acquaintances there. Naoya pointed out. Miyuki looked at the duo of Zenin men planning to torture and kill people right in front of her and didn't know what to do. She was somehow entangled with some super-powered, super weird and super shady people, and she was going to become family with them too. Are these things so normal for you? Even a kid like Naoya is not bothered by killing stuff, asked Miyuki. You get used to it if you are constantly being targets of assassinations, see curses and people kill other people, or encounter other horrible stuff that happens. Jujutsu sorcerers and the cases involving curses and sorcerers are kept away from the normal populace for a reason. The reality will be too gruesome for normal people. Sharing information about our side is also not allowed, so I will ask you to keep this to yourself, replied Naoya. Wait, assassination attempts? On you? Quite common. So much so I am planning to learn to sleep with one eye open. It is getting quite troublesome lately, replied Naoya. Miyuki looked at Naoya with shock. Despite being a kid, he was on the receiving end of such danger constantly. Why are they after you? You are just a kid. I asked the same thing as well, replied Naoya with a slightly sad tone. He is the clan's ticket to glory. Thus a big target for many in the jujutsu world. Better to nip the bud when it is young after all, replied Toji with a shrug. You don't get to say that. You told me you would do the same if you were ever short on cash, complained Naoya. Huh? Asked Miyuki with shock. She didn't believe Toji to be this bad. Oi, I only meant that as a joke, retorted Toji. Well, it didn't seem like one. Because of your threat last time I have been constantly on edge, complained Naoya. The two Zenins glared at each other. Miyuki was questioning reality itself. Invisible monsters, magicians, government secrets, murderers and assassins. In just a single afternoon she came across quite a lot of things she never even expected to encounter. Anyways, first things first, you two need to find a new place to stay. Toji Nii-san will be fine since he is strong, but I don't want Nei-chan to be in any danger. If today, instead of normal people, sorcerers had come and I was absent. Dealing with these scums can wait, reminded Naoya with seriousness. He might not have known Miyuki for a long time, but he was not going to just wait for such a kind person who welcomed him openly to be in danger. Miyuki blinked in surprise and started thinking. Naoya might be right about changing homes. You don't think I can protect Miyuki? Asked Toji in a slightly annoyed tone. I don't care if you can protect her or not. You won't be with her 24/7, and even if you are, if you were to get overwhelmed by numbers or if she is taken hostage or gets caught up in the middle of it. Not to mention, after knowing our reality, it is entirely up to her if she wants to associate with us anymore. We aren't exactly the safest people to be around, stated Naoya with a slightly dejected tone. At those words, reality struck both Toji and Miyuki. Toji looked at Miyuki with surprise. He didn't even consider if she would even be willing anymore to stay with her, knowing his truth. Miyuki looked surprised herself. She was so caught by the flood of information that she didn't consider what she would do going forward. She thought for a while and stood up and walked up to Naoya. You brat? Are you trying to get rid of your sister-in-law? Too bad. You won't be getting rid of me that easily, teased Miyuki with a smile. Toji and Naoya blinked in surprise, not expecting such a reaction from her. Are you really fine, Miyuki? Asked Toji. What? Want to get rid of me? Asked Miyuki with a glare. No. In fact, I beg you not to leave me. I will make sure that you are safe, sound, and satisfied, replied Toji. Good. And no more shady stuff. Do a normal good people's job. I am the goodest of the good boys out there, said Toji with an innocent face. Miyuki and Naoya looked at him skeptically, making the older Zenin's lips twitch. Miyuki clapped her hands and stood up once again. Anyway, let's finish dinner first. Toji deals with the two of them. We need to pack stuff after that and start house hunting soon. Toji nodded and grabbed the two people who were at the door and took them away to store them somewhere else. While he was gone, Miyuki turned towards Naoya and asked, So you can do magic, right? Sorcery. Same. Show me a trick, asked Miyuki with slight excitement. Naoya blinked in confusion. This sister was probably quite fearless, not fazed by the information she just received. Naoya sighed and decided to entertain her for a while. Chapter 44, Nini. Time skip 5 years. A few years passed by since Naoya encountered those goons at Miyuki's and Toji's place. Quite a lot has happened since then. Mainly, his personal progress has improved quite a lot, and he was officially given special grade status by the Jujutsu HQ. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active. Cursed Energy, 43780 / 43780. STR, 508, plus 261. Dex, 515, plus 265. Vit, 544, plus 243. Int, 501, plus 240. Luck, 340, plus 200. Extra points, 0. Achievements. The stat increase was starting to slow down since grinding was getting difficult, but thanks to the occasional passive increases, he was getting stronger steadily. The milestone rewards were stacking up nicely as well. The increased potential buffs were now stacked at 23, meaning a total of 230% potential increase. This translates to 79 frames per second theoretically, and trapping the foes for 3.3 seconds if they failed to match his frame movement. For the 10 Shadows technique, 2 new Shikagami were added to the roster, the Ox and the Tiger, and just like he had hypothesized, these Shikagami were truly strong. The Piercing Ox, it was just pure brute strength. In terms of physical might, the Ox was stronger than any Shikagami he had. That, combined with the hardening abilities that it got after receiving the potential increase, made it almost too broken. The only thing holding it back from being too broken was that the hardening could not be applied to the whole body at the same time, and that it was initially slow. Though once the Ox started charging, both its speed and power started increasing as well. The scary part was that there was no limit to how fast or how strong it could get. He just needs to keep running. Given such amazing power, the Ox was named suitably as well. Broly. The Funeral Tiger. This Shikigami looked like a simple white tiger, just a tad too big, with very sharp fangs and claws and bloodshot red eyes. The tiger was, in simple terms, an executioner. She can mark a target with cursed energy, and no matter how far away or under how many barriers the target is hiding, it won't escape the tiger's detection. The injuries caused by the tiger won't heal by natural healing or with medicines, even RCT becomes less effective on those wounds. Another terrifying ability that it gained was a 100% defense ignoring move, though it had a downside of causing self-damage if it misses, but the risk was worth it. There was another ability as well, though Naoya was not too keen on using that ability anytime soon. If a Shikigami died, the tiger's overall powers increased. Useful, sure. Needed right now, no. The tiger was named Snow White because, for some weird reason, this executioner wanted a cutesy name. Apart from this, his projection sorcery was now more versatile. Now, instead of freezing his foes in frame, he could make them undergo forced movements when using his technique on them. This was useful in redirecting potential AoE attacks from opponents or making their limbs move in an unexpected direction and causing them cause self-harm. Works well against foes with tougher defenses. Overall, the techniques were progressing nicely. Now only one Shikigami was left to be exorcised, and even though he was confident in exorcising it, the collateral damage that would be caused by it made him delay it for now. Now for the changes around him. The clan was now calmer than before, thanks to Kajinori's reforms and active monitoring. He was now somewhat feared in the clan, but considering that the attacks on him had decreased by quite a lot, it was a good exchange. He was now also given more authority and responsibility in the clan since he became Hey Rank 1 and the captain of the squad. Many were dissatisfied with his sudden promotion at first, but after failing to even graze him, they accepted reality. Naobito, being officially named the next Zenin Clan head, further silenced complaints. The competition was quite close, considering that both Naobito and Oji were quite similar in strength, but Naobito's change in attitude and temperament after the clan meeting that day gave him an edge. Not to mention, Naoya's support was there as well, since many believed that Naobito was made the clan head only because Naoya was too young and once he was of age, the position would be handed to him. At the moment, Naoya had more supporters than Naobito in the family. Many hated him because of what he did that day, but after they had time to think things through, they realized what Naoya did was beneficial to the clan, not to mention that Naoya was an idol amongst the younger generation of the clan. Seeing someone around their age standing at the top of the clan made them feel more excited about their own prospects. Speaking of the clan politics, Junichi was still vying for the position of the clan head, but knew that the opportunity for that wouldn't arrive soon. Oji, on the other hand, was initially very vocal about his displeasure with not being chosen when he was no worse than Naobito. However, once he became a father, then changed. Not because he was turning into a great husband and father, far from that. His firstborns were twins, girls at that. Twins were a taboo for sorcerers, and the orthodox Zenin family gave little favor to girls born in the family. Now, instead of blaming the clan and the clan head, he was blaming his wife and kids for not being chosen as the next clan head. And true to being a big baby, the man made sure that his anger was vented on the kids. Naoya did not have a good impression of his uncle in the first place, but this was taking things too far in his opinion. The clan was not going to step in, considering there was no merit to take sides of the twins, who had very bad potential as sorcerers. Their mother also had abandoned the kids in name, not that Naoya could blame her. She was already suffering too much being the one taking the full brunt of Oji's anger. She was too pitiful herself, and if she cared for the kids even after that, there was a chance that the man could vent his anger on them as well. Not liking the way the kids were being treated, Naoya decided to take responsibility for them. The two were his cousins, so it wasn't going to cause too many issues in the clan if he decided to raise them. Oji didn't mind much as well, considering he didn't want to associate himself with the failures anyway. And just like that, Naoya gained the responsibility of raising the two girls, Maki and Mai. Honestly, apart from having bad talent as sorcerers, the kids had no other flaws. They were cute, laughed beautifully, and brightened the atmosphere in his otherwise dull clan life. Sure, taking care of them was quite tiring, but the feeling of not wanting them to grow like he did made him step up for the cause. Meanwhile, Toji and Miyuki got married. Good for Toji. The two were living happily, with Toji leaving his shady past behind. The man decided that it was time for him to act maturely for his family, and was now working as a model/stunt double/actor. Initially, Naoya was surprised by the career he was in. Stunt double he could understand, but modeling was not something he was expecting Toji to do. Turns out someone scouted him during his stunt double gig, and he agreed to model, considering the pay. Weirdly enough, he was quite a popular model as well. Turns out a lot of girls were fond of his looks. One thing led to another, and he was now a small-time actor in various plays and was about to work in a TV show as well. Toji still didn't like this work much, but it paid well and was clean money too. Something he decided was now his priority. He didn't want to put his family in danger, which has now increased, considering he recently had a son, officially making Naoya an uncle. The kid's name was Megumi, and he was around the same age as Maki and Mai. Truthfully, according to Naoya, the sisters he was raising were cuter than his nephew. The boy was good, but the girls were better. Though, because of his short-sightedness, he mentioned that to Miyuki, and for some reason, the two were now competing over whose kids were better. Spoiler, Naoya's. Leaving that aside, Toji and Miyuki also played a huge role in helping him take care of the kids. Naoya had school and could not look after the two all the time, and leaving them behind at the clan was asking for trouble. Miyuki came to the rescue as she offered to help look after them during his school hours. She was now more than aware of the amazing Zenin upbringing and was more than willing to help Naoya. Naoya readily agreed, though not for free. Zankio, the weapon curse turned Shikagami, was also left behind at their home as well and was told to help with the chores around the house, so that Miyuki was not that burdened with work. Cleaning, laundry, and other such tasks were handled by Zankio, not to mention the security that he provided to them. Even Toji agreed to letting Miyuki help look after the girls, considering the security that the Shikagami provided. And just like that, the time passed for him. Nini. Naoya, who was currently getting ready for school, was suddenly tackled by the two bodies. Seeing the two like that, Naoya smiled at the kids. They were now 2 years old and were able to hold basic conversations. Woke up on your own? Let's get you two ready as well. Naoya then looked at their futon, and as expected there was a giant wet stain. Let's get you two cleaned first, muttered Naoya and sighed. He made a hand sign and rabbits popped out of his shadow. They looked at Naoya for instruction, to which he glanced towards the futon. The rabbits understood their assignment and gave a salute to Naoya and got to work. Once done with his preparations and having the girls ready, Naoya left the clan compound to head straight to the Fushiguros. Chapter 45, Take Me With You. After getting out of the clan area, Naoya looked around to see if anyone was looking at them before scooping Maki and Mai in his hands. "Knee fly?" asked Mai cutely. "Fly fly," cheered Maki. Smiling at their adorable action, Naoya made a hand seal, and his shadow darkened as sparkles, the new came out of it. Strangely, the owl Shikagami had a contraption on his back that seemed to be a seat for the two kids. Placing the two girls in their seats before fastening their seatbelts, Naoya got on top of the owl too and formed a hand seal once again. Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure. Surround your master, conceal his presence. A miniature curtain barrier surrounded Naoya and the new, hiding the Shikagami and the sorcerer from the eyes of other. "Let's go, Sparkles." "Nisan's house," said Naoya, making the Shikami nod and take flight. "Wah!" The girls were excited by the air hitting their faces, opened their mouths playfully to let the air in. Naoya closed their mouth instantly lest the two bite their tongues. "No," chided Naoya. Maki and Mai looked at the fun police with astonishment before the two puffed their cheeks in protest. "Wah!" Maki opened her mouth again, only for Naoya to close it. Even more surprised at the audacity, Maki looked at Naoya with slight displeasure. "No. Maki-chan is bad." "Maki-chan good?" complained the kid. "Mai-chan good?" asked Mai cutely. "Mai-chan is good. She doesn't do bad things when told not to," complimented Naoya. "Maki-chan good," complained Maki, not feeling happy at being called bad, and shut her mouth tightly on her own. "Wow. Such a good girl," cheered Naoya and patted the two girls, making them smile proudly. Seeing the two gullible kids, Naoya smirked. Soon the trio reached the Fushiguro's house, and after dropping the two little girls and playing with the little Megumi for a bit, Naoya departed for school. Though the waterworks from Maki and Mai made him waver to skip today, he resolved his heart. Miyuki looked at the dramatic teen and wondered whether it was important to do this bit daily. "Megumi, Maki, Mai. Naoya will come in the afternoon, don't need to cry," coaxed Misaki, but the girls continued to shed tears. Megumi, on the other hand, looked at Miyuki with betrayal and wondered why he was included when he wasn't crying. Back to Naoya. Currently, Naoya was on his way to his middle school. Today was his last day there, and he wanted to play with his friends for one last time. After this, he would join Jujutsu High and naturally drift apart from them. Arriving in front of his middle school, Naoya looked around, trying to find someone familiar, and immediately noticed a familiar person walking by. "Kajinori. HM? Zenin Clan. Sup." The brown-haired bespectacled boy greeted Naoya and walked towards him. "Sup. So how are you feeling about the last day?" "Who starts like that?" "Kinda bad. I am going to an all-boys high school. My chance at romance is slim," muttered Kajinori in a depressed tone. "Damn, I wasn't thinking about that. Now I am realizing that my chances are slim as well," muttered Naoya, realizing that Jujutsu High has even fewer students compared to normal schools. The two boys sighed when suddenly Kajinori felt an arm wrap around his neck. "What are you two so depressed about?" "Yashitake," replied the depressed Kajinori and told his worries to the blonde boy. Hearing his words, Yashitake joined the depressed duo, and the three started walking towards their class. "So you two are going to the same school?" "Yup. Tadakuni too. What about you? Which school are you going to?" "Don't know. My family is strict and might pull me out to go to some isolated place where people become uptight for the rest of their lives," replied Naoya, lying without even flinching. "Seems sad. Will there be girls at least?" said Yashitake. "Hard to say," replied Naoya. Kajinori patted Naoya's shoulder, feeling that his life might be sadder than his. The three of them entered their class, and Naoya spotted Izumi and Misaki already seated. Seeing the two, Naoya bid his farewell to the other two, who made their way towards Tadakuni, who was already present as well. "Naoya." "Good morning," greeted Izumi with a smile. "Izumi, cut your hair. You are going to be a high schooler now." "Don't remind me of that. I still haven't accepted the reality that you won't be with me in high school. Besides, if I cut my hair, my tattoos and piercing will show," complained Miyamura and clung to Naoya. "Miyamura? What about me?" came a voice. "Huh? Shindu, it's fine," replied Miyamura, instantly changing to a cold look. Gah. It hurts. Miyamura left me. Naoya. I challenge you to a duel. If I win, then I will claim Miyamura's heart, declared Shindu. Idiot. My heart already belongs to Naoya, yelled Miyamura and walked up to Shindao and smacked his head. Default win? Exclaimed Shindu and deflated in defeat. What the hell is actually going on? Muttered Naoya. They are being idiots like usual. So? How is it going? Found the school you will be going to? Asked Misaki. The result isn't there yet. Still, it won't be as fun without you all there, replied Naoya with a sad smile. Oi. Don't be sad. It's not like we won't meet. You know where I live and my number, just give me a call and show up, replied Misaki and smacked her chest proudly. Naoya smiled at that. Misaki and Izumi knew about his jujutsu high ordeal, considering Naoya had to step in because a cursed spirit set up a base at Misaki's home after they had trouble. Her father apparently left his family with a massive debt, and because of that, a lot of negative emotions converged in their home, making it a delectable place for cursed spirits. If not for Misaki consulting him, it might have turned into something bad. Miyamura came to find out since he heard Misaki and Naoya talk about the situation back at her home. Since then, Naoya made sure to instill in them the fact that telling about this to anyone was prohibited. They had troubles at first, though. Knowing their friend was a superpowered person was too much for them to digest. Still, repeated head choppings and forehead flicks whenever it seemed like they might slip up did the job. Misaki-chan is going to become independent, muttered Naoya, and Bear hugged the girl. Oi. What do you mean by independent? Am I someone who needs supervision? Asked Misaki and tried get out of the bear hug. Without me and Izumi around, you would probably go around beating boys and making their lives hell, muttered Naoya. Only if they deserve to, muttered Misaki, not being able to refute the claim. There. Misaki-chan is a good girl. Good girls don't beat others without reason. Ugh. Let go of me. Don't treat me like a child, complained Misaki and tried to push Naoya away. Seeing her futile struggle, Naoya looked at her face and smirked, making the girl even madder. Not wanting to make her angrier, he let go of her and flicked her forehead. Ow. What was that for? Call me if you need help. Don't be shy, okay? Ugh, so clingy. That, my foolish child, is called friendship. Be glad that you are my friend. Humph. It's you who should be glad. I am, though. I am seriously gonna miss you all. Me too, muttered Misaki and looked at Izumi and the rest of the class. What? What is that? Is that demon smiling? Asked Miyamura. Immediately, a fist landed on his head, smacking him hard. Ow. Naoya. Misaki is bullying me, complained Miyamura. You deserved that one. Betrayal. Take it as one last memory beating before high school. I don't want that memory. Silent. Suddenly, a roar silenced all of them as they looked forward only to spot their homeroom teacher already there. The students immediately ran towards their seats and sat down, not wanting to be scolded again. After the closing ceremony was over, the students started leaving. Naoya was gathered together with Izumi and Misaki, who were waiting for their families. Today, they were going out with their families since they were graduating from middle school. Naoya wanted to enjoy with them a bit longer, but decided not to mess with their family time. Once they spotted their families, they bid their farewells to Naoya and went away, leaving Naoya alone. He looked at the crowd of students and parents talking happily, and then looked at his middle school one last time before heading to Fushiguro's home to pick up Maki and Mai. On his way, he stopped by a bakery to get some cakes for everyone there. A sort of small celebration. Soon he arrived at their place and rang the doorbell. Come, came Miyuki's voice. Naoya could hear the footsteps and the door opened an instant later. Greeting him with a warm smile, Miyuki pulled him inside, closed the door and pushed him inside. What's the enthusiasm for? Asked Naoya. Just you wait. Kids. Naoya's home, announced Miyuki, and soon 3 kids came running. Nee, called the kids and unfolded a sheet of paper each. On the paper were some very artistic pictures along with a misspelled congratulations. Same mistake, definitely copied each other, thought Naoya, but still smiled at their actions. Naoya immediately crouched down and smiled at them. For me? Really? Asked Naoya. For you, cheered Mai and Maki and gave their cards to Naoya. Naoya smiled and looked towards Megumi, who acted shyly before coming forward and giving his card as well. Naoya admired each of their cards for a while before pulling the three kids in a hug. "Thank you so much, you three. It's amazing." "Hee hee," laughed the girls while the boy just looked away shyly. Miyuki smiled at the scene and rushed inside to get the camera to capture the moment. After taking some pictures, they went to the kitchen, and Naoya spotted a feast already in the making with Toji working there, wearing an apron that had "Kitchen Daddy" written on it. "Nissan? HM? Congrats on graduation," replied Toji casually before throwing a wrapped present towards Naoya. Easily catching the present, Naoya looked a bit surprised. He wasn't expecting a present. "Can I open it?" "As you wish." "Mimi." "Maki will open," declared Maki and clung to Naoya's leg. "No. Mai will open," declared Mai and clung to his other leg. Naoya looked at the two acting pitifully and smiled. Seeing his smile, the girls smiled as well, only for it to vanish once Naoya opened it on his own while they were still clinging. "My gift," replied Naoya and smirked at the girls, making them pout in defiance. Seeing them like that, Naoya took out the box of pastries from his shadow and handed it to Miyuki. "I brought cake for everyone," said Naoya in a sing-song way. "Cake!" All the kids cheered, even Megumi, who looked at the box in Miyuki's hand with sparkles, immediately losing interest in Naoya's gift. Freed from their grasp, Naoya opened the box and spotted a new pair of sneakers in there. "Like it?" asked Miyuki. "Yes, thank you." "Toji picked them," added Miyuki. Naoya was surprised once again, making him look at the older Zenin, who just snorted and looked away. "Sundara," commented Naoya. "What the hell was that brat?" retorted Toji, ready to fight. Naoya stared at the angry man for a bit before showing a shit-eating grin to him, making Toji clench the ladle a bit too tightly, making it bend. "Toji," called Miyuki with a smile. "Wow, I want some cake." "Let's go to the other room, kids," called Naoya and took plates and forks before rushing out of the room. "Oi! Take me with you," called Toji, only to feel a hand on his shoulder. Chapter 46, Sacrificial Binding Vow. Later that evening, after Toji was thoroughly scolded by Miyuki, the Fushiguros hosted a feast for Naoya's graduation celebration. After partying with them and helping the reluctant Miyuki to clean the dishes, Naoya and the sisters said their goodbyes and left for the Zenin estate. Maki and Mai were already asleep, tired from playing around, and were being carried by Naoya. "Well, today was eventful," muttered Naoya with a soft smile and continued walking. Suddenly his phone buzzed, making Naoya snap out of his thoughts. He made a hand sign as Zankio emerged from his shadow. "Show me who's calling." "All right." Zankio took out the flip phone from Naoya's pocket and opened it, showing that it was Sattoru who was calling him. "Connect it." Zankio followed and placed the phone near Naoya's ear, making him tilt his head and hold the phone in place. Zankio, finished with his task, descended back into the shadows. "Moshi Moshi Satoru Gojo Desu." "Wrong number." "My dear friend Naoya Zenin. What are you doing on this fine day?" "Just ate. Going back home?" "Need something?" "I most certainly do." "What?" "Your time. Tomorrow at noon. Now that you are free from school, let's go on a trip," said Sattoru. "Trip? What do you have in mind?" asked Naoya. Let's go to Okinawa." "In this season?" "Hey. The less the crowd, the more fun we will have. Let's rent a boat and go on a search for the One Piece. I will be the captain. You can be the vice captain. What about Maki and Mai?" "Bring them. They will be the grunts on the ship." "You serious? Whatever, I will ask someone to look after them." "So where should I meet you?" "I will come to your house and kidnap you from there." "Come around noon. I will have to fix up Maki and Mai's situation first." "Okay. My time of goofing around with you is finally coming. Once we start Jujutsu High, we will do even more stuff together," declared Sattoru. "Sounds good. By the way, did your clan agree to go out with me?" "Haha, you are funny. Does anyone in the clan have the guts to stop me?" asked Sattoru. "Your mom." "I swear to God, Naoya, stay away from my mom," threatened Sattoru. Naoya didn't say anything. Satoru's mom was a very beautiful lady. She was his first crush, but once Sattoru revealed that she was his mom, Naoya felt his heart break. He totally thought she was his elder cousin or something. "Sattoru, are you sure you don't want to be my son?" "I will kill you." "Relax. I am kidding. Humph. I will see to that. Bye. Meet you tomorrow. Bye. After ending the call, Naoya let the phone fall into his shadow, only for Zankio to emerge with the phone and put it back into Naoya's pocket. Just like that, he finally reached the clan compound. The servants greeted him as Naoya gave his empty lunch box to them. Ah. No need to prepare one from tomorrow, informed Naoya. Was something wrong with the meal, Naoya-sama? Asked the servant. No, it was great as usual. Today was the final day of middle school. I won't be going from tomorrow. Ah. Understood, replied the servant in realization and sighed in relief that nothing was wrong with the food. I already ate out, so did the girls. We won't need dinner today. Understood, Naoya-sama. The bath is already prepared. Thanks. After putting the girls in their futon and leaving behind Zankio and the wolves as their guards, Naoya went to take a bath. I need to do some packing too. How am I going to convince the kids? Thought Naoya. He had made plans for a trip with Sattoru, and he needed to prepare accordingly. Money wasn't an issue. He was earning thanks to his jujutsu missions and the salary from the clan that he received. Being a member of Hei and their captain at that, the clan paid him pretty well. He also had 1 or 2 business setups in his name that Kajinori passed down to him. The old man had too many personal businesses, separate from the clans, and he had secretly written them to be passed down to Naobito and Naoya in his will. That reminds me, today is, muttered Naoya. Later that night, Naoya slowly made his way to Kajinori's room and knocked on the door. Grandpa? You in? Asked Naoya. Come in. Hearing the reply, Naoya opened the door only to find the old man who looked even older and weaker. So late at night? You were not there for dinner too? Asked Kajinori. Ate out and wasn't hungry. Leaving that aside. Happy birthday, Grandpa! Exclaimed Naoya with a smile and handed the gift to the old man. Huh? My birthday? Today? Asked Kajinori. Yup. The first one to wish you as usual is this one and only Naoya. Haha. I guess it must be today. I don't remember those things much. Don't be like that. You are a 112-year-old birthday boy. If not for your diabetes, I would have brought cake too, said Naoya and sat down near the old man and placed the gift in front of him. Kajinori sat up with a bit of difficulty. Age was finally catching up to him. Naoya helped him sit up as the old man traced the gift with his hands. Thank you, replied the man with a soft wrinkly smile and patted Naoya. Open it. Open it, cheered Naoya with a smile. The old man nodded as shadows emerged from him and started unwrapping the gift. Inside the wrapping, a brand new kimono, along with a new calligraphy set. Kajinori had a hobby of doing calligraphy, and though he had many sets, a new one never hurt, especially one from his grandson. Isn't red too much for an old man like me? Chuckled Kajinori. What are you talking about? Wear this and go for a stroll. 10 out of 10 grannies will definitely check you out and catcall you, replied Naoya with mock shock. Kajinori stared at his grandson before a shadowy fist smacked Naoya. Don't make fun of your elders. What? I am telling the truth, you know. Want me to hit you again? Nope. Anyway? How are you doing these days? How old are you now? Asked Kajinori. I am doing fine. Busy with taking care of the kids and Hei duty. School's finished as of today, so I have some free time. I am 15 now. 15, huh? Around time for you to join Jujutsu High. Where are you going? Tokyo or Kyoto? Don't know. I have not got any news regarding that. Still, there's time, replied Naoya with a shrug. My time is coming too. Stop that depressing talk. What's true is true, people can feel when their deaths are approaching them. Naoya didn't speak. He simply looked down. When the time comes for me to be exorcised with jujutsu, don't hesitate, okay? I cannot do that, Grandpa, not to you. What needs to be done should be done. You all won't be able to take me on if I return as a vengeful cursed spirit, replied Kajinori with a chuckle. Still, that's not something I can do. Why not ask someone else? I don't want to die at someone else's hands. You and Naobito are the only ones. Seeing another one of my kids try to kill me, I don't think I would be able to bear that. That only leaves you, said Kajinori and ruffled Naoya's hair, who was looking down. You are a good and brave kid, Naoya. Because of you, the clan is finally improving a bit. I know that you will become a great sorcerer. Maybe even the strongest one there is. but you need to learn to steel your heart. Tough decisions will always come at you and you cannot always run away from them, said Kajinori. Just because I am strong doesn't mean I don't care about people I love. You are too cruel to ask me to kill you when you yourself can't have your son kill you. There should be another way. No other way, boy. Sorcerers with cursed energy need to be killed with cursed energy, or their immense cursed energy might turn them into vengeful cursed spirits. In my case, I am a special grade sorcerer with too much cursed energy. Too dangerous to be allowed to turn into a cursed spirit. So the cursed energy is the issue. Is there no way to get rid of it permanently? Asked Naoya. No traditional way. One can release cursed energy out of them, but it will generate within them again to permanently get rid of it. I don't think there is a safe way for that. How about a binding vow? Can't you vow to get rid of your energy in exchange for something? If there was such an easy way out, then such a custom of killing sorcerers with cursed energy would not have existed. Vast amounts of cursed energy when it enters the world might give birth to more and stronger cursed spirits and even make the cursed spirits stronger. Just like how the world became different when the Gojo boy was born. The only possible ways are either making me a cursed object and have my cursed energy stored in it, or giving away my energy to another vessel and have them be cursed, explained Kajinori. What do you mean by have them be cursed? If a huge amount of cursed energy is given to someone, there is a high possibility that they will be cursed and can change into a curse. So you are telling me that there is a chance that they won't change to cursed spirits? Asked Naoya hopefully. Small chance. Wait, what are you scheming? Asked Kajinori. Make a binding vow with me. Have your cursed energy transfer to me. I already have a lot of it, so I might not be too affected by it. I am also very lucky. Did you even hear me? You might turn into a cursed spirit. I won't. Trust me. To become a cursed spirit, there is also a factor of having a lot of negative emotions. We won't have that. That only matters when the cursed energy transferred is small. Not as much as mine. Cursed energy is inherently negative. With the amount I have, forget it. Just kill me when the time comes, said Kajinori and used his shadowy arms to push Naoya out of the room. Grandpa? I am warning you, I won't do it or let anyone else exorcise you either. Form a binding vow with me, said Naoya and broke free from the shadows. Brat. When did you get so defiant? Just do as you are told. This is for your own good. Yeah. Killing my own grandpa. So much good for me, snorted Naoya. I swear I will remove you from my will, threatened Kajinori. Use that threat on someone else. I am not nice to you because of your money. TCH. Such a thick-headed kid. Muttered Kajinori and clicked his tongue. Let's set up the binding vow. If it looks like it is failing, we will cancel the vow. Mutual cancellation won't be too bad. Kajinori looked at Naoya and wanted to hit him hard, but the look on the kid's face made him stop. He was looking at him with worry and that wavered him a bit. Naoya, you have a whole life ahead of you, you have to take care of the clan, there is Maki and Mai too, right? True, but I have a 112-year-old man to take care of too, you know. If I know that there was a chance that you could have avoided being killed by someone and had to be exorcised because I was too much of a wuss to do so, I don't think I will ever be able to overcome that regret. Time is a heartless thing. With time you will overcome. Did you overcome Grandma's and Uncle Nataka's loss? Asked Naoya. Kajinori stopped talking as his arms trembled a bit. Sadness started creeping into his mind when suddenly he felt a warm touch on his hand. I too won't be able to. So please, if not for you then for me. And who knows, if this vow works fine, then I will have your energy along with mine. I will be unstoppable, said Naoya with a smile. Kajinori looked at the soft smile on his grandson and sighed, raising his hand. We will cancel the moment it turns dangerous. Hearing those words, Naoya's smile widened. I, Naoya Zenin, vow to take in all of his cursed energy in entirety. I, Kajinori Zenin, vow to give all of my cursed energy in entirety. The cursed energy within both Naoya and Kajinori burst out, sending everything within the room flying. Invisible chains descended upon them and pierced their souls. The cursed energy within Kajinori started leaving his body and moved inside Naoya's, and immediately Naoya felt the surge as well as the pain that came along with it. Ack! A pained expression came on Naoya's face, but he gritted through the pain. Round deer. Naoya's shadow darkened and the deer came out of it and immediately started healing Naoya, making Naoya's expression ease up a bit. "See, it's totally fine," spoke Naoya, but suddenly screamed when he felt the cursed energy within him starting to act up. "Naoya? Let's sto. Shut it. Let me focus," scolded Naoya and tried to stabilize his energy. The rampaging energy calmed down a bit, but he was still being hurt by the energy. At the moment he could not use RCT on his own, and Senzu was his only form of healing at the moment. 10 minutes later. After enduring for 10 minutes, the process finally ended, and Kajinori collapsed from exhaustion. Naoya looked at the old man and tried to help him, but the moment he took a single step, blood came out of his mouth. "Crap," muttered Naoya as he felt pain and exhaustion. He also felt the surrounding cursed energy trying to corrupt his weakened body. The cursed energy he gained was still not stable and was trying to rip him apart. From the accumulated negative energy, the surrounding cursed energy also gathered and tried to curse Naoya. As if Senzu. The deer, on being called, glowed brightly and the surrounding cursed energy got pushed away. Senzu's positive energy was too effective against cursed energy and could even kill a grade 2 spirit in a matter of seconds. Dink. Perform a sacrificial binding vow, 1 point, collect. Survive a sacrificial binding vow, 1 point, collect. Gain 3 cursed techniques, 1 point, collect. "Huh," muttered Naoya before he fell unconscious and made a final set of hand signs. Great Serpent, Funeral Tiger, Rabbit Escape. 3 more sets of Shikagami emerged out of his shadow and surrounded Naoya and Kajinori protectively. Chapter 47, Your Mom Can Tag Along as Well. The next morning, Naoya, who had been knocked unconscious because of the binding vow, slowly started to wake up. "Naoya! Naoya!" Hearing the noise around him, his eyes trembled a bit in frustration. The more conscious he got, the more frustration and pain he felt all over his body. "Ack!" winced Naoya as his eyes opened up. "So much pain," muttered Naoya. What greeted his eyes was the face of a huge green deer that was looking worried sick. "Senzu," muttered Naoya, but the pain in his body made him frown. He touched his mouth and felt hardened blood around it. The same was the case with his nose, ears and eyes. So much blood. Naoya slowly sat up. It was difficult, but it wasn't too bad. He checked his body and could feel that the cursed energy with him was trying to rampage around, hurting him from the inside. With his eyes closed, he took a deep breath and tried to stabilize the rampaging energy, and with Senzu's help, the energy somewhat got under control. He then followed that by slowly releasing the excess energy out of him, but that took a turn for the worse when everything near him was sent flying. Naobito and Kajinori, who were looking at Naoya from the side since the Shikagami prevented anyone from getting close to Naoya, also felt the energy burst, and Kajinori, who was now weaker than ever, was blown away only to be caught by Naobito. "Shit, controls messed up," muttered Naoya with a frown and tried to reel in the energy and control the output. Once it was under control, he started using RCT, which he felt was more difficult to use than before. "Cursed energy control is haywire for now. I will have to master it to control this much energy again," muttered Naoya and looked at his arms, which were coated in a steady flow of cursed energy. In fact, his whole body was oozing cursed energy. He was trying to release most of the energy within him to reach back the manageable level, but the cursed energy was decreasing at a very slow pace. "Have I become a monster or what?" muttered Naoya. System. Dink. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique Active, / Projection Sorcery Active, / Solid Shadow Active. Cursed Energy, 98372 / 102830. STR, 508. Dex, 515. Vit, 544. Int, 570 plus 69. Luck, 340. Extra points, 0. Achievements plus. Naoya stared at the screen in disbelief. First of all, noise. Secondly, WTF, thought Naoya and looked at the amount of cursed energy within him, along with the new curse technique listed on his panel. Grandpa's technique, thought Naoya and looked to the side where Kajinori was standing. "Snow, Mr. Hiss, it's okay. Let them through," said Naoya. The Shikagami who heard the orders let the old men through. Naobito and Kajinori approached Naoya and immediately Kajinori smacked Naoya. You brat. We promised to stop if it got dangerous. You got so weak, muttered Naoya, not even feeling any pain from Kajinori's hit. A vein popped up on Kajinori's wrinkly face. He knew he was weaker than ever now that he had lost his cursed energy. He was now at the level of a normal old man, albeit better trained, but still a normal old man. Would any of you now tell me what happened? Asked Naobito with a frown. He had wanted to ask his father about what happened in his room when he heard the old man shriek out in horror when he woke up in the morning. He rushed towards his room as soon as possible and found the old man being blocked by his son's Shikagami. Grandpa was being all depressing, talking about death and exorcising. We got a crazy idea and mutually decided, with both of us agreeing, without any sort of pressure or threatening or guilt-tripping, that it was an idea worth exploring, said Naoya. With each passing word, Kajinori's blood seemed to boil hotter and hotter. He wanted to ask where this shameless brat learns these kinds of things, but decided to hold himself back. Naoya explained what they did, and by the end of it, Naobito was looking at his father and son as if he were looking at a pair of the world's greatest idiots. Are you going senile? Asked Naobito and looked at his father. Huh. Whoa? Is that how you speak to your father? Asked Naoya with surprise. Kajinori raised his hand to strike his disrespectful son, but no cursed energy gathered. You really lost your cursed energy, said Naobito. Naoya, strike this rude brat, ordered Kajinori. Naoya, who was still sitting, followed the order, and a shadowy hand emerged from his shadow and flicked Naobito hard, sending him flying. Damn. Forgot I can't control my power right now. Did you use my technique? Well, looks like I got a bonus along with your cursed energy, replied Naoya with a shrug. Naobito, who blasted through the wall, came back inside with his forehead bleeding. Senzu, heal my father. The deer nodded and walked towards the old man to heal him. Once done, the deer came back to Naoya and nuzzled with him. He had been on the lookout for the whole night, trying to heal and stabilize its host as much as it could. If not for it, Naoya could have gotten severely injured or even died because of blood loss and rampaging cursed energy. Naoya patted the deer with a smile and looked at the clock hanging in his grandfather's room. I am getting late. I should get going and take a bath. I need to wake up the girls too. Well, Grandpa, Father. I will be seeing you in a few days, stated Naoya and started walking out of the room. Kajinori could no longer see the cursed energy around Naoya, but Naobito did. The energy emitting from Naoya was immense, not to mention the one within him was even more huge. What do you mean by see you in a few days? I am going on a try-**** training journey with Sattoru. We'll return in a few days. Bye-bye, said Naoya and ran away, only to crush the floor below his feet. Sorry about that. Lack of control, said Naoya and now tiptoed out of the room. Naobito and Kajinori saw the kid leave the room awkwardly and remained silent for a while. He was going to say trip, right? Asked Naobito. He most certainly did, replied Kajinori. He is not in condition to be planning to go on a trip, added Naobito. He most certainly isn't, replied Kajinori with a nod. Shouldn't we stop him? Can you? The room fell silent once again, but both of them knew. Letting Naoya move freely at the moment was not an option. He could seriously injure common folks by mistake if he is not able to control his power. Later that day, after almost destroying the entire bathroom while taking a bath, Naoya now stood in front of his room, cursed energy still oozing out of him, with a huge predicament in front of him. Nini! Maki and Mai were crying out loud while being held back by Zankio. They wanted to rush up to him and hug him as they did daily, but because Naoya was unable to control his power, he didn't want to unconsciously hurt the two of them. Bad Zankio! Hate you! Yelled Mai and glared at the Shikagami. Zankio, becoming unexpectedly hated, looked at its contractor. Naoya simply looked away, feeling guilty. Maki-chan, Mai-chan, called Naoya softly and sat down near them, though he made sure that he was a safe distance away from them. Ni-chan is sick and doesn't want to get you too sick as well. Zankio is just following my order. You are good girls, right? Asked Naoya with a smile. The two nodded with tears still in their eyes. Good. Being good girls, will you two please follow my words and stay away from me for a while? Once I am not sick, let's go out for ice cream, said Naoya with a smile. Nini hurt? Asked Mai. Yes. Nini is hurt and sick. I don't want to make you too sick. Knee pain? Asked Maki. Pain? Me? Haha, knee is the strongest. I won't be in pain just from a sickness, said Naoya with a confident smile. Knee amazing. Knee strong. The two kids cheered with delight, making Naoya puff out his chest in pride. Naoya talked with the girls for a while before turning to Zankio. Zankio, take these two to Nachan and Nisan's house. Look after them for a while. I will need time to be back in action, said Naoya. Understood, master. Naoya nodded and summoned sparkles for Zankio and the girls and sent them off. Once they were gone, Naoya looked back at his cursed energy-covered body and then summoned his system. Name, Naoya Zenin. Title, Body Stealer, Possible Zenin Heir, Busiest Middle Schooler, Hey Rank 1, Special Grade Sorcerer, Big Brother, Little Uncle, Hey Captain. Curse Technique, 10 Shadows Technique, Active, / Projection Sorcery, Active, / Solid Shadow, Active. Cursed Energy, 96343/102830. STR, 508. Dex, 515. Vit, 544. Int, 570. Luck, 340. Extra points, 3 + 3. Cursed energy recovery has increased a lot as well. With this level of full body reinforcement active all the time, and still he wasn't feeling drained at all. He carefully took out his phone and speed-dialed Satoru. Yo? Excited for the trip? Asked Satoru with excitement. Yeah, about that. Stop. Don't say another word. I have a bad feeling. Talk after I am done kidnapping you from your place, and we are at Okinawa, said Satoru seriously. I messed up big time, Satoru. Lilicon? Asked Satoru. F***ck no. Then what? Can't go into details because of clan matters, but at the moment I am unable to control my cursed energy and powers. I am destroying things while walking if I am not careful. So? Destroy everything? I don't think it is a big enough reason to drop the trip with your best buddy, replied Satoru. People might get hurt by accident. Let the people go to hell. Satoru. Don't Satoru me, you bastard. I am already done packing. We are going on this trip. You don't know how hard it was to convince Mom to let me go. She was insisting on tagging along as well. Wait, your mom is coming too? Asked Naoya, feeling slightly more inclined to the prospect of letting the people get hurt. Naoya? Forget that. You need training to help you control your power properly. Be right there. I am coming to beat the crap out of you. We will do this trip after that, said Satoru in anger. Yay. I wanted to ask that too. Let's go on the trip later. Your mom can tag along as well, said Naoya happily. I am coming there. Don't you dare run, threatened Satoru and cut off the call. Naoya smiled and flipped the phone shut, only for him to break it by accident. Hey guys. Author here. Wanted your opinion on one thing. How should I categorize Sukuna's, Yuta's, and Gojo's cursed energy levels? I am having issues with that. Sukuna is quantifiable with his finger being counted as increasing his energy with each finger consumed, but what should we set each finger's worth? Sukuna is said to be twice Yuta's level, and Gojo is said to be slightly lower than Yuta's, but by how much should I do it? It would be helpful if you guys could put your thoughts here and let me know what to do with this CE.
Hey there, novel lovers. I know it's not the usual thing, but if you enjoy what you're hearing, please like and subscribe. Okay, shameless plug over. Now, let's get back to the listening.
Chapter 48, Spar with Satoru. Later that day, Satoru arrived at the Zenin estate, ready to pummel Naoya. The servants tried to stop him and inform the clan of his arrival, but Satoru ignored them entirely and headed straight for Naoya's room. I'm here, you ba, what the hell? Satoru yelled, only to freeze the moment he saw the cursed energy pouring out of Naoya. Yo, greeted the young Zenin, but the Gojo heir simply stared at Naoya. What happened to you? What's with this amount of cursed energy? Are you okay? Asked Satoru as he approached Naoya and started checking him out from all directions. Like I told you. Stuff happened, and now I have this much cursed energy that I can't control. I am not like someone who has magic eyes that let them control any amount of energy. Hey, don't feel bad. Not everyone can be as amazing as me. So you are now back to rookie levels of control? Asked Satoru and patted Naoya's head. Naoya smacked his hand away in response, only for Satoru, who didn't have his infinity active, to be blasted into the wall. Ah! My bad. My bad. You okay? Asked Naoya in panic. Satoru got off the wall and looked at his palm, which was now swollen, and looked at Naoya with disbelief. F***ck rookie, your control is worse than that. Shut off your reinforcement, complained Satoru and showed his hand to Naoya. Naoya in turn summoned Senzu to heal the white-haired boy inside. If I did that, then the cursed energy would start damaging me from the inside. It is acting very aggressively, and I have no passive control over it at the moment. I am trying to expel it as much as possible, but it is a very slow process. Muttered Satoru and checked Naoya carefully with his 6 eyes. Damn, it's way too messed up inside you, and this is not your energy entirely either. Something is mixed in with yours. Concluded Satoru. I will be fine, right? Asked Naoya, wondering if his decision to help his grandpa was correct or not. You should be fine. The cursed energy is slowly matching your wavelength, but the rate is slow. Better expel a lot of it and have it be generated within you naturally again. I have the perfect idea how to do that, said Satoru with a smile. Naoya looked at the excited smile on Satoru's face and smiled back. We beat the crap out of each other? Asked Naoya. We beat the crap out of each other? Replied Satoru. The two of them chuckled at their ideas and suddenly looked towards the room's door. Satoru Gojo, spoke Nobito seriously. He arrived as soon as possible once the servants relayed the news to him. Sup, uncle? Long see no time? Greeted Satoru with a smile. Nobito was already feeling his blood pressure rising. Father, can we borrow a training ground, possibly one quite far away from the clan and the clansmen? Asked Naoya. Why? We were planning to have a spar. You won't like the estate or the people to be caught up in our fight, would you? Asked Satoru with a smile. Nobito looked at Naoya, wondering if this was true, to which Naoya nodded and stood up as well. Satoru said that it would be better for me to have this excess energy expelled first. I need to learn to control it as well. Where would I find a more durable dummy than this guy? Replied Naoya and slapped Satoru's back, only for his hand to be stopped by Satoru's infinity. Dummy? Me? I will show you within minutes who out of the two of us is the real dummy, replied Satoru with a smirk. Both of them glared at each other. Their competitive spirits were rising by the moment. Nobito looked at the scene in front of him and wondered how to make sure that this confrontation would be discreet. Whom am I kidding? 2 special grade hot-headed kids, it will cause quite a lot of disturbance, thought Nobito and face-bombed. Both of you. Make sure you two don't destroy the estate. No promises. I don't have control right now, stated Naoya. Restraint? Me? You know me well enough to know that is not my strong suit, said Satoru. Nobito had veins pop up on his forehead. He wanted to give a piece of his mind to the 2 kids, but knew well that either of the kids was stronger than him. How bad is the future going to be for kids this young to be so strong? Thought Nobito. I will raise the curtain now. Father, please move away for your safety, said Naoya. Once Nobito was far away from their location, Naoya erected the curtain barrier and strengthened it as much as he could. This is great. Our first fight with curse techniques included as well. This time it is your turn to be defeated, said Satoru. The two of them had fought before, but at that time they had limited themselves to the use of cursed energy and not their techniques, and without his broken technique, Satoru was defeated by Naoya. Turns out, fighting someone who has been on a constant beating session from someone like Toji, and has survived those as well, was quite an unfavorable scenario. Satoru knew that firsthand. So? What all is allowed? Cursed energy, cursed technique, cursed tools? Asked Naoya. No tools. Our goal here is to make you expend as much energy as you can. I don't want to break your cursed tools because of our serious fight. Let's limit ourselves to our techniques only, said Satoru. Naoya stretched his body and nodded. He knew that apart from his inverted spear of heaven, no other cursed tool would work on Satoru anyway, and he was not in the mood to reveal it just yet. Not to mention, for now his priority was to get back control of his energy and test out his new technique. Satoru was done stretching as well and took off his glasses. No holding back from here on, Naoya, said Satoru. No fatal attacks though, added Naoya. Obviously. Though I hardly believe that without the intention to kill you would be able to even touch me, said Satoru. What do you know? I was thinking the same thing. Heh. Being the great Satoru Gojo, I give the first move to you, said Satoru and gestured for Naoya to attack. Alright. Let me check out some new stuff. Curse technique, solid shadow. New Shikagami? Asked Satoru. Naoya didn't respond. The shadows around him gathered, and with a single gesture, the massive shadows launched towards Satoru. Black wave. The shadows crashed into Satoru, destroying everything in their way, though Naoya could feel that the shadows near Satoru were stopped while the rest of them continued to raze through everything in their path. Naoya deactivated the technique, and as he expected, Satoru stood unscathed and admired the destruction caused by Naoya's technique. Wow. A new shadow attack. Too bad. Doesn't touch me, replied Satoru. He then proceeded to raise his hand as a floating mass of blue cursed energy gathered in his hand. Curse technique lapse blue. Naoya stared at the massive ball of cursed energy that attracted everything towards itself and used his technique as well. Shadows near his feet gripped onto him and merged with the land, making Naoya counter the attractive force from blue. Acting tough? Take this, exclaimed Satoru and launched blue at Naoya. The moment Satoru launched blue at Naoya, the Zenin in question blurred from his spot using the projection sorcery, and was already standing in front of Satoru. Solid Shadow Crush. The massive shadows released from Naoya's hands surrounded Satoru and trapped him within a jet-black, shadowy barrier. Naoya then proceeded to crush Satoru within the barrier by making it smaller and smaller. Satoru, on the inside, saw the barrier trying to crush him and used his infinity to blow the barrier away, only to see that the shadows weren't budging an inch. Naoya, on the outside, felt his barrier being pushed away and increased the force with which he was crushing the man inside. The solid shadows technique was, as they were named, just solidified shadows. Naoya's shadows, though, were different, and now he had mixed his shadows in this new technique. Once enclosed completely, the entire space occupied by the shadow's boundary became part of the shadow dimension, and in the shadow dimension there was no concept of space, meaning the outside was isolated from the inside. Satoru, who was manipulating the remaining space within the barrier, could not do so for the space outside the shadows because the shadows separated them. With enough power, the boundary could be broken, but because of the potential increases from Naoya and his own cursed energy that was overflowing into the barrier, it was quite difficult for it to be broken down now. Naoya knew quite well that Satoru's spatial techniques wouldn't push away the shadow barrier. He had worked quite some time on finding a potential way to neutralize Satoru if he were to be Meijin Vegetaed in some way. One such way was dragging him into his shadows, but now that he had this new technique, he could mimic the effect of his shadows. It could be broken, but it won't be that easy. Both of the special grades continued to push each other's techniques away, but nothing significant was happening at all. Though Satoru was at a disadvantage here because he had limited air inside the shadow barrier. Just like that, within half an hour, Naoya felt his shadows budge in, and soon the shadows took the shape of Satoru, fallen on the ground. Naoya deactivated his technique and indeed the boy was knocked unconscious. "CK!" yelled Satoru and in his excitement punched Naoya as hard as he could. The moment his fist touched Naoya, Satoru messed up. Already expecting such a move from Satoru, Naoya was not surprised at all and let the boy punch him. The moment his fist connected, Naoya activated his projection sorcery and Satoru got trapped in a frame. Naoya immediately took a stance and stared at the frozen frame before punching the frozen boy away with as much restraint as he possibly could at that moment. In the frames, all active techniques ceased to work, meaning that no infinity barrier would stop Naoya's blow from connecting. Once the fist connected, Satoru's body flew away at a rapid pace, crashing through several trees and destroying anything that came in Satoru's way. The boy himself was coughing up blood. Despite Naoya's restraint, he was not able to hold back enough because of the rampant cursed energy within him, and Satoru was not durable enough to remain unscathed. "Shit! I hit him too hard," muttered Naoya. At this point in time, Satoru didn't know RCT, so the injuries were going to remain until Naoya heals him. "You okay, Satoru?" asked Naoya with concern. Satoru, who had his infinity reactivated, was lying in the middle of debris and was looking at the sky with a pained look on his face. "Am I okay?" he asks. "Who the hell does so after hitting like that?" complained Satoru and lifted his shirt to see the ugly bruise where Naoya struck him. "A few ribs probably cracked," muttered Satoru and stood back up. He looked at Naoya, who was quite far away, though thanks to 6 eyes, he could see him clearly. The bastard is genuinely worried. What the hell is with techniques? It seems to be tailor-made to counter mine. Is that how it worked in ancient times? Muttered Satoru. Come on dude, you are Satoru Gojo. You can do it. Reverse curse technique activate, yelled Satoru and tried to use RCT. Nothing happened. Naoya was now walking towards Satoru with worry. He was now able to see the bruise where he struck him and the blood coming out of Satoru's mouth as well. What the hell are you doing? Lie down, yelled Naoya and called out Senzu to heal Satoru. Who the hell hits their best friend like that? Asked Satoru in anger and smacked Naoya. Naoya tried to strike back but was blocked by the infinity. Heh. Let me touch you, Satoru. My Naoya wanna bad touch me. Kaya, replied Satoru. I will release the infinity. I will bad touch the hell out of you, said Naoya with seriousness. No. No touching until the 3rd date. The two argued with each other for a while. Senzu, who had already healed Satoru, got back into the shadows, not wanting to stay for the boys' banter. After a while, once they were done arguing, the two started fighting once again, though now that both of them knew about each other's tricks, none of them was getting caught off guard, and neither of them was getting damaged. Satoru kept a distance from Naoya and refused to straight-up punch him. Naoya tried to trap Satoru, who kept running away the moment he tried to capture him. He was faster than Satoru, sure, but Satoru himself was fast enough to dodge before he could be fully trapped, or could just take control of a large amount of space before Naoya could bind him within the shadow barrier. Just like that, the night arrived and Naoya's reserves were finally in manageable levels, which made the perfect time for them to stop. I never knew fighting with my technique could be this boring, said Satoru and looked at Naoya with annoyance. Tell me about it. I mean, just fight me without your infinity active. It would have been over a lot sooner if you were manly enough to take me on. Huh? Are you suspecting my manhood? You are the last person who should be suspecting me. You have seen it multiple times, yelled Satoru back. Not by my choice. You still saw it. You have seen mine too. And you did that intentionally. I totally did. I thought I would be humbling you. Hearing that, Naoya blinked in surprise and then smirked. And? Who got humbled? Damn it, yelled Satoru and stomped his feet angrily on the ground. Chapter 49, Daddy. 2 weeks passed by since Satoru and Naoya had their spar. It took a week for Naoya to adapt to his new levels of cursed energy and get it under control, and once it was under control, Satoru dragged Naoya to Okinawa along with him for the promised trip. After 1 week of vacation, the two boys were now returning while riding on Sparkles. So how are we splitting the loot? Asked Satoru. Well, first of all, we will divide it in half, after that you will pay the locker and handling charges. While they were on vacation, the two did rent a boat and went in search of One Piece, and by some obscure luck, they indeed found a treasure buried deep within the ocean. Satoru, with his 6 eyes, said that he could see some weird cursed energy at the bottom of the ocean and then dragged his vice-captain along with him to check out the oddity. At the bottom there was a barrier of cursed energy protecting something, and a cursed tool that was sustaining the barrier. Probably a sorcerer from ancient times stashed their treasure there and died somewhere without retrieving or passing on the whereabouts to someone. Welp, finders keepers. What do you mean by locker and handling fees? I found it, complained Satoru. Hey. Capitalism. You pay me for my services, replied Naoya. Then I demand the extra payment for my service of finding the treasure. I brought it to the surface. I could have done that too. Should have thought so before dropping the task on me. 50-50, final offer. 50-50 and you call me daddy, negotiated Naoya. Huh? No way. It is clear that I am the daddy in our relationship, retorted Satoru. Since when? Last I remember, it was me who hooped my son's ass, son. You only did that because of your hacks technique and caught me off guard. That's how daddies work. They know ways to whoop their son's ass. If you have an issue though, we can go 60-40. Ugh. Fine. I just have to call you daddy, right? Yup. All right. Daddy. Now give me my share. Naoya immediately smacked Satoru, who had conveniently deactivated his infinity. Is that how you talk to your father, you ungrateful brat? Satoru stared at Naoya in disbelief, shocked by the sheer audacity on display. Suddenly, Satoru smirked and clung to Naoya. Daddy, hit me harder. I have been a bad boy, said Satoru in a sweet voice. A shiver went down Naoya's spine, and without any hesitation, Naoya kicked Satoru off the Shikagami. Stay away, you creep, yelled Naoya. Satoru, floating in the air, laughed out loud at Naoya's reaction and immediately flew and clung onto Naoya. After a while, the two finally arrived at the Gojo clan. Well, we are here. Should I drop the luggage here? Asked Naoya. Huh? Cut the nonsense. Come inside. Have a meal before you go, said Satoru. Don't mind the formality, I should go and meet the kids. They should be missing me by now. Satoru pushed Naoya towards the clan gates, forcing him to come with him. Just come, you little. It's no issue at all. You are practically family, said Satoru. What do you mean practically? I am your father. Yeah, let's go in, Daddy, said Satoru and stopped pushing Naoya. What is this daddy talk? A new voice joined the conversation, making the two boys stop and look towards the person who spoke. I am back, Mom, greeted Satoru. Good afternoon, Ruriko-san, greeted Naoya with a smile. The person in question was Ruriko Gojo, Satoru's mom. The lady smiled gently at Naoya, making his heart flutter seeing the lady smile. Satoru, what is all this? How did you get this tanned? Did you not use sunscreen? Asked Ruriko with a frown and checked Satoru from every corner. Meh, real men don't use those flimsy creams, declared Satoru. Ruriko stared in disbelief before turning towards Naoya, who too was tanned. You too, Naoya-kun? Asked Ruriko. Well, ha, replied Naoya and laughed awkwardly. Humph. Like father, like son, stated Satoru and clung his arm around Naoya. What is this father-son stuff? Asked Ruriko curiously. Well, long story short. The two of us had a deal and now I have to call him Daddy, replied Satoru and sighed. Ruriko looked at the two boys and wondered what was wrong with the two of them. Seriously, you boys, I am glad that you two are good friends, but still, muttered Ruriko and sighed. She then looked back at them and saw Satoru smiling brightly while arguing with Naoya, and gave a soft smile as well. Seeing her son enjoying a genuine friendship was nice, considering the environment that they live in. Naoya, who was arguing, suddenly felt his arm being held and turned around to see that Ruriko was the one holding it. Well, since you are the new daddy, then am I the mommy here? Or is it Dash? Before she could even finish her sentence, Naoya had already clasped her hand. Ruriko-san is enough for me, replied Naoya with a smile. Oh my, such a flirt, are you fine with an old lady like me? Asked Ruriko. No matter from what angle I see you, I don't see an old lady at all. If I didn't know better, then I would have thought that you are Satoru's sister or cousin, replied Naoya and slowly moved his other hand to grasp Ruriko's other hand. My, so much flattery, said Ruriko as a faint blush adorned her cheeks. She was just messing around with Naoya, knowing that the boy had a crush on her, but hearing the praise from him still made her feel giddy. Satoru stared at his daddy and mommy and gave a sagely nod. He took a stance and without any warning punched Naoya in the gut with full force, pushing Naoya away from Ruriko. Mom? Don't play around with my friend like that. He might take this seriously, complained Satoru. Naoya, on the other hand, glared at his son and wondered why this ungrateful brat could not let him live in happiness. Fufufu, I was just messing around a bit, replied Ruriko and looked at the fallen Naoya, giving him a playful wink. Naoya's heart took critical damage, and he wondered if he should confess. Before he could spiral further, both he and Satoru sensed incoming cursed energy. The two turned towards the source and noticed two bird Shikagami flying towards them. What are those? Asked Satoru. Don't know. Should we attack? Asked Naoya. Probably a message from the Jujutsu division. No need to panic, explained Ruriko. The birds flew closer and soon one of them perched on Satoru's shoulder while the other one perched on Naoya's. Messages for us? Asked Satoru. Jujutsu high news? Asked Naoya. They then noticed a piece of paper wrapped around the Shikagami's feet. They untangled it and opened the paper, only to find it empty. Though a moment later, the Shikagami birds pecked on the paper, and words started to appear on the paper. They could have just sent a letter by post, muttered Naoya. Well, the higher-ups like to be fancy and shit, replied Satoru and immediately got smacked by Ruriko. What sort of language is that? Asked Ruriko in anger. Not in front of Naoya, complained Satoru. Don't mind me. Smack him again, said Naoya and gestured for Ruriko to continue. You bastard, yelled Satoru and immediately got smacked again. Seeing that, Naoya smirked, making Satoru glare at the Zenin. The Shikagami then flew away, signaling that their job was done. The two boys looked at their letters and went through them. Naoya then snatched Satoru's letter, handed it to him and went through it. What the F***ck? Yelled both the boys simultaneously. Surprised by the sudden outburst, Ruriko looked at the two with confusion before deciding to peek into their letters and soon realized why the two acted like that. I am going to storm the HQ, said Satoru in anger. Oi! Don't be stupid, said Naoya and held Satoru back. Let me go, Naoya. I have to give those old bastards a piece of my mind. How dare they? How dare they ruin my perfect high school life? Tell you what. You come as well. Let's turn that place upside down. How dare they separate the two of us, yelled Satoru. The letters that the two of them received were their invitation letters to the Jujutsu High. It wasn't surprising since the two were expecting the news to come any time anyway. What the two didn't expect was that they would be sent to different locations. Satoru was allotted the Tokyo branch while Naoya was given the Kyoto branch. This totally messed up their plans to have fun together in high school. Let's not take aggressive actions from the start. Let's make a request first, and if they make up some nonsense, then we will see what we should do, advised Naoya. What is there to discuss? I will destroy them. Separating the two of us just for their politics. I will not forgive them. Naoya didn't say anything. He knew that politics might be a major part of why the two of them were separated. It wasn't a secret that the two of them were great friends, and this threatened the higher-ups greatly. If the possible heir of the Gojo and Zenin clan, who were special grade sorcerers as well, were to end their clan rivalry, then the political power would shift a lot. Ruriko looked worriedly at the boys. Though on the inside she was cursing the higher-ups for messing with the boys. She knew politics was a package deal that came with being part of the big three clans, but she still hated seeing the two boys suffer because of that. Should we use clan pressure? Muttered Ruriko. Naoya and Satoru heard the murmur and looked at Ruriko with surprise. Mom's taking our side? Such decisiveness. As expected of Mommy. Satoru looked at Naoya and wondered why he was friends with such a guy. Chapter 50, Visit to the HQ. After dropping the idea to storm the Jujutsu HQ that day, on Ruriko's advice, who just told them to go tomorrow after doing some proper planning. After having lunch together with Satoru and Ruriko, Naoya bid them farewell and made plans to meet with Satoru the next day. After that, he went to the Fushiguro's residence to pick up Maki, Mai, and Zankio while passing on the souvenirs he brought for them. Megumi got an octopus onesei, Maki got a shark onesei, and Mai got a dolphin onesei. Originally, the shark one was for Megumi, but Maki smacked the kid, snatched his and gave him hers. Megumi looked at his aunt with anger since he would have given her the onesei if she had asked him nicely, and started crying and fighting against Maki. If not for Naoya stopping them, Megumi would have been beaten brutally by the physical monster girl. He then had to pamper his nephew for a while to calm the kid down and secretly give him some sweets to make the kid feel better. From that day, Naoya made a mental note not to buy different things for the kids as souvenirs. Well, coming to Miyuki, she got a local jewelry piece, while Toji got liquor. The man was happy with that. Just like that, the day passed. Right now, Naoya was dropping the kids off at Toji's place and was preparing for the confrontation at the Jujutsu HQ. Toji, who was leaving for work, said goodbye to Miyuki while the kids were busy with Naoya. The two Zenin men walked together and Toji asked, "Why the serious face?" "I am probably going to have a confrontation with the higher-ups at the Jujutsu HQ. Such a massive bomb drop. What did those F***ers do to earn them such honor?" asked Toji. "You know Satoru, right? Ah, the highest bounty sorcerer at the moment. Of course. Do you really remember people by their bounties? Only men, women though. I will tell Nachan. You want to die? Well, back to the issue, the two of us are going to the Jujutsu High this year, but both of us are assigned to different branches. We suspect political pressure and are going to ask them to assign us to the same branch. The issue is, Satoru is probably gonna wreck things up if things go in our favor, which by extension will reel me in as well," said Naoya. Toji stared at Naoya for a while wondering if the kid was serious or not. "Are both of you all right in the head?" asked Toji. "What do you mean by that?" You do realize that what you both are planning to do is absolutely childish. Just because you two are going to different schools, you are going to attack the Jujutsu HQ. See, I don't give a damn about Sorcerers or Jujutsu Division, but still this is just insane, said Toji. Hey, I am just asking them to reconsider our placement. It's Sattoru who will be attacking them. Well, if that's what you both are gonna do, then do it. Just make sure it won't bite my family in the butt. It will set a bad image of you to the higher-ups though, so keep that in mind, said Toji with a shrug. Naoya fell silent and thought for a while. Toji's point made sense after all. If they acted based on what Sattoru said, then they would be acting just like how Maki and Megumi did in the morning. Like immature little kids. The two parted ways midway and Naoya headed to the Kagura Barrier District, the place where the HQ was located. Outside the district's entrance, Sattoru was waiting with his hand in his pocket while various sorcerers and non-sorcerers were checking him out, wondering why the Gojo clan heir was heir. Yo! Greeted Sattoru, noticing Naoya approaching him. The crowd looked towards the newcomer and became even more surprised, seeing the Zenin Clan's special grade sorcerer being there as well and acting friendly with Satoru Gojo. The two ignored the surprised looks and made their way to the HQ. Satoru, promise me you won't escalate things if they don't go your way. Naoya, you know I can't promise that. Satoru, think for a second, if we attack them we are gonna make enemies of the Jujutsu Division, just because they didn't allot us the same schools. That's not quite the deal to make these many enemies for. It is not me making them my enemy. It's they who will make me their enemy, replied Satoru. Naoya looked at Satoru and wondered where his son got so much confidence from after getting his ass handed to him constantly. Naoya, you are acting suspiciously. Do you not want to spend the rest of our high school lives together? Asked Satoru. The nearby people who were eavesdropping on the conversation between the two special grades looked at them with shock. The two special grades were involved in a forbidden relationship. Why are you making it weird? Of course I do, but, well, let's just talk it out with them first. Who knows, they might even approve our request. Humph. Avoiding answering. Are you planning to cheat on me? Asked Satoru and got smacked by Naoya. The two arrived at the HQ and headed to the reception, where the sorcerer working was already sweating from the pressure. Seeing the big shots from two of the three great clans coming here together, and with the two being special grade sorcerers as well, was too much for someone like him. What can I help you with, Gojo-sama, Zenin-sama? Asked the receptionist hesitantly. We want to have a talk with the one who handles Jujutsu High Admission and raise a request to them, said Naoya with a smile, while Satoru was standing beside Naoya in the most threatening manner he possibly could, trying to intimidate the people there. Naoya so wanted to act like he didn't know the idiot beside him, but it was probably too late for that. Let me check, replied the receptionist and went somewhere. After 10 minutes, the man came back and looked at the two of them with a sheepish gaze. I will lead you two to the waiting area. Huh? You are going to make us watch? Sure. Lead the way, replied Naoya and covered Satoru's mouth and dragged him along. The two got seated and were served tea by the same man who walked out of the room and let the two talk among themselves. Naoya partially summoned Senzu and used its power to purify the tea of any possible poisons. The dear Shikagami was now very versatile and was capable of purifying things as well. Satoru and Naoya sipped and drank in silence, neither speaking anything, simply enjoying the tea. The tea is nice. It really is. Fragrant as well. So, my good friend Naoya? Yes, my good friend Satoru. The two boys smiled at each other. Why the hell are you stopping me from doing my thing? Asked Satoru with the smile not leaving his face. We are here to get things done. Don't wreck them apart. Think rationally for a bit. Rationality is for the weak. Strong people are irrational. You are just an idiot. How dare you call the greatest mind of the century an idiot? Like this. Idiot. The two were about to argue when the door opened, and a serious-looking lady entered the room. More importantly, the lady had a huge personality. Both Satoru and Naoya got speechless at her entry, and Satoru immediately looked towards Naoya. Naoya in turn was looking back at him. You saw that? Thought Satoru. How could I not? Thought Naoya. Are they trying a honey trap on us? Thought Satoru. It is working, thought Naoya. The two didn't speak any words but were somehow able to understand what the other one was saying. Greeting, Gojo-sama, Zenin-sama. I am Yui Nanes from the Jujutsu High Department. You wanted to have a meeting? Asked the lady and gave a curt bow. Jiggle. Naoya and Satoru got momentarily tranced but soon returned to the bow. Greeting, Nane-san. I am Naoya Zenin and he is Satoru Gojo. I am aware. So what is the issue that you two might have? I believe that you two must have got the letters of admission yesterday, asked the lady as she took a seat. The two boys took their seats as well and Satoru spoke up. We got them, but the issue is that you allotted us different branches. I want you to put both of us in the same branch. We would like to attend the same school, said Satoru in a slightly authoritative tone. I see, muttered the lady and looked at the boys for a while. Satoru was trying to be superior while Naoya was just looking at her neutrally. That would be a difficult request to approve, replied Yui. Really, you just have to shift one of the students from one of the branches and put one of us there. That's it, replied Satoru. The school hasn't even started yet. I don't see it being a problem, added Naoya. Yui gave a nod and started rummaging through the documents in the file that she brought. She then placed some documents on the table and slid them towards Naoya and Satoru. What are these? Asked Satoru while Naoya started going through them. These here are the reports regarding the cursed spirits-related events happening all around Japan. If you both go through them, you will notice that the incidents involving semi-grade 1 and grade 1 curses are increasing and have spread across the country as well, said Yui. Naoya went through the documents while Satoru waited for Yui to continue. Frankly speaking, we don't have enough capable manpower to handle the number of cases. The number of grade 1 and special grade 1 sorcerers is simply not enough to be spread out to manage the cases. Semi-grade 1 sorcerers and below can group up and help deal with the grade 1 and semi-grade 1 spirits, but that will be neglecting the other lower-ranked cursed spirits, explained Yui. That's where you two special grade sorcerers come in. You two might just be high schoolers, but in terms of prowess, you both are cut far above the other sorcerers, said Yui. Hearing the praise, Gojo smirked, while Naoya narrowed his eyes. It seemed like things were getting more serious than he had initially imagined. Placing the two of you in the same location will limit our ability to mobilize you two. If we have a special grade sorcerer at the two prime locations, our action speed will be increased quite a lot. You two might be high schoolers, but you are also sorcerers. Your first responsibility is to make sure that the threats from the cursed spirit are minimized, said Yui. The two turned silent. The HQ using logic against them was not something the two were expecting. Naoya placed the documents on the table and asked, You are saying this, but I know for sure that there is another special grade sorcerer currently active in Kyoto Jujutsu High. You are referring to Yuki Tsukumo-sama. Yes, she is currently in Kyoto Jujutsu High and will be in her final year this year, but she has clearly expressed that after graduation, she will be moving separately and won't take missions from us. It is regrettable, but we cannot interfere in this, replied Yui. Naoya looked at Yui for a while, trying to gauge if she was telling the truth or not. It will somehow work out. Just because jujutsu work is important, you don't expect to ruin our high school life, right? Asked Satoru. Certainly, while you two are sorcerers, you two still have the right to enjoy your high school life. But does that mean that you two can only enjoy it if you two are in the same school? Looking at you two, seeing how the two of you came all this way to ask us to change the allotment, your friendship is certainly strong. I don't think it will change just because you two will be in different schools. Enjoying high school also means making new friends and having fun with them. Not to mention being sorcerers, you two will get many chances to work together during missions. I will personally make sure that you two get assigned on a mission together whenever possible, said Yui with a smile. Satoru and Naoya turned silent and looked at each other, not knowing what to say to that. I hope that you two understand. Protecting the common people of Japan is our foremost priority. If the situation had not been this bad, we wouldn't haggle this much. It's just that we don't have enough capable sorcerers. The number of curses is increasing too rapidly. So, that went in a totally opposite direction than what we were expecting, muttered Naoya. Yeah, I didn't think that they would use logic against us. I mean, where was the snot-nosed arrogant dumbass? Complained Satoru. Want me to show you a mirror? Asked Naoya. Did you call me a dumbass? Asked Satoru. Naoya just shrugged in response, making Satoru even angrier. Sigh, whatever, looks like we are going to different schools in the end. My plan to cause chaos along with you is foiled. Don't be too down. We will do missions together. We will have vacations and holidays to play around. Not to mention there will be Goodwill events as well. Honestly, it would have been too boring if both of us fought from the same side, replied Naoya with a smirk. I didn't think about that. True, apart from you, who can be my rival? Said Satoru in realization. Rival? Are you dreaming, son? Asked Naoya with a mocking smile. Oh. Don't you worry, Daddy, you will be the one who will be sorry at the Goodwill event. I will make sure of that. Don't slack off if you don't want to lose too badly, and don't go making new best friends there while I am not looking. That spot is mine, warned Satoru. There is no rule that one cannot have multiple best friends, but sure, I will try. You too, though. Don't go cheating on me and make new best friends, said Naoya. I am popular, that might be difficult. I mean, just look at me, how can one resist the temptation to have a taste of me? Not even a second and already planning to cheat? Let's drop this and get back to the important matter. Nane-san gave me her number, said Satoru with a smile and showed a paper slip with her number written on it. Huh? No fair, complained Naoya. Hee, bow down in front of the great me, yelled Satoru and pocketed the slip. Damn it. Forget it, I already have Ruriko-san for me. Forget Goodwill event, I will end you before that, yelled Satoru and pounced at Naoya.
Disclaimer: I don't own this story. If the original author requests its removal, this video will be taken down.
Chapter 51, Jujutsu High. A few days passed by since Naoya and Satoru's visit to the HQ. Right now, Naoya was busy washing Maki and Mai, who were refusing to go to the bath. Too bad, the two were gullible enough to be lured into the bath for a bribe. Once the three were done and dressed, Naoya gave the two girls a task to keep them busy. Alright, Maki-chan, Mai-chan, here you two get 2 bags each. Start packing the important stuff that you will need. Nini. Toys. Games. The two declared in unison. Naoya looked at them and flicked their foreheads. Clothes. Underwear, said Naoya. No need, declared Mai. We wear the same. Toys are more important, declared Maki. The two got flicked again, making the twins glare at Naoya and launch an attack on him. Too bad Naoya retaliated with tickling, rendering the two powerless and causing them to fall. It is an important mission. Do it properly. Understood? Mission. We do mission. The two saluted, probably learned that by copying the rabbits. Naoya chuckled and ruffled their head, making them smile, and then left the room for the two to complete their mission. Zankio, their babysitter/bodyguard, was left behind to look after them and ensure that they actually packed the right stuff. Naoya made his way to the clan head's office and knocked on the door. Come in, came Naobito's voice. Naobito was promoted from the heir to the actual clan head recently, considering Kajinori was getting less active and would have trouble managing the clan now more than ever, considering that he lost his cursed energy. The clan knew that the old man lost his cursed energy and that it was Naoya who helped contain the old man's energy within him, acting as the vessel. There were some dissatisfactions within the clan about this, but neither Kajinori nor Naoya cared much about criticism. They knew very well that those who were criticizing didn't have the guts to act against them anyway. Kajinori's guards were still serving him, being loyal to him rather than the clan, while Naoya was simply F***king too strong for them to do anything against him. Naoya opened the door and entered, and spotted Naobito, the elders and the clan administration personnel working. Kajinori was sitting there as well, though now he just acted as the advisor. I will be leaving for Kyoto in the afternoon, informed Naoya. I have already informed the Kyoto branch of the clan to prepare for your arrival. Use the branch estate as you see fit. While you are staying there, you will be acting as the head of the branch estate. Mind your position and actions, said Naobito. All right. The girls will be going with me as well, so do keep that in mind. Inform uncle and aunt if they ask about them, replied Naoya. All right, let's take a break. We will resume the work after lunch, announced Naobito and stood up. The rest of them followed as well and left the room, leaving behind Naoya, Naobito, and Kajinori. Do you want me to assign some guards? Asked Naobito. No need. Jujutsu High won't look kindly at Zenin's interference. It will be okay, hopefully nothing huge happens there. What about the kids? Won't they be a hindrance? The two are manageable, no need to worry about them. I would be worried more if I left them behind, replied Naoya with a shrug. Naobito looked skeptical but refrained from speaking further. He knew his son was protective of the girls and didn't trust the clan enough to let the two be taken care of by them. Kajinori, who was looking at the exchange, finally spoke. Maybe a trip to Kyoto would be a nice change of pace, muttered the old man. Naoya and Naobito looked at the old man who was barely holding himself with a stick. You coming with me, Grandpa? Asked Naoya. I haven't been to the branch estate in quite a while. I suppose going around meeting a few friends would be nice, replied Kajinori. Are you in a condition to move around as you please? Asked Naobito. Heh. You doubt me? I still have enough life left in me, replied Kajinori. Naoya and Naobito looked at him with concern. The old man was very frail, and the two didn't want him to exert himself and worsen his condition. Kajinori knew that too, but now that his time was coming near, he wanted to spend his time in a relatively peaceful environment, which the main house certainly wasn't. The kids would be moving to Kyoto, so he could move there and spend time with them and feel more like a grandfather rather than a clan head. His main regret of not having a good relationship with his son was mostly resolved. He was not at the age where he could ask for more, considering that Naobito himself was quite old for them to restart. Naoya, on the other hand, was very close to him, since the kid helped him time and time again to mend ways with Naobito, and rather than treating him like the clan head, the kid always treated him like a grandpa. The kid also made sure that Maki and Mai had a good relationship with him, making him have more casual connections within the clan. The girls might not have known him for a long time or might not remember him in the future, but he still wanted to do as much as he could for his 3 grandchildren. Oi! Don't look at me like I am a pitiful old man. I can very well manage a trip or two, complained Kajinori and struck his stick on the ground, making the two snap out of their thoughts. Kiyoshi, called Kajinori. One of his bodyguards emerged out of nowhere and bowed to him. Ask someone to prepare my luggage. You all too. Pack your bags, ordered Kajinori. The bodyguard nodded and signaled the rest of the bodyguards who appeared as well, and gave a nod and left to pack their luggage, leaving only one of them behind to protect Kajinori. Once the room was silent, Kajinori slowly made his way towards Naoya. Lower your head for a bit, said Kajinori. Naoya looked in confusion but still followed. A moment later, he felt something around his neck and noticed that it was the Will of Shadows, his grandpa's cursed tool. Now that I don't have cursed energy, it was just an accessory for me. Make good use of it, said Kajinori with a smile. Naoya traced the amulet around his neck and held it tightly. I will make sure to use it to beat the crap out of anyone who faces me. Thank you, Grandpa, replied Naoya with a smile. Kajinori smiled as well and raised his fist. Naoya's smile widened as he bumped the old man. Naobito looked at the two of them a bit awkwardly. He knew that the two of them were quite close and didn't know where he fitted. Naobito, called Kajinori. Yes, father. I know that this is not a cursed tool. But still have it, said Kajinori and handed a small box to Naobito. Naobito took the box and opened it. Inside it was quite an artistic wristwatch. This, isn't this? Asked Naobito. Yes, still I want you to keep it, said Kajinori softly. Naobito stared at the watch for a while before taking it out of the box and wearing it. So? What is the time? Asked Naoya. The battery's dead, replied Naobito with a chuckle. Thank you, father, said Naobito with a smile. Kajinori stared at Naobito for a bit before he smiled in satisfaction and walked out of the room. A few days passed by. Naoya, the girls, and Kajinori, who came to the Kyoto branch of the Zenin Clan, were finally settled. Right now, Naoya was heading to the Kyoto Jujutsu High for the entrance ceremony. After climbing a massive number of stairs, Naoya finally spotted the top where the school was located and noticed that someone was already there. He reached the top as well and checked out the boy who looked around his age, and he guessed that he was a fellow first year as well. Hello. I am Naoya Zenin, a first year, greeted Naoya with a smile. The boy looked surprised and looked around before pointing at himself. HM? Yes, I am talking to you, replied Naoya and thought that the boy was a bit weird. The boy had light blue hair and a fair complexion. He was shorter than Naoya but looked quite built compared to average high schoolers. Nice to meet you. Tetsuya Kuriko. First year as well, greeted the boy. Naoya nodded and noted that the boy was a civilian sorcerer. Well, no clan issues with him, I guess, thought Naoya. He was about to talk with his fellow first year when he heard the sounds of footsteps. Naoya turned around and noticed an old man approaching them. "HM? Naoya Zenin." "Right on time," said the old man. "Yoshinobu Gakuganji-san, right?" "Nice to meet you," greeted Naoya. "Nice to meet you. Welcome to Kyoto Jujutsu High. I hear you and the Gojo kid caused quite a commotion at the HQ. Learn to separate love-related issues from serious ones. Being young doesn't give you an excuse to be dash." "Wait, what do you mean by love-related issues?" asked Naoya, cutting the old man in between. "Rude. The news going around is that you and the Gojo kid went to the Jujutsu HQ to complain about putting you both in different schools and that you two are deeply involved with each other to the point of promising to spend the rest of your lives together. I guess that isn't true," said Gakuganji as he saw Naoya's jaw dropping more and more and a look of horror appearing on the kid's face. "Of course that's not true. The only thing that I even remotely like about Satoru in that way is his MOM," yelled Naoya and immediately took out his phone and called Satoru. "Yay. Now dash. You F***king bastard," complained Naoya and started arguing with Satoru over the phone. Satoru, who was on his way to school, got the news about his tastes and was as much if not more surprised than Naoya. He remained silent for a while and said, "Well, if it is with Naoya, I don't mind." "I do mind," yelled Naoya. "Well then, hubby, talk to you later. Have a great day. F***CKU. Have a great day," replied Naoya and ended the call. Chapter 52, Checking the School Premises. "A loud one, are you?" said Gakuganji as he stared at Naoya with a deadpan look on his face. "Could you have remained calm if there was a rumor going around that you were involved with someone you weren't with?" "I don't know about you, but I don't swing that way," replied Naoya. "Fair enough. Anyways, let's wait for the other student to arrive. They are taking quite some time," said the old man. "I am here," responded Kuriko. "Huh." Gakuganji turned around with surprise to see the boy appear out of nowhere. "Are you fine?" "He arrived even before me, you know," stated Naoya. "Huh? He has been here the whole time?" asked Gakuganji. "Yup. You should get your eyes checked." "I apologize, I didn't notice you," said the old man. "It's fine. I have quite a low presence. Most people don't even recognize that I am there," said Kuriko before turning towards Naoya. Naoya looked back at him with confusion. "What? Your spatial awareness is good. Thanks, I guess." The two of them talked to each other, but the old man coughed to interrupt them. "Let us go to the school first. I will introduce you to your teacher as well." Naoya and Kuriko nodded and followed the old man towards the school building. "This here will be your main school building, where you will be attending classes," said the old man and guided them inside. Naoya and Kuriko looked around and wondered why they had such a huge area when there was literally no one in sight. Naoya could feel some presence in the school, but they were nowhere near enough to justify the area occupied. Kuriko had the same thoughts as Naoya and was wondering if he made a mistake joining this school for superpowered people. He was happy playing basketball, but got intrigued by the powers that he demonstrated by accident and was contacted by some sorcerers. "Good morning, Principal." A new voice drew their attention. The man who approached was tall, broad-shouldered, and wore an eye patch. "Ah, Najino. Great timing. Here, these two will be under your care during their time at the Jujutsu High," said Gakuganji and gestured towards Naoya and Kuriko. "First years, huh? Greetings, I am Kensuke Najino and I will be acting as your teacher here," greeted the old man with a smile. "Naoya Zenin, nice to meet you. Tetsuya Kuriko, please take care of me." Najino nodded and looked towards Gakuganji. "Only two of them?" "Yes," replied the old man. "That means a total of 4 in our branch. How many are at Tokyo?" 4 as well. 3 joined this year." The two talked amongst themselves, leaving Naoya and Kuriko out of their conversation. Naoya and Kuriko remained silent and heard what the two were talking about. Apparently, the second-year students at the Tokyo branch got caught up in some high-level curses and died on duty recently. Naoya looked at Kuriko, who looked a bit shaken by the revelation. Not that he could blame him, the boy came from a civilian background after all. He might not be well aware of the dealings of the jujutsu side of stuff. Should we look around while you two talk?" asked Naoya, thinking that it might be better for Kuriko not to hear much for today and settle down what he already heard. "Ah, we got caught up amongst ourselves. Sorry about that. I will guide them around the principal." "You can rest assured," said Najino. "All right, I leave these two to you. Give them their uniforms as well, said Gakuganji and walked away. Come along, said Najino and led the two kids. After the two of them toured the main school building and collected their uniforms, Najino took them to the dorm area. On the way, Najino suddenly asked, "So what ranks do you two have?" "Zenin-kun is special grade that I know." "What about wait, where is Kuriko-kun?" "Here," said Kuriko and raised his hand, suddenly appearing in Najino's vision. "Is that a curse technique?" asked Najino. "No. I just naturally lack presence," replied Kuriko. "Ah, I understand. Sorry for ignoring you." "No need to apologize. Anyway, I am currently grade 3. "That's what the people at the HQ told me anyway," replied Kuriko. Naoya looked at the boy. He did possess around average grade 2 level cursed energy and didn't look very intimidating. Still, he felt that grade 3 was not his actual rank. Najino looked at Kuriko as well. He too felt that grade 3 was a bit off for him. "What about you, sensei?" asked Kuriko. "Me? I am a grade 1 sorcerer. Weaker than Zenin-kun but still reliable," replied Najino with a laugh. Kuriko looked at Naoya, who just gave him a thumbs up. "Well, you will learn more about jujutsu here later, Kuriko-kun. Don't worry about it. Ask the other students or me here if you are unsure about something. They might be young, but they are quite knowledgeable about jujutsu-related things," said Najino and stopped in front of the dorms. "Here, these are the boys' dorm area. It might look a bit old, but the rooms are quite cozy. Come in. You can choose any room you want." "No room is occupied at the moment," said Najino and led them inside. After checking out each room, both of them chose the ones they wanted, though Naoya didn't mind much since he would mostly be staying at his clan estate. However, having a room in case of an emergency was good. After dropping them off at their rooms and giving them their schedules, Najino took his leave. "Well, Kuriko-kun, wanna look around the other areas?" asked Naoya. Kuriko, though, was already closing the door of his room, feeling tired of walking around since morning. "Well, looks like I am on my own," muttered Naoya and walked out of the dorm room. The entire school compound was too big for its own good. Well, considering that these grounds were once used for battles, it makes sense that they are this big. Naoya checked out the forest and the lake that were present in the compound, as well as the cafeteria, which, according to him, was more important to him than the school itself. Being the light eater he was, he decided to check the food quality of this place, and needless to say, the cooks were thoroughly annoyed by the new student. Though they were excited as well, since they did get to cook quite a lot, which was rare for them. Naoya noted that the food was comparable to his clan's cooking and had balanced nutrition as well. Best part, it was subsidized as well. The cafeteria cooks didn't know why, but they felt that their future was going to be hectic. After having his light meal, Naoya paid and complimented the chefs, making them happy, and left the cafeteria. While exploring a new area, he suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey you, blonde boy." Naoya stopped in his tracks and turned around, and saw a black-haired shrine maiden looking at him with her arms crossed. "Yes? This way leads to the girls' dorm area." "Men are not allowed," said the girl. "Oh. My bad. I didn't know. I came here just today," replied Naoya. "First year?" "Yes. Naoya Zenin." "Nice to meet you," greeted Naoya. "Nice to meet you. I am Yutahime Iori." "A third year," replied the shrine maiden. Yutahime checked Naoya from top to bottom and narrowed her eyes. "Zenin, from the Three Great Clan?" "Yes." "The special grade?" "Yes." "Just so you know, clan hierarchy doesn't work in the school," warned Yutahime. "First of all, it absolutely does. If a high-ranking clan member were to get offended, they could absolutely do stuff to others. If not on school grounds, then off grounds. Don't worry, though. I am not offended at all, Iori-senpai," replied Naoya with a smile. Yutahime, though, was already looking at Naoya with wariness. She may not be from a big clan, but her family were sorcerers as well, and they had told her well enough about the Zenin's compassionate nature. That, coupled with Naoya's words and smile, made her even more wary of the boy. "Well, I should get going. See you later, Iori-senpai," said Naoya and turned around. Yutahime looked intently at Naoya, wondering if he would attack her out of nowhere. Suddenly, though, a new person entered the area and looked at Naoya with confusion before looking towards Yutahime. "Your boyfriend?" asked the blonde girl who was coming towards the two of them. "Of course not." "Tsukumo-senpai?" yelled Yudaheim with a blush. No need to get that worked up, replied Yuki Tsukumo, the other special grade of Kyoto Jujutsu High. Yuki looked towards Naoya and checked him from top to bottom before a smirk appeared on her face. You. Who are you? Naoya Zenin. First year, Yuki Tsukumo, I presume. The special grade from the Zenin Clan. Yes, I am Yuki Tsukumo. Now then tell me, Naoya-kun, what kind of girls do you like? Asked Yuki. Naoya stared at the girl with confusion and blinked in surprise. Yudaheim face-bombed at the question, making Naoya turn and look at her. Is she serious? Was the face Naoya made. She is, was the face Yudaheim made. What are you waiting for? Tell me, asked Yuki with excitement. In what sense are you asking? Asked Naoya, not even questioning why she was asking this. Sorcerers were eccentric, and that is more so the case for the strong ones. What do you mean by what sense? Sense in the meaning that a girl whom I would like to date, or someone who passed by me and made me turn around say hot damn, asked Naoya. Is there a difference? Asked Yuki. There absolutely is. Think about it. You might like an idol or actor/actress based on their looks or their role, but you can't be sure that you would like to take them on a date or something, said Naoya. Yuki turned silent and started thinking. Yudaheim on the side was looking at the two special grades and was wondering why even this topic was being taken this seriously. Certainly. I didn't think this through. I will need to think deeply about mine as well. Anyway, tell me both, replied Yuki. Muttered Naoya and started thinking deeply. Well, a girl who is older than me, beautiful face, curvy body, long hair. Well, if our vibe matched, then that is great. That last one is the most important, replied Naoya. Yuki thought for a while before giving a nod. Vibe is important. So are physical features. Good choice, right. Let's hope I find one soon. What about you, Yuki-senpai? Asked Naoya. Me? I had a type fixed, but now you added a new dimension to my question. I haven't thought about that one yet. But for now I like a hard-working, strong, tough guy who isn't afraid to get his hands dirty, replied Yuki. Stronger than you? That is a high bar to pass, don't you think? So? Why should I lower my expectations? True. Standards are standards, replied Naoya. Good. You understand me. Yudaheim here isn't understanding at all, replied Yuki and smacked Naoya's shoulder with happiness. Yudaheim, who caught a stray bullet, looked at the two special grades hatefully. Why was she being pulled in between these weirdos? Chapter 53, First Day at School. The next day arrived. Naoya, who commuted to school from the Kyoto Zenin estate, had an early morning, freshening up and getting ready for classes, while also making sure that Zankio keeps in mind to look after the kids. After having a hearty breakfast, Naoya left for school and arrived slightly before the classes started. Good morning, Kuriko, greeted Naoya, making the blue-haired boy look at Naoya with surprise. He was not used to getting acknowledged unless he made an effort for it. Good morning, Zenin-kun, replied Kuriko. Call me Naoya. There are too many Zenins in my family for me to recognize who amongst us is being called, replied Naoya. Kuriko nodded, not understanding much about the clan affairs. All right. You can call me Tetsuya as well if you feel like it, replied Kuriko. Got it. Tetsuya it is, said Naoya and took a seat as well. Soon Najino entered the room and did the homeroom stuff. After that, their normal classes started. In Jujutsu high schools, the normal subjects were part of the curriculum along with the Jujutsu-related stuff. Najino would be handling the Jujutsu-related classes for them, while the normal subjects were taught by windows, people who could see curses but were not sorcerers themselves. They do help the Jujutsu division by monitoring curse activity and helping in other matters, but their fighting potential is near common folk. Later that day, after lunch, Naoya, Kuriko, Yudaheim, and Yuki were present in the school's grounds in their outdoor uniform. Well then, Najino began, for the seniors this is nothing new, but for the first years, this is your first outdoor jujutsu class. These sessions are held jointly across all years. He turned to Kuriko. Kuriko-kun, the others here are already well-versed in cursed energy. What about you? Can you control it? Use your technique. I can use my technique, but my control is kinda wacky, replied Kuriko. Usually it's the other way around. Well, anyway, everyone has their own thing that they are good at. For now, let's start with the basics. Zenin, Kuriko, come forward. The first year stepped forward while Yudaheim and Yuki just took a step back, making enough space for the three of them. Let's take things practically first. Zenin, don't use your curse technique. I too won't use mine. Kuriko, you can use whatever method you want. Both of you come at me. Your goal is to knock me off my feet. You two win if both of you make me fall, said Najino with a smirk. Both the first years looked at each other and shrugged. None of them was even bothered a bit. Najino looked at the two of them and felt that they were a bit too arrogant. They weren't even bothered by facing a grade 1 experienced sorcerer. Naoya was a special grade, but without technique they should be around the same level, were the thoughts Najino had. And Kuriko, the brat, was new to this stuff. Well, it is the duty of teachers to make the students realize the vastness of the world, thought Najino. Iori, give the start signal, ordered Najino. Yes, sensei, replied Yudaheim. Naoya and Kuriko looked unbothered, not even taking a stance. Najino, on the other hand, looked quite excited. Start, declared Yudaheim. Naoya started to move. Najino got serious, ready to intercept any attack that may come his way. But contrary to his expectations, Naoya was simply walking towards him. Najino and the seniors blinked their eyes in surprise. Zenin, are you scared? Started Najino, feeling a bit annoyed. However, the moment he let his guard down for a bit, Naoya's figure, who was quite far away, suddenly blurred and appeared in front of Najino. Without wasting a second, Naoya simply flicked Najino's forehead with cursed energy reinforcement, making the burly man fall. Yudaheim's and Yuki's mouths opened in surprise. Naoya was simply too fast for them to react to. Najino winced in pain and soon opened his eyes only to see the blue sky above. Dropping your guard, rookie mistake, said Naoya and offered his hand for Najino to get back up. Najino looked at Naoya with exasperation. He was supposed to be the one to lecture the students. Still, the man sighed and took Naoya's hand. Well, he is not a special grade for nothing, I guess, thought Najino and stood back up. Well, one of you made me fall. Now then, Kuriko, your turn, said Najino and got ready to face the other first year. However, the boy was nowhere in sight. He looked around, yet he could not see the kid. Yuki and Yudaheim realized that as well. While they were focused on Naoya, Kuriko seemed to have vanished from the field. This time, Naoya was surprised as well. He too could not see the boy anywhere. Where did he jeech? Muttered Najino when suddenly his knees buckled, and a second later he was on the ground once again. I did it, said Kuriko in a calm tone, appearing behind Najino. Nice, said Naoya and raised his hand for a high five. Kuriko responded and high-fived Naoya. Wait. Don't nice him. What even was that? Complained Najino. Sensei, Naoya said mildly, being sore about losing isn't a good look. Very uncool, Kuriko added. Seeing the two of them looking at him with pity made Najino feel even more frustrated. Still, even I didn't see you this time. How low is your presence? Asked Naoya. I can lower it actively as well, but it wasn't that. You recognize me even when I lower my presence. Right now I use my curse technique, replied Kuriko. This made all of them curious and look intently at the blue-haired boy. You want to know my technique? Asked Kuriko. If you are comfortable. It is mostly personal stuff, replied Naoya, not trying to pressure him. The revelation of the technique might also reveal one's weakness, so telling about it to others is a matter one seriously needs to consider. Najino and the others looked at Naoya with annoyance. They wanted to know about the technique, but also knew that it was entirely Kuriko's choice to tell them about it. It's fine. We will be on the same team now, right? I can tell about it, replied Kuriko. My technique is called Dead Space. Once the technique is activated, as long as I don't make eye contact with others, they cannot detect my presence at all. Slowly their focus shifts from me too, forgetting about me, replied Kuriko and simply closed his eyes and vanished from everyone's sight. Naoya tried to detect the boy but was not able to sense him at all. No cursed energy signature. No scent. Nothing, it seemed like the boy vanished into nothingness. Suddenly, Naoya felt someone tap on his shoulder and turned around, but spotted no one. A second later, he again felt someone tap on his back and tried to grab Kuriko, but his hand caught nothing. That's the gist of my technique, replied Kuriko and appeared not near Naoya, but behind Najino. Naoya narrowed his eyes. It seemed like Kuriko didn't give them the complete information on his technique. He actually didn't do. In addition to the stealth effect of the technique, it could also delay his opponents from feeling his actions if he wanted. Kuriko simply smiled at Naoya while the Zenin simply stared intently at him. Kuriko's threat level suddenly skyrocketed in Naoya's mind. The boy was a born assassin. He was even harder to detect than Toji. It's good I didn't tell them everything, thought Kuriko. He was new to this whole jujutsu ordeal and wanted to see whether he should stick around or not, and whether he could trust everyone here or not. His technique had one more application, but for now he decided to let it be. After the small commotion about Kuriko's technique was over, Nijino clapped his hands to bring everyone's attention back to him. Well, you two certainly passed, but this training went vastly differently from what I was thinking. This won't help anyone. So for now, pair up and learn things the old-fashioned way. Kuriko and Iori, you two fight each other. No techniques this time, Kuriko. You need to learn cursed energy manipulation right now. I will see and check where you need improvement, said Nijino. He then looked towards Naoya and Yuki, and a small dreadful feeling came up within him. That leaves Dash. I will be fighting Naoya-kun, right? Bring it on, declared Yuki. Naoya looked at Nijino and wanted to ask if the man was stupid. Let me ask this just to be sure, you want to have 2 special grades to brawl it out. I am saying this in advance. I won't be paying for the damage that will be caused by the brawl, stated Naoya clearly. He clearly knew that the damage caused by their fight would be significant. Don't worry, I know, you two will be doing that at the edge of the field. Away from us. Try to be within limits, said Nijino. Naoya and Yuki nodded and moved away from the others and took some distance from each other. Ready to learn from you, senpai? Asked Yuki. Try your best to teach me, senpai, replied Naoya with a smile. Yuki smirked and activated her technique. Garuda, called Yuki as a Shikagami materialized out of nowhere. Naoya observed the Shikagami. It was a white serpentine Shikagami with bony sections on its body, floating around Yuki. Shall we start? Asked Yuki. I am ready, replied Naoya and gave his body a few light stretches. Yuki took out a coin from her pocket and looked at Naoya with a smile. Naoya understood her sign and gestured for her to go ahead. Yuki tossed the coin and let it fall freely. The moment it touched the ground, she rushed towards Naoya. Oh, look. Found a coin on the ground. Welp. Finders keepers, said Naoya, already crouching near Yuki and picking up the coin that just landed on the ground. You certainly are started Yuki. Fast. I know, finished Naoya, appearing in front of Yuki and touching her shoulder, trapping her in a frame. Cursed energy gathered in his hands as he punched the frozen frame, sending the special grade sorcerer flying. Ack! Garuda! Receiving the command, the Shikagami set its sight on Naoya and got ready to attack him. Naoya, though, decided to play unfairly. Divine dogs! The wolves emerged from his shadow and howled in excitement. Fong over Fong, ordered Naoya. The wolves immediately locked in on Garuda and bared their claws at him while rotating violently in unison like a drill. No Garuda. Yuki, who got back on her feet, saw Garuda being pushed back by the violent drill attack from the wolves. Cupcake and Frosting didn't care though. They saw one more target back on her feet and decided to take down that one as well and headed the girl's way. Yuki saw the attack heading her way and activated her technique. Star Rage. Virtual mass started adding up in her fist. Enough playing around, yelled Yuki and smashed her fist in the ground, cracking up the ground and sending the earth around her flying in every direction. This didn't slow down the wolves though. They tore through the incoming projectiles. Yuki's intention, however, wasn't to slow them down. The special grade lady used the earth cover to catch the wolf's blind spot and punched the doggy drill, sending the wolves flying. Naoya was already on his way to rescue and caught the wolves in his frames, stopping them from flying away. Placing them on the ground, he partially summoned Senzu and healed the wolves who were glaring at Yuki and Garuda in anger and growled. Good mutts you have there. Calling my cuties mutts, alright, this is on. Time to make it even more unfair, replied Naoya. Rabbit escape. The rabbit horde led by Mao emerged from the shadows in the form of a tsunami and headed straight towards Yuki and Garuda. Bring it on, declared Yuki as she used her technique on Garuda, turning the Shikagami into a ball-like curse tool. With cursed energy reinforcing her legs, she kicked the virtually heavy Garuda straight towards Naoya. The ball tore through the rabbits and headed straight towards Naoya. Yuki looked at Naoya with a smirk, as if mocking him to show her what he could do. Naoya, however, simply raised his hand and activated his projection sorcery, trapping the cursed object in his frame and sending it flying back towards Yuki. I already have enough Shikagami. Take yours back, replied Naoya and deactivated his technique, making Garuda break out of the frame and move towards Yuki with all its momentum behind it. Yuki's eyes widened in surprise. She wasn't expecting her attack to be backfired at her. She immediately deactivated her technique on Garuda, turning it back into Shikagami form. By this time, the rabbit horde had already surrounded the special grade lady. Yuki looked around with caution, wondering what the rabbits would be doing. As if responding to her question, the rabbits somehow gave her the middle finger and started expanding. What the dash? An instant later, a huge explosion occurred, engulfing the entire area where Naoya and Yuki were fighting. Naoya erected a solid shadow barrier protecting himself, the wolves, and Mao from the explosion. Well, looks like it's over, muttered Naoya, but suddenly his senses warned him of incoming danger. Over? Don't make me laugh. We're just getting started, yelled a bloodied and burnt Yuki, breaking through the shadow barrier while healing in real time with RCT. Naoya was a second too late to react and unfortunately couldn't dodge the Star Rage enhanced punch from her. He still activated his technique to trap the girl in a frame, but was still sent flying and had his jaw broken by the punch. Without hesitation, he used RCT immediately while also sending the Shikagami back into the shadows. His jaw soon got fixed and came back to its original position. F***CK. That hurts, muttered Naoya and moved his mouth, making sure that his jaw was working. Meanwhile, Yuki was free from Naoya's frame and was focusing on healing herself. Her outfit was burned at various spots, and even she was slightly burned by the rabbit's explosion. All right. Let's condish, said Yuki once she got fixed. However, this time Naoya didn't show any mercy and was staring intently at Yuki. Naoya had a simple ideology. According to him, if someone can hit you once, then they can kill you in the next move. End them before that. He may start as an easygoing fighter. Land a hit on him, and he will make sure that you regret all your life choices. He took out the inverted spear of heaven from his shadows and, with the blade part still covered, launched towards Yuki. Without any warning, the special grade curse tool that was reinforced by a special grade sorcerer's cursed energy struck Yuki's gut, sending her flying. Though before she could fly far away, Naoya seemingly teleported behind her with his projection sorcery, trapped her in a frame and struck the frame with the spear with all the power that he could muster. The frame broke and Yuki found herself coughing blood and crashing to the ground. Damn, looks like I struck a nerve, muttered Yuki as she wiped the blood from her mouth and looked up. Naoya, who was falling freely, sent the spear back into his shadows and held the amulet around his neck. Will of Shadow, New Storm Feather Bow. A bow materialized in his hands as he strung it. Lightning crackled around Naoya, and with enough cursed energy charged within the bow, Naoya let go of the string, sending a massive blast of electricity straight at Yuki. Ah! The special grade sorcerer screeched in pain on being zapped by the lightning. Naoya, though, hadn't finished and strung the bow once again this time, appearing directly in front of her with the bow being at a point-blank range from Yuki. Should I fire? Asked Naoya. I surrender, muttered Yuki, feeling the cursed energy building up inside the bow. Good, replied Naoya and deactivated his cursed tool. He partially summoned Senzu once again and started healing Yuki. You okay? Asked Naoya with a bit of concern. Yuki blinked in surprise. Did this junior of hers have a few screws loose? Wasn't he the one who attacked her? Mostly fine. Seriously though. It was just a friendly spar. You are one to talk. You started this by breaking my jaw, complained Naoya. Yuki blinked in surprise. Seems like she too had a few screws loose. Chapter 54, Disrespectful Brat. Ding. Defeat a special grade sorcerer, 1 point, collect. Seeing the notification, Naoya simply collected the point. After the brawl between the special grades was over, the two made their way towards the other three. Kuriko was looking at the two of them with awe. Being new, he didn't know that people could be that powerful, and that to him was too cool. Unknown to him, both Yuki and Naoya held back a lot, with Naoya not using his stronger Shikagami and Yuki not using her Star Rage to the max. Both knew that if they were to crank it up a notch, a huge chunk of the school would have been destroyed, and even the other people in the school could get caught in their fight and get seriously damaged. Najino knew that and internally thanked the heavens that both of them were sensible enough not to destroy the school grounds. Yudahime looked at Naoya with mild surprise. Firstly, despite being a special grade just like Yuki, he kept the advantage during the entire fight while keeping Yuki, a far more experienced sorcerer, at bay. Secondly, despite being an infamous Zenin, he was not escalating things more than necessary. Naoya looked at Kuriko and Yudahime. Unsurprisingly, Kuriko looked quite roughed up while the senior had almost no scratches on her. Kuriko, without his curse technique, was easy to handle for the more experienced sorcerer. "So what are we doing next?" asked Naoya. "Nothing. Enough for today. Go and rest up," said Najino. He looked at the 4 students and thought about what he should do to teach them. The special grades were too overpowered and needed almost no input from him. Pairing the other first year with Yudahime was also not that worthwhile since the boy learned almost nothing. The gap between them was too big for him to catch some tricks from their battles. "Zenin," Najino said, "starting from the next practical class, you'll help Kuriko with cursed energy control. His technique is strong, but without proper control he'll be a liability on missions." "Got it," replied Naoya. Kuriko looked at Naoya and gave a grateful nod to him. "What about the rest of us?" asked Yudahime. She looked at everyone, with only 4 of them, and with each of them being at a different level, they could not effectively train together. "Your basics are all clear. I suggest that you all work on refining your techniques. Tsukumo doesn't need guidance and I don't believe Zenin does either. I can help Iori with combat training, but you will learn that naturally as well when you go on missions. Understanding your technique better will help you more at this point, when you already have experience dealing with cursed spirits. If you want to learn other stuff like barriers and other basic sorcery, then do tell me," replied Najino. Yudahime blinked and then looked at the students. 1 was a greenhorn and 2 were way beyond comprehension levels. What was she supposed to do at school then? Naoya looked at Najino and didn't know what to say. Wasn't being at a jujutsu school kind of pointless? Granted, he did have a somewhat capable sparring partner in the form of Yuki, but that is for this year only. What would he do for the next 3 years? Jujutsu, to a high degree, was a personal endeavor with not much being able to be taught beyond the basics and some common techniques. He then began thinking about what he needed to do for improvement. Develop a domain. Tame the divine general. Develop a technique to deal with Satoru's infinity. Delve deeper into solid shadow, 10 shadows, and projection sorcery. Get new Shikami into the roster. Among these, the only options that were doable at the moment were developing new techniques, exploring his techniques, and new Shikami if he finds some that are suitable. He didn't want to add anything below special grades or grade 1 with a good technique. Below that, his Shikagami were more than enough, and he wasn't going to be a hoarder. Well, let's focus on technique development for now. Knowing Satoru, he would pull something out of his ass and would become strong out of nowhere. My only plus point is steady progress that adds up, thought Naoya. Well, let's do that later. I am going to the cafeteria. Because of the outdoor class, I didn't eat much during lunch, muttered Naoya. "Wanna come as well?" asked Naoya and looked at his fellow students. "I can eat," replied Kuriko. "I already ate, maybe some tea," muttered Yudahime. "I want something sweet," declared Yuki. And just like that, the group decided to go for a late afternoon snack, though seeing Naoya snacking around made all of them question reality. Where the hell did this boy with a well-built body store all that food? Kuriko and Yudahime looked a bit envious of Naoya. One being a sportsman and the other being conscious of her weight, they could never indulge too much. Naoya, on the other hand, seemed to break all sorts of common sense. Naoya was unbothered by their slight resentment. If they can't eat that much, then it was just a skill issue. Maybe some genetics as well, but who cares? It wasn't like he didn't work hard to keep his body in shape. Time skip, 3 weeks. A few weeks passed by since high school started, and Naoya was busy developing and mastering some new concepts, thinking about his techniques. Some looked like they could be achieved, while most were a dud. He was also busy training Kuriko and Yudahime as well. A new job he took on their request. Kuriko was being taught how to get his cursed energy under control in the same way he was taught when he was young, with a stick. Yudahime, though wary at first, seemed to give in to her helplessness, being the only one stuck and unsure of what to do. Yuki, though strong, was busy with missions and was quite violent during teaching, something Yudahime had experienced firsthand, so asking her for help was the last resort for her. Naoya, though, was surprisingly normal, or so she initially thought. She asked Naoya what she could learn to improve, and her junior mentioned RCT and anti-domain techniques. RCT was one of the most difficult techniques one can master, while anti-domain techniques weren't common for non-clan people of the jujutsu world. Learning them was more of a novelty for sorcerers. When her junior offered to teach her the simple domain technique, she was very excited. Her impression of Naoya improved at that point. Only when it was too late did she realize that she messed with a crazy motherf asterisk her. Right now, Naoya was demonstrating to her how to use the simple domain. Since he could not directly tell her because of the binding vows imposed on this technique, she had to learn it by seeing him do it, just like he did. She looked at the small transparent barrier around Naoya and tried to mimic it herself. "Want a test?" asked Naoya with a smile. "You monster," muttered Yudahime, but still gave a nod, moved her arms forward and opened her palm. "Zankio." A stick materialized out of nowhere and struck Yudahime's palm. "Ouch!" "Still not there," replied Naoya with a smirk. Yudahime glared at the smirking junior and promised herself that one day she would have her revenge. Currently, the two of them were in Zankio's domain since it was their only way they could test the potency of anti-domain techniques. Kuriko was in a corner as well, trying to use cursed energy reinforcement to defend against incoming blunt wooden weapons. Now, don't glare at me." "It is for your own good," replied Naoya with a smile and grasped her hand, where she was struck and partially summoned Senzu to heal her. Yudahime remained silent and pouted. She knew that she was the one who asked for help and that this training was helpful, but still she felt wronged. She looked at her junior, who was holding her hand very familiarly, and felt slightly embarrassed. She wasn't used to this kind of skinship. Is he taking advantage of the situation? She thought. Naoya totally was. He was a saint among the Zenins, but he still was, at heart, a virgin teen with a dream. "There, all done. Let's start again," said Naoya, let go of her hand, stepped back and demonstrated the simple domain once again. Yudahime looked at Naoya's face, trying to gauge him, but seeing the calm expression on his face made her drop the matter for now. "All right," replied Yudahime and tried to form a simple domain once again. She looked at Naoya and gave him the gesture to go ahead. Naoya nodded and gave Zankio the go-ahead, and immediately, a sharp sound of the stick cutting through the wind was heard. "Ouch!" Naoya chuckled and thought that maybe he should treat her to something after the training. Later that day, after their training, Najino approached them. "You three, a mission arrived for you." The three looked at Najino, waiting for him to explain in detail. "An expected semi-grade 1 cursed spirit subjugation. You three will be departing in the evening. Gather anything that you all may need," said Najino. "Semi-grade 1 and the three of us? Isn't that too much?" asked Yudahime. "Maybe because you were too weak they added me to look after you," said Naoya. "Huh? What did you say?" asked Yudahime in anger. Naoya laughed and took a step away from her. "On a serious note, maybe we are grouped so that Kuriko and I can gain some experience, and for that, a capable and experienced sorcerer will be needed," said Naoya. Hearing that, Yudahime looked pleased and nodded in satisfaction. To her, that reason seemed plausible. "Now the question is who that capable and experienced sorcerer will be, and why were you added senpai?" added Naoya. Najino and Kuriko blinked in surprise and started laughing. Yudamide looked at Naoya, trying to process whether the bastard actually said what she heard, and once she confirmed that, she smacked Naoya, only for him to dodge. "Just you wait, you disrespectful brat who doesn't know how to respect your senpai!" yelled Yudahime and chased Naoya. Chapter 55, Rabbit Bomb Attack. The evening soon arrived. Naoya went back to his house and changed into a much more comfortable outfit for fighting. The school uniform was not up to his taste for combat purposes. Too restrictive. He stood in front of the stairs leading to the school and waited for Kuriko and Utahime to arrive. The one who arrived first was Kuriko with a cursed tool strapped to his waist. Naoya observed the weapon, and it was a dagger, roughly a grade 3 cursed tool. "Where did you get that from?" asked Naoya. "Najino-sensei lent it to me," replied Kuriko. "That won't be very helpful against semi-grade 1 cursed spirits." "Here, take this," said Naoya and partially summoned Zankio to make a grade 2 cursed dagger for Kuriko. Kuriko took the weapon from Naoya and observed it, and just from a glance he could tell that this one was a much better weapon. Thank you. Welcome. Be careful out there. We will be there to look after stuff, but accidents can happen. The only one you can absolutely depend on is yourself. So be prepared, said Naoya in a serious tone. Kuriko looked at the dagger in his hand and gulped. He knew that the field that he opted for was vastly different and more dangerous than what he usually did, and in all honesty he was scared of dying. He heard what Nagino and the principal were talking about, and the possibility of dying during missions was very high. I will do my best, replied Kuriko. Don't get too nervous. Just do your best. I will try to let you get as much as you can while making sure that you remain safe, said Naoya, trying to reassure the boy. The two waited a few minutes more and Yudaheim arrived. With all of them gathered, the got in the car and headed towards the site. On their way, the personnel from the Jujutsu division briefed them about the mission. The place they were heading to was a village on the outskirts, where an abandoned funeral site was sealed by the locals because of a tragedy that had taken place, and was being reopened for construction. The workers who entered the site to work reported supernatural events happening there, such as getting lost and not being able to leave the site for multiple days. Those who did leave somehow were badly wounded. The sorcerers who did a reconnaissance of the area mentioned that they were not able to map out the layout and that their Shikagami, too, were not able to return. Right now, judging by the cursed energy levels that were detected around the site, the expected rank was given a semi-grade 1, but no actual analysis could be done. That explains why 3 of us were deployed, muttered Yudaheim. Just being a strong sorcerer was not enough if you never got to fight against the cursed spirit. If the sense of navigation is lost in the spirit's territory, then having more sorcerers explore the area was a better choice, since that gives the sorcerers more chances for the encounter. This also meant that it involved the risk of more sorcerers dying, but that was their best course of action. Naoya thought for a while and concluded. Should I just bomb the entire site? Muttered Naoya. No, retorted Yudaheim and smacked Naoya. A solid shadow materialized around the spot she was going to hit and protected Naoya. Think about it. Going in is risky. If there is no site left, we don't need to go in. Think about it for a second, said Naoya. Kuriko thought about it for a while and gave a light smack on his palm. I see. That does seem like a good idea, muttered Kuriko. No, it does not, complained Yudaheim. The first years looked at their senior and thought that she was being too unreasonable. You don't just destroy the house to kill a cockroach. It's just like that, said Yudaheim, trying to make sense to her juniors. I see, we bombed the site twice just to be sure that the cockroach is dead, said Kuriko. Yup. You are learning well, Tetsuya-kun. As expected of senpai. You explained it so well, said Naoya. No, you idiots, complained Yudaheim. Naoya laughed at her reaction while Kuriko just looked confused. Was he wrong? After doing a back and forth for a while, the 3 of them finally arrived at the site. Yudaheim was already feeling mentally drained from her banter with her juniors. She could have dropped their idiotic thoughts as just them messing around, but from her experience, she knew that many sorcerers were quite eccentric and could literally mean what others might say as a joke. Naoya looked at the site and could certainly feel the eeriness from the site. Broken stairs, burnt torii gates, and on a closer look, some bones sticking out of the ground. He looked at the Jujutsu division personnel who were keeping guard and had maintained the curtain around the site and asked, "What exactly happened here? Why was it sealed in the first place?" One of them looked at Naoya and gave a respectful nod, which Naoya returned. From the intel gathered during the renovation of this place, one of the graves was damaged, and some of the villagers got angry and came in to protest against the authorities, and during some heated back and forth the site got caught up in flames. No one at that time was able to escape, and the people in there died. The rest of the villagers decided to seal this site, and a sorcerer from that time sealed it, considering the possibility of curse womb formation. Recently, seeing that no issues happened, the site was set for restoration, but then the possible cursed spirit events started happening. Naoya and Yudaheim listened intently. This was screaming cursed spirit involvement from the start when the fire burnt all those people. Yudaheim looked at the site and thought about the number of people who died in the fire and the amount of resentment that might have caused. It was a miracle that no serious cursed spirit activity was happening for the time being, and only started just recently. "What do you guys say? Bombing option is still there," said Naoya. Would you stop with that idea? We are not going to bomb the entire site, said Yudaheim with a serious tone. Naoya shrugged and stepped forward and got closer to the entrance of the funeral site. He looked at the entrance for a while and made a hand sign. Rabbit escape. Mao, the rabbit leader, jumped out of the shadows and landed on Naoya's shoulder. Mao, send a squad for reconnaissance of the site. The rabbit leader nodded, and a moment later, 100 rabbits jumped out of its body and rushed into the site. Naoya looked at the rabbits for a while, but suddenly noticed that they were acting strangely and moving haphazardly. Naoya looked at Mao, who looked at its subordinates with surprise. He suddenly could no longer sense what the rabbits were feeling, and the information he was getting from them was also incomprehensible. Mao was about to call them back, but Naoya raised his hand to stop him. The rabbits that seemed to crash into something mysteriously passed through the objects, and in a few moments Naoya could no longer spot any rabbits. Are they alive? Asked Naoya. Mao checked once and gave a nod. Tell them to explode the moment they are about to die. Mao nodded and gave the orders to the other rabbits. Just within a few seconds, the sound of an explosion came. Yup. Something's in there, noted Naoya. Seems like a curse technique is in effect on the entire site. Muttered Yudaheim. Seeing how the rabbits were acting and how they passed through the objects, my guess is probably a sensory or a terrain-affecting technique. Maybe both, added Naoya. While they were talking, another explosion occurred, alarming the sorcerers. Is the spirit alone? That sound came from a different direction, asked Kuriko. Can't say. The sense-affecting technique is still in play. Might be the same curse moving around. That will be the best case, explained Yudaheim. Naoya gave a nod as well, agreeing with Yudaheim. In a place where they don't know where they need to go or how their senses will work, having multiple enemies ambush them would be more dangerous. So, we're going to enter? Asked Kuriko. We need to, muttered Yudaheim as another explosion was heard. The three of them stood in front of the entrance as Naoya took the first step forward. The moment he took a step inside, the entire layout of the area changed. The paths were disjointed, some obstacles blocked the paths, and much more. Without any further thought, he stepped back, and the layout returned to what he saw before, and he immediately raised his hands to stop the other two from entering. The layout of the land changes the moment you enter. Be careful, warned Naoya. Yudaheim and Kuriko gave a nod and got wary of the place. The three of them entered together, and the layout of the place changed for each of them differently. They tried to inform the other two, but each of them was not able to spot the other. Yudaheim and Kuriko panicked, but out of nowhere a hand grabbed them. Kaya! Screamed Yudaheim. Wah! Screamed Kuriko, and the two of them were pulled away. Relax, it's me, said Naoya, the one who pulled them out of the area. Huh, don't scare me like that, complained Yudaheim. Kuriko was holding his chest. This was quite a scary situation for him. Anyway, seems like once we go in, the layout of the place changes and we won't be able to see each other either. I just moved my hand to see if you two were still there, and thankfully you were, said Naoya, and started thinking. After thinking for a while, Naoya got an idea, and his shadow started moving. A black rope-like shadow emerged from Naoya's shadow and wrapped itself around Kuriko's and Yudaheim's waist. We won't know where we will be heading once we are in there, and moving together will be difficult and pointless. The moment you two encounter a curse, use your cursed energy and give this shadow rope a pull. I will do the same. It will extend as long as you are moving, so don't worry about getting stuck. Also, take 2 of these rabbits with you each. If you get into a predicament, throw these at the enemy and let them explode, said Naoya as 2 rabbits jumped on top of Yudaheim's and Kuriko's shoulders. Mao gave the other rabbits their order, making the subordinate rabbits salute their boss. Once the preparation was done, the 3 of them entered the abandoned funeral site. It has been 10 minutes since the 3 of them entered, and apart from the occasional explosion, no sound has been heard. No curse was in his sight, nor the ropes been pulled. How vast is this place, muttered Naoya and kept looking around, trying to sense the cursed spirit. Cupcake and Frosting were out as well, keeping their senses and guards up to find and deal with the prey. While moving, he kept checking the shadow rope and could feel the solid shadow's movement. The 2 of them were quite far away in completely different directions, or so Naoya could perceive. The sense of direction was totally wacky in here after all. Suddenly, another explosion occurred, and this time Naoya felt a tug in his shadow rope. Not wasting any moment, Naoya called in the dogs and the rabbit, before jumping inside his shadow and traveling straight towards the person who gave the tug. In a different location, Kuriko, who was checking out the surroundings, suddenly felt eeriness creeping closer to him. With a gulp, he held the daggers firmly and looked around. Ki. A sound echoed in the surroundings, making Kuriko's fear increase. He looked around and didn't see anything, but could still hear the sounds around him. Not knowing what to do, Kuriko used his curse technique, dead space, and closed his eyes. In an instant, the echoing sounds stopped. Ki-ee-ei. A loud screech came, making Kuriko peek, and to his surprise, the twisted routes seemed to have disappeared, and instead he found himself standing in one of the corners of the site. However, the thing that surprised him the most was the cursed spirit that was looking around, seeming enraged and trying to find something. "Is it looking for me?" muttered Kuriko, though no voice reached the curse thanks to his cursed technique. The cursed spirit's technique seemed to have stopped working on him since he used his own technique. Meaning, he can use that technique only on things that could be sensed. Muttered Kuriko and got closer to the spirit. Looking at its grotesque body made him flinch a bit, though he still steeled his resolve and used his cursed energy to strengthen the dagger that Naoya gave him and slash the cursed spirit. Adding the delay effect from his technique, Kuriko moved away from the curse and waited for the attack finally be perceived by it, making the curse scream. "Ki!" screamed the curse in pain. It turned around in anger, trying to find the culprit, though no one was there. While he was looking behind him, another attack landed on him, making him scream once again, and the cycle continued for a while. Kuriko, now feeling confident in himself, failed to notify Naoya about the curse and was about to jump in for another attack, but suddenly the curse's eyes by coincidence met his, breaking the effect of his technique, and the curse's sensory distortion technique kicked in, making the curse vanish from Kuriko's sight. Kuriko was about to shut his eyes again, but the semi-grade 1 curse was faster and attacked the human who seemed to be the one responsible for his injuries. A heavy blow struck Kuriko's body, sending the young sorcerer flying and smashing into a tree. Widening his eyes from the pain, Kuriko felt blood dripping down his head. Not wanting to be hurt more, Kuriko activated his technique once again and rolled away from his spot. A moment later, Kuriko heard a crashing sound and peeked once again, only to see the curse attacking the place where he was. With his technique active, he was once again out of the curse's technique's effect, and this time decided to call for help. With cursed energy coating his hand, he firmly tugged the shadowy rope around his waist multiple times. The curse kept looking around, trying to find Kuriko, but the boy just kept his guard up, ready to strike once he got an opening. Though before the two of them could spot each other, a new person entered their view. "I am here," declared Naoya, jumping out of the shadows. "Huh. Ki." The curse and Kuriko muttered simultaneously, surprised by Naoya's entry. Naoya could not see anyone near him. The only reason he announced his entry like that was to cause a momentary pause and check if someone needed saving, though now that he was there, he could not find anyone. The curse reacted faster than Kuriko and lunged at Naoya. Kuriko tried to warn Naoya, but since his technique was active, Naoya could not hear anything. Kuriko looked in horror as the cure's claws inched closer to Naoya. "Boo!" muttered Naoya as he suddenly turned around and landed a solid punch on the curse, sending it crashing through. Kuriko looked in surprise, wondering how Naoya knew that the curse was there. The curse had the same thoughts? Was the human able to see it? Naoya was looking at the curse but was not able to actually see it. He sensed the curse earlier when the spirit touched Naoya's shadow, informing Naoya of the movement and letting him react. Utilizing that moment, Naoya had already tagged the curse's shadow with his solid shadow and could roughly sense where the curse was, since his sense of direction for him was still wacky. "Well, let's not delay it longer," muttered Naoya, not wanting to do the trial and error method. The curse's shadow was already tagged, so without any hesitation he used his technique. Curse technique reversal, shadow containment. The curse's body got pulled inside the shadows, where it was being torn apart by the shadows. The curse tried to scream and get out of the shadow realm, though Naoya's shadows kept breaking and tearing its body apart. A moment later, the technique finished what it was doing, and the entire layout returned to normal for him. Well, there's that. Now, who was the one who called me? Considering I am not seeing anyone, it should be Tetsuya-kun, right? Asked Naoya and looked around. Yes, replied Kuriko, deactivating his technique. You okay? asked Naoya, looking at the bleeding forehead and partially summoned Senzu to heal him. Yes. Thank you, replied Kuriko gratefully. Mention not. So how was your first mission? Terrible. Haha. You will get used to it. Anyway, let's get senpai and get out of here, said Naoya and started following the rope that was connected to Yutaheim. On their way, they spotted multiple signs of fighting, and the moment they spotted the familiar Miko outfit, they saw who was the reason behind the fighting. There seemed to have been another cursed spirit lurking around that attacked Yutaheim, and right now there was a fight going on between the two. Naoya looked at them and sensed that the spirit was around grade 2 level, which was not an issue for Yutaheim, who was actually beating the crap out of the spirit pretty brutally at that. Still, because of the spirit's size, just reinforced blows were not going to end it anytime soon. And the Miko could feel that as well. Whatever, it was for an emergency anyway. Here, take this. Rabbit bomb attack, yelled the priestess and threw the 2 rabbits that Naoya gave her at the curse. The rabbits immediately sprang into action and made their way towards the curse's head and blew up, destroying the damaged curse in a single attack. How was that? Cheered Yutaheim with delight, unknown to the fact that a special grade sorcerer recorded her rabbit bomb attack scene. Chapter 56 Stroll. Once Yutaheim was done celebrating her win, she calmed down and turned back only to spot her juniors standing there looking at her. She blinked in confusion, and soon realization hit her, and a scary premonition came to her. Rabbit bomb attack? Exclaimed Naoya. Rabbit bomb attack? Mimicked Kuriko. They saw me. Yutaheim screamed internally as embarrassment flooded her entire being. What are you guys making fun of? That's how seasoned sorcerers act during missions. You should learn from me, declared Yutaheim, hoping that the two would believe her. Naoya looked at her with a seriously look. Kuriko stood still and looked at Naoya to confirm his doubts. Naoya gave a sagely nod, walked closer to Yutaheim and showed his phone to her. On the phone screen there was Yutaheim's video of doing a pose and yelling rabbit bomb attack like a chunny. Since the phone didn't capture the curses or the rabbits in the video, it just looked like a girl playing make-believe. Yutaheim watched in horror as the video finished playing and then turned towards Naoya, who was smiling sweetly at her. I will make sure to show how a true sorcerer acts to the juniors who will join later, said Naoya. Yutaheim immediately tried to snatch the phone from Naoya's hand. Too bad she was shorter and Naoya simply raised his hand, making the phone out of reach for the Miko. Delete it. Delete it. Give me the phone, complained Yutaheim, but Naoya simply started walking away, making the Miko grab him and pull him. That didn't help much as Naoya simply dragged her along as well. With all that commotion, their first mission for this school year got completed. The 3 gave their reports to the people from the Jujutsu division standing outside, and went back to Kyoto. The next day was a weekend, meaning a day off from school. Right now, in Kyoto's branch of Zenin Estate, Naoya was standing in an open training field alone. It was still early morning and the girls were asleep, so Naoya decided to get his affairs over with. The cursed spirit he captured yesterday was stored within his shadows. He made a hand sign and brought the spirit out. After having some inquiry with the spirit, Naoya made some mental notes. 1. The spirit's curse technique worked by marking a whole territory first and inserting its cursed energy into the terrain. 2. The technique worked on everyone except for the cursed spirit, even Naoya and his other Shikagami as well. Naoya thought for a while and concluded. Tiger funeral. Snow, the giant white tigress, jumped out of the shadow and looked at Naoya. Snow. Kill it, ordered Naoya. Without hesitation, the tigress tore the cursed spirit apart, ending its life. In Naoya's opinion, the cursed spirit was not that effective for him. First of all, setting up a territory required a week's worth of prep, even after getting potential boosted. Not good for fights. Secondly, if the spirit were to leave the territory, its curse technique over the area would be cancelled as well, requiring him to set up the plan again. Not to mention, even after all that, he too would be affected by it. Killing the spirit turned Shikagami gave various benefits. First of all, even though it was dead, its power still lingered and could be given to another Shikagami. Secondly, it gave a boost to Snow, who could get stronger with every Shikagami's death in his arsenal. He wasn't going to let his Shikagami, who were closer to him, be sacrificed, but the common cursed spirits turned Shikagami were a fair game. He cannot endlessly farm weaker Shikagami to be sacrificed since, after a while, weaker Shikagami won't give any boost to Snow, but for now it was fine. Some of the dead Shikigami's cursed energy went back to the shadow dimension, while some of it flew towards Snow. After eating up the cursed energy, the tigress roared out loud in excitement, causing a disturbance throughout the estate. The servants and clansmen who were awake jumped in surprise, some even getting ready for a fight. Naoya looked at the excited tigress and caressed the huge cat, making the tigress stop roaring and start purring in delight. "Good girl," muttered Naoya before the tigress toppled him playfully. "Easy there, Snow." "So? You feeling stronger?" asked Naoya. Snow nodded in response, making Naoya smile. After playing around with Snow and the other Shikigami for a while, Naoya got back to his training. In the afternoon, he had to take the girls out for a stroll, so the morning needed to be productive. After the training was over and the girls were woken up, given a bath, and dressed, the three of them sat down with Kajinori for their breakfast. "So? Maki-chan, Mai-chan? Going for a stroll?" asked Kajinori. "Yes," cheered Maki. "Ni, take us," cheered Mai. "Speak after you are done chewing," chided Naoya, and seeing the girls spill a bit and wiped their mouths. "Grandpa come too?" asked Mai. "Grandpa too," said Mai in excitement. "Haha. I don't think I will be able to go on a long walk. I will rest here. Go and have fun." "Here, take this and buy something for yourselves," said Kajinori, and he started fiddling with his wallet and was about to grab a stack of 10,000 yen notes. Cough cough asterisk. Naoya gave a fake cough, making the old man stop. "Don't give them too much." Naoya spoke with his eyes. "Says the brat who jumped around whenever he got money from me." Kajinori replied with his eyes. "I was smart. These two aren't. They will spend everything on sweets and eat everything in a day," replied Naoya. Maki and Mai looked at their brother and grandfather, who were staring at each other, and wondered what the two of them were doing. After multiple rounds of back and forth, the twins stood proudly with a 10,000 yen note each. "You really want to make me play the bad brother part later, huh?" muttered Naoya, knowing full well that he would need to take the excess sweets from the two. "That's the problem for the bad brother. The kind grandpa doesn't care," replied Kajinori with a smirk and patted the girls who came to hug him and thank him. Naoya gave the old man a stink eye, making Kajinori's grin widen. Seeing the grin, Naoya sighed in defeat, but suddenly felt his hand being held. "Here. Buy something for yourself as well," said Kajinori, and gave a note to Naoya as well. "I don't need it, Grandpa. I earn Eno dash. Shoo. Just take what the kind grandpa is giving you," said Kajinori and lightly smacked Naoya. Naoya felt that the old man had probably hurt himself more than he had hurt Naoya. He stared at him for a while before pocketing the money, making Kajinori smile fondly. After talking a bit longer with Kajinori and asking if he needed something, Naoya and the twins left the estate for their stroll. On the streets of Kyoto, the girls were looking around curiously. They haven't seen this scenery like this back at home, and to them, everything looked new. Naoya has explored some parts of the city, but it was still a slightly different experience from Tokyo. After arriving at the marketplace, the girls immediately started to find stores that interested them and were running around excitedly. Naoya checked for any vehicles or anyone suspicious lurking around that might be targeting them or could hurt the girls, but found nothing of the sort. On the other hand, he spotted someone familiar. He crept a bit closer to the person and excitedly called them out. "Rabbit bomb attack." As if a shiver went down their spine, the person turned around to find the person who yelled and frowned, seeing Naoya standing there. "Hello, senpai. Fancy meeting you here," greeted Naoya. "Zenin," hissed Yudaheim and glared at Naoya. "Ni. What are you doing?" The girls ran up to Naoya, seeing him do something interesting. "Maki Mai. Don't run around like that. You will get hurt if you fall," said Naoya and stopped the two from running around. Yudaheim looked at Naoya and the girls with surprise. "Your sister?" asked Yudaheim, thinking that the twins looked cute. Maki and Mai looked at Yudaheim curiously. She was a new character. "Yes. Senpai, meet them. Maki and Mai. Maki-chan, Mai-chan, meet Rabbit Bomb Attack Lady." "Greet her," said Naoya. "Oi. What are you telling them?" complained Yudaheim and stomped closer to the siblings. "Maki-chan. Hello Rabbit Bomb Attack Nei-chan. Me Mai-chan. Hello Rabbit Bomb Attack Nei-chan." The two replied enthusiastically, thinking that the older sister had a funny name. Yudaheim felt arrows pierce her heart from their cuteness, but still felt hurt at being given a name by the two kids. Naoya, on the other hand, laughed out loud, making Utami even angrier at the Zenin. You? I won't forgive you, threatened Yutaheim. Thought Naoya simply snorted at her. Her glare intensified, but she sighed and looked at the kids who were looking at the weird lady. Maki-chan, Mai-chan. I am not Rabbit Bomb Attack Lady. My name is Yutaheim Iori. Nice to meet you, said Yutaheim and crouched down to their level. Eh? Rabbit Bomb Attack is funnier. Rabbit Bomb Attack. Her smile twitched in response, and she looked at Naoya to fix the situation. Naoya wanted to play around for a bit, but decided not to make the senior angrier. He picked the girls up and started talking to the two of them. After some back and forth and gullible tactics, the girls started to call her, normally making Yutaheim sigh in relief. So, senpai. What are you doing here? Asked Naoya, with 2 ice creams in hand, and gave one to Yutaheim. While talking, the 4 of them headed to an ice cream shop, being dragged by the twins. Maki and Mai already got their ice creams and were sitting on a bench to eat. Thanks, said Yutaheim and took the ice cream from Naoya. I got a day off and came out for a stroll. Tsukumo-senpai is off on her own as usual, and it gets boring being alone in the dorm, said Utami. Naoya nodded. He understood very well how bad loneliness felt. Now he got May friends and people he could talk to, but in the past he was quite alone. What about you? On an errand? Asked Yutaheim. Nah, just taking the girls on a stroll. They need a change in scenery from time to time. It's less hectic on me in the long run, replied Naoya. Yutaheim nodded, not understanding much by what Naoya meant, but let it go. She was no expert in dealing with kids anyway. Hey Zenin. Yes, senpai. Any shot you will delete the video? Haha. No. The spoon in Yutaheim's hand snapped from her frustration. Naoya simply laughed and got her a new spoon before focusing back on the ice cream while occasionally making sure that the girls were not smudging their clothes. After they were finished, Yutaheim decided to take her leave. Well, I should take my leave. Bye-bye, Maki-chan, Mai-chan. Zenin, see you at school, said Yutaheim with a smile. Nei-chan? Come too, called Mai. Play with us, added Maki, trying to entice the older girl. Yutaheim smiled at them and patted their heads. Thank you for inviting. But I should not intrude on you all, said Yutaheim. Meh. No problem at all. Come along, senpai. Better than getting bored back at the dorm. Help me with taking care of the kids. You probably know the area better than I anyway, replied Naoya, dismissing her concern. No. It's fine. Maki, my new mission, pull her along, ordered Naoya. Yes, saluted the girls and grabbed Yutaheim's hands and pulled her along. Eh? Why dash? Mission. Mission accomplished. Give up, senpai. You won't be able to defeat the twin tag team. If you need to go somewhere else, then do tell me. Huh? I mean, I am free, but, oh well, fine. I will show you and the girls around. I am the senpai here after all, declared Yutaheim, accepting defeat by the twins' puppy eyes attack. Seeing the 3, Naoya smile and click a picture of the 3, though wondered if he should start teaching Maki and Mai about cozying up with strangers. Chapter 57, Good *T. A few days passed by since their day off. Currently, Naoya was in the school's training field, testing out a new technique. After making multiple signs, Naoya called out the Shikagami. Rabbit escape, new. Well of unknown abyss. His shadow darkened and inside it, 2 types of cursed energies merged. A moment later, a winged rabbit jumped out of the shadows. Naoya looked at the creature hopefully. He had been at this for a few days and the technique was a bit unstable. Let the curse energy balance be right, thought Naoya hopefully. How is it? Asked Naoya. The winged rabbit looked at its body and jumped up and flew around. After a minute of flying around, nothing happened to it, seeing which the rabbit gave a nod to Naoya. Phew, 1 combination down. Now then, show me what you can do, ordered Naoya. The rabbit nodded and flew higher. A moment later, the entire view was filled with the army of rabbits. Naoya nodded and gestured for them to go ahead. The rabbits nodded and launched an attack at Naoya. Will of Shadows, Great Serpent, Viper Chain Whip. With the whip in hand, Naoya started moving his arm around, destroying the fleet of flying bunnies coming at him. Seeing the incoming attack, some of them dodged midair, while some were caught and exploded upon being destroyed. Naoya noted the change. The rabbits now burst into electric shocks as well, though the power of explosions was reduced. The rabbits, upon getting closer to Naoya, started to emit electricity, and a moment later, the combined might of the remaining rabbits rained down electric shocks at Naoya. Activating projection sorcery, Naoya spun the whip at extreme speed, forming a pseudo-omnidirectional shield. The electric attacks dispersed, and the rabbits were shredded rapidly. The electric shocks around him dissipated, while the rabbits also started getting destroyed one after another. Some managed to pass through, but there were not many. However, the rabbits were smart. The moment they got closer to Naoya, they multiplied once again and overwhelmed the Zenin with their numbers and released electricity with all their might. Caught a bit off guard, Naoya got hit by the attack, zapping him. Though not for that long, as Naoya activated Solid Shadow and formed a shadowy armor around him that protected him from the shocks. Done with his testing, Naoya decided to get the testing over with and channeled his cursed energy through the Chai Whip, making it deadlier than what it already was. Within seconds, the entire flying rabbit squad was annihilated. Deactivating his technique and curse tool, Naoya looked at the damage around him caused by the flying bunnies and concluded. The combination of Shikagami with the Well of Unknown Abyss were weaker than the base Shikagami since their own cursed energy is split and merged with others' cursed energy, making them weaker in what they could do, but gave them the versatility of the other Shikagami as well. He first needs to find out how much cursed energy from each Shikagami was required for the combination to be stable. If the balance is off, the Shikagami won't sustain. It was different from totality, another application of the technique, where a Shikagami inherits the powers and cursed energy of a dead Shikagami. That required no measurement and is an overall stronger Shikagami. Still, the Well of Unknown Abyss had its advantages. He could make countless copies of the merged Shikagami. These Shikagami also don't die when destroyed, unlike totality. Are you done with your experiment? A new voice came, making Naoya turn around and snap out of his thoughts. What happened, senpai? A new mission came, ugh, said Yutaheim, and a sour look appeared on her face. Wow, such a happy expression, said Naoya with an eye roll. Grade 1 Cursed Spirit. You and I are being assigned, said Yutaheim. And let me guess, you aren't unhappy because of the cursed spirit. Why do I have to be paired with you? I mean, they sent the three of us for a semi-grade 1. Why just the two of us for a grade 1? Complained Yutaheim. Naoya stared at her with a deadpan look and flicked her forehead, making the Miko wince in pain. They probably didn't include Tetsuya-kun because genuine grade 1 might be too dangerous for him. Semi-grade 1 could be handled while protecting him, but a grade 1 might not be feasible while protecting him. Or that's what the higher-ups might have thought. Well then, partner. Do your best and don't hold me back, said Naoya and gestured for a handshake. You? How dare you flick me? Ack. I swear, take care of me on the mission, replied Yutaheim and sighed. Having bad blood before an important mission was not something she wanted. She might have many reasons to be pissed at Naoya, but he was a capable sorcerer who was quite normal for a special grade. Her safety depended a lot on him if the situation were to turn out for the worse. She shook his hands and clicked her tongue, making Naoya smirk. So, when are we leaving? Asked Naoya and started walking. Yutaheim joined him and turned serious. Tomorrow morning. Be sure to be ready with what you might need. What about classes? Day off for Kuriko? Tsukumo-senpai is out of town anyway. Lucky bastard. Agreed. The two nodded and looked enviously at Kuriko, who was practicing with Zankio. After discussing for a while, the two called Kuriko and headed to the cafeteria. After their meal, Naoya left for home. The next day, in the car on their way to the curse's location, Naoya was sleeping peacefully. Last night he was busy getting the combination of another set of Shikagami correct for his technique and didn't get enough sleep. Since the way to their destination was quite far, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Though he wasn't unguarded. Mao, the rabbit Shikagami, and Mr. Hiss, the serpent Shikagami, were keeping guard. Mao was already quite small, while Mr. Hiss could make himself smaller to fit in tight areas and was just lap-sized right now. Though, because of the snake, Yutaheim was sitting as far away from Naoya as she could and was silently cursing the Zenin for summoning such a creature there. While she was mentally cursing, the car took a sharp turn and Naoya's body swayed, and he fell sideways and his head landed on Yutaheim's shoulder. Surprised by the sudden weight, she looked sideways and saw his face right in front of her. A blush appeared on her face because of the closeness, and she was about to shove the bastard away. Hiss. Mr. Hiss, however, gave a warning. The boss was tired, and he wasn't going to let someone disturb Naoya's sleep. Wadash, replied Yutaheim and raised her hands in surrender. Mr. Hiss gave her a threatening look before focusing back on the surroundings. Why am I stuck here? Thought Yutaheim in defeat before she looked at Naoya's peaceful sleeping face. This bastard, he doesn't look that bad when he is not speaking. Thought Yutaheim when she suddenly realized what she thought, and her face started to heat up and turn red. The driver, who was seeing what was going on behind him through the mirror, smiled in satisfaction. Good shit. Thought the driver and focused on driving. Not knowing about the show that she was showing to the driver, Yutaheim slapped her cheek to snap out of idiotic thoughts and sat straight with determination. Though she couldn't maintain that for long as she started to feel soreness around her shoulder. Ugh. Such a pain, thought Yutaheim, and was about to wake Naoya. However, seeing him asleep without a care in the world, she couldn't bring herself to wake him up. The boy looked genuinely tired. Whatever, I am just paying him back for helping me train, muttered Yutaheim and slowly lifted his head and placed it on her lap, making both herself and Naoya more comfortable. She looked at Naoya, who seemed to be feeling cozier on her lap, and started to feel embarrassed. The driver, who saw it all through the mirror, took a deep breath. I need something bitter now, too much sweetness, thought the driver. Hiss. Suddenly, the driver heard a threatening sound near him. The snake was near him and gestured for him to look at the road. Don't interrupt my guilty pleasure, thought the driver. Boss's safety important. Look forward, thought the snake. The two glared at each other for a while before they focused back on their jobs. Oi, wake up. Ugh. 1 more hour. Wake up. Hearing the shout, Naoya's eyes shot open, and he looked around to see which bastard dared to interrupt his sleep. To his surprise, the face he saw in front of him was familiar and was looking quite pissed. Senpai? Good morning. Good morning, my foot. Get off my lap, yelled Yutaheim, gesturing for him to get up. Naoya blinked in surprise and turned to his side and found himself on the girl's lap. Still feeling a bit groggy, she poked her stomach, trying to see if it was real. A moment later, the 2 sorcerers were standing in front of a hostel, and 2 people from the Jujutsu division were standing there keeping guard around the facility. They wanted to explain the situation to the students from Jujutsu High, but they didn't know if it was the right time to do so. First of all, there was a slightly tense atmosphere between the students. Secondly, the special grade sorcerer had a handprint across his cheek. What is going on? Lovers' quarrel? Was he cheating? The 2 people from the Jujutsu division got distracted by the possible gossip. Turns out, when you are on the edge of death daily, you get quite interested in gossip and lover affairs. Ahem. So what is the situation? Asked Naoya, trying to break the ice. Yes, Zenin-sama. Recently. The 2 of them started explaining the situation at Naoya's request. Long story short, the hostel's director used to give cheaper living spaces to the college students who attended the nearby university, though in reality he used to drug the students and used to make them serve customers and blackmail them. The negative emotions accumulated over time, and a week ago a cursed spirit took residence here and killed the director and some of the customers. Some of the students who witnessed the scene decided to run away and informed others as well. Some of the students who were late were involved in the incident as well and were killed by the cursed spirit as well. Right now, the facility was vacated by the sorcerers from the division, though one of the grade 3 sorcerers who came to investigate died as well. Humans truly come in many shapes, muttered Naoya in disgust. Yutaheim felt the same and gave a nod. So, where is the spirit currently at? Asked Naoya. In the director's room there is a door that leads to the basement. That's where the Siyuch. Got it. I will go and deal with it immediately, said Naoya and started marching towards the location. Hey, wait. It is a joint mission, said Yutaheim. Leave it to me, senpai. Consider it my way of thanking you for letting me rest on your lap. I need some stretches to get my body going after resting, said Naoya with a smile. Wah. Don't speak that out loud, yelled Yutaheim and blushed a bit. The Jujutsu division people and the driver looked at the scene with a blissful look. All of them met each other's gaze and gave a sagely nod. That's the shit, thought the 3 of them with content. Naoya and Yutaheim didn't notice the gazes of the 3, and Naoya gave a reassuring pat on Yutaheim's shoulder before going inside the building. Whatever. It's not like I am worrying about him. Given his strength, he would be safe anyway, said Yutaheim. The moment she said that, a blast of cursed energy shot out of the building, tearing through the walls, and from the cracks jumped out a disfigured cursed spirit. "Where the hell are you running?" yelled Naoya with excitement, jumping out of the crack as well. His fist was covered in shadows, ready to attack the curse. The curse, on the other hand, already looked quite beaten up already. What the hell happened? Not even a minute passed since he went in, thought Yudaheim and the people from the Jujutsu division in shock. Not bothered by their gazes at all, the shadows around Naoya's fists started to move around, and Naoya punched the air in front of him. Solid shadow pistol. Like a familiar rubber man, Naoya's shadowy arm extended at great speed and struck the curse. Shadow shotgun. From the struck fist, multiple shadowy fists emerged and struck the curse, pummeling it deeper into the ground. Curse technique reversal shadow containment. The shadow fists around the curse's body expanded and pulled the curse within, and started tearing it apart. Naoya waited for it to struggle, but the cursed one was destroyed in an instant. "Huh," muttered Naoya in confusion. The power of the curse suddenly dipped. The moment it got consumed by the shadows, it got weaker, to grade 3 level. Naoya walked up to the crater he had made and wanted to see if something had happened there, and the moment he reached it, he realized what had happened. "That explains it," muttered Naoya, jumped into the crater and picked up something that had fallen there. It was a cursed object, and not just any cursed object. One of the fingers of Raiman Sukuna, muttered Naoya. On the outside, Yudaheim and the others looked on in shock, their mouths wide open. A grade 1 cursed spirit was exorcised in a minute flat. This was not something they had seen before, and they realized once again how terrifying special grade sorcerers actually were. Chapter 58, Annoying You is Fun. Naoya jumped out of the crater and walked towards the others. The moment he got closer, the ominous cursed energy from the finger was felt by them, and their eyes immediately went towards the finger. Naoya didn't hide it as well. These cursed objects, especially the fingers of the King of Curses, comes directly under the jurisdiction of the Jujutsu division. These fingers needed to be sealed since they were literally indestructible, and prolonged exposure to them was harmful to any life form. Even Naoya right now was holding it with his hand covered in shadows. Found this finger from the curse. Seems like the curse was not old enough to evolve into a special grade finger bearer, said Naoya. This needs to be sealed immediately, responded Yudaheim in worry and took out some talismans. She laid the talismans on the ground in a formation, and Naoya placed the finger in the middle. She formed a hand seal and looked at Naoya. Naoya made a similar hand seal and gave a nod. The common method for sealing cursed objects was well known since it was important to isolate them from the environment, and the two of them did just that. Bound by name, bound by sin, what lingers shall not wander, what rages shall not answer. By vow unbroken and shadow unyielding, I deny you flesh, I deny you will. Sink into stillness, return to silence. Be ye sealed. The talismans got filled with cursed energy from the two sorcerers and started revolving around the finger. Soon the talismans wrapped around it and sealed the finger. Seeing the sealing succeed, Yudaheim sighed in relief. Naoya simply picked the finger from the ground and tossed it to the personnel from the Jujutsu division. I believe we don't need to give any report. You saw all that happened, right? Asked Naoya. No need, Zenin-sama. We already witnessed everything. Thank you for your hard work, said the two Jujutsu division people. Yudaheim looked at them and felt a bit bad. She came here too, and though she didn't help in the fight, she did help in sealing. They could be grateful to her too. Sigh, well, in front of a special grade sorcerer I really won't get any credit, thought Haim. Good job, senpai, said Naoya with a smile and raised his hand for a high five. Yudaheim blinked in surprise and looked at the smiling junior of hers. She stared at him for a while before she sighed, smiled as well and high-fived. Good job. You worked quite fast, replied Yudaheim, feeling a bit glad that she was not entirely neglected by everyone. Well, the curse was quite weak. I would have been ashamed of myself if I had taken longer. Honestly, I could have ended in an instant if I had blown up the entire building, said Naoya. Why are all your solutions related to blowing things up? Asked Yudaheim in anger. Naoya shrugged his shoulders and said, Art is explosion. Don't quote Deidara, yelled Yudaheim. Naoya fell silent and blinked in astonishment. Yudaheim looked back at him, wondering why the boy had gone silent. However, it only lasted a moment as she felt her shoulders being grabbed by him. Senpai? You read Naruto too? asked Naoya with his eyes glittering. Huh? Muttered Yudaheim in surprise, not knowing what just happened. Right now, Naoya found someone who potentially was interested in a work he was invested. Satoru was not interested in Naruto, saying that Kakashi was copied and based on him. He was even hell-bent on asking for compensation from the mangaka. There was Izumi as well, who shared his interest, but right now he was too far away from him, so discussing with him was not easy. Now here was Yudaheim, who seemed to read it as well. Yeah? Well, I do, but is th, replied Yudaheim, not understanding why it was important. Yudaheim herself didn't know about sharing her hobbies with others and could not understand why Naoya was acting like that. Who is your favorite in it? Asked Naoya. Well, I didn't think about it, muttered Yudaheim. What is happening? Is this his tic? Like Tsukumo-senpai's type tic? Thought Yudaheim. She was well aware of the eccentric nature of special grades, and maybe she was experiencing Naoya's right now. How can that be? Well, whatever, I like Jiraiya, said Naoya. Huh? Why? He is a pervert. Kakashi is much better than him. Heck, even Sasuke is better than him, and he is just a gloomy kid, replied Yudaheim. Naoya waved his finger in denial. You don't understand. Sure, he is a connoisseur of beauty. He is a man who, despite doing all sorts of antics, is strong and more dependable than anyone. That's how it should be, being strong while knowing your priorities and goals, replied Naoya. Huh? What dependable? He just keeps getting punched around by Tsunade. I would have even taken Tsunade as your answer. Considering you are a boy and she has, well, you know, said Yudaheim. Who said I don't like her? Most straight men will. Some more than others, replied Naoya with a shrug, and inevitably his gaze moved towards Yudaheim's chest. As if perceiving where he was looking, she followed his gaze as well and blushed in embarrassment and slapped Naoya with full force. I deserve that, thought Naoya, now having a handprint across both his cheeks. Pervert. I apologize, said Naoya and bowed. She stared at Naoya for a while before she simply walked towards the car and took a seat. At a distance away, the two people from the Jujutsu division and the man who drove the two here were looking at the drama unfold. His fault, muttered all of them in unison and gave a nod. Naoya knew that too, and he too went back in the car and apologized to his senior once again. Well then, folks. I guess I should take my leave. I need to drive them back, said the driver and bade his farewell to the comrades he made today. Lucky dog, replied the other two, realizing that this man would be seeing the drama on his way back home while the two of them were stuck with their transport job. On their way back, after repeated apologies, Yudaheim forgave him since she started to feel annoyed by them. After remaining silent for a while, Naoya started the discussion once again, and though initially Yudaheim was not that much interested in the talks, she slowly started to join in and by the end of it was deeply involved in the discussion, so much so that she didn't even realize that they reached the Jujutsu High, and upon realizing she felt a bit sad. The driver shared her feelings. He too was sad to have to leave now. After the driver was gone, Naoya and Yudaheim stood in front of the giant staircase for a while. Well, I should get going, muttered Naoya. Me too, didn't know talking with you would be this fun. Don't misunderstand though, I still find you annoying, replied Yudaheim. Really? Well, I am glad. I don't want my image to change. Annoying you is fun. You annoy your seniors for fun? Pretty much, replied Naoya with a shrug, making the said senior resist the urge to smack him. Seeing that he could still annoy her made Naoya smile. TCH, whatever. I am going. See you tomorrow, said Yudaheim. Wait. Take this, said Naoya and made a hand sign and summoned Sparkles, the new, out of his shadows. He will drop you off at your dorm. Making you climb all the way back would make me feel bad, added Naoya. Yudaheim eyed Naoya, trying to guess if he was still messing with her, though seeing the genuine expression on his face made her drop her guard. All right. Thank you, said Yudaheim and got on top of Nu. Naoya nodded and looked at Nu. Fly as fast as you can though, make sure you don't drop her, ordered Naoya. The owl Shikagami nodded and took flight. Wait? Huh? Wah! Zninnnnnnnnn! Screamed Yudaheim in panic as Sparkles flew as fast as it could. Naoya chuckled seeing that and made some solid shadow bindings on Nu to make sure Yudaheim didn't fall. A few moments later Nu returned, though the owl had a paper in its mouth. Naoya took and opened the sheet. Inside it was a message from Yudaheim. "I will kill you." "Haha. Like you can," muttered Naoya and sent New back inside the shadows and clicked a picture of the threat and pocketed the sheet. Naoya looked at the sky. It was already dark. "Well, let's go back. I am hungry." A few months passed by. Currently, Naoya was having a spar with Yuki without the use of their curse techniques. The other special grade sorcerer from the Kyoto branch was surprisingly present today and randomly declared to have a spar to remove some rust on her. Naoya didn't know what rush or why she was not on a mission, but he wouldn't deny the chance to get a proper spar. Not having Toji was a huge bummer for him, so having Yuki ask him for a spar was a godsend. "Kids!" Suddenly, the principal's voice echoed throughout the field, making all four of them stop their training. They approached the principal and Najino, who was standing there. "I have an announcement to make. The older students already know this, but let me announce it for you all," said Gakuganji in an authoritative tone. "In a week we will be having the Goodwill event." The moment he said that, Naoya's eyes widened in surprise. "What's a Goodwill event?" asked Kuriko. Najino took the opportunity to explain. "As you know, just like our school in Kyoto, there is another branch of Jujutsu High in Tokyo as well. Once a year we have a competition of sorts between the students of both schools. As you can guess, it is a jujutsu-related competition, so be prepared for a fight with the students from their school," said Najino. "Since we won last year. This time the event will happen in our school," added Yudaheim. "They were just okay last year, but this time they have the special grade from the Gojo clan." "I can't wait to fight him," said Yuki. "Sorry to burst your bubble, senpai. Satoru will be fighting against me. As his father, it is my duty to whoop his ass," said Naoya. "Huh. But I want to fight him too." "Pick someone else," complained Yuki. "Hey, you cannot just butt in between. Satoru and I chose each other before the school began. I am not giving him to you. He is mine. Before school is not counted. I called dibs on him first." "I don't think so." The two special grades started glaring at each other. Gakuganji looked pleased. This was how their attitudes should be. Victory would be Kyoto's this year as well. Kuriko was already in deep thought. Planning for the competition. He might not be a strong sorcerer, but planning for competitions, now that was his specialization. Yudaheim simply massaged her forehead and asked something that had been bugging her for a while. "Sensei, correct me if I am wrong, this year in Kyoto 3 special grade sorcerers would be fighting it out on the same battlefield," said Yudaheim. "Yes, oh shit," replied Najino. "Let me go make some calls," said Gakuganji, realizing how bad things were turning out to be. Meanwhile, 2 of the 3 special grades were having a thumb fight to decide who gets to fight Gojo. Chapter 59, Start of the Goodwill Event. A week passed by in an instant since the announcement of the Goodwill event was made. The thumb war between Naoya and Yuki was won by Yuki, who simply used her technique to hold Naoya's thumb. Naoya knew she had cheated, but since he couldn't prove it, he had no grounds to complain. In the end, Yuki won the deal and got the right to challenge Satoru first. Naoya could simply hope that his son won't go easy on Yuki and would come to him later to get his ass handed to him. There was the option of simply ignoring the result and going after Satoru anyway, and frankly it was tempting. However, if he got the opportunity to see the 2 special grades other than him duke it out, he wouldn't want to miss that. Currently in front of the giant torii entrance of the Kyoto Jujutsu High, the students were waiting for the arrival of the students from their sister school. Naoya looked composed and was eyeing the staircase. Soon he caught a familiar figure approaching him. The figure in question was Satoru, who was accompanied by the Tokyo students and their teacher and principal. Naoya took a step forward while Satoru stopped walking. Both looked at each other with a confident smile. To the onlookers it looked like a scene straight out of a manga where the 2 MCs were gauging each other. That scene lasted exactly 2 seconds. "Son!" yelled Naoya, throwing his arms wide. "Daddy!" yelled Satoru in response, sprinting forward. The audience blinked their eyes in surprise, not able to handle the sudden shift from the scene they were witnessing. The 2 special grade sorcerers ignored everyone else and collided mid-run, hugging and hopping around like idiots. "I missed you, bro." "Same here. You won't believe how much the teachers nag me there. Like, can a boy wreck things during missions?" "Those people are too much," said Satoru with a smile. The 2 of them broke the hug and did a fist bump routine before they started talking once again, ignoring the others. The other students and teachers looked at the two boys talking excitedly and decided to let go of the matter, and decided to introduce themselves to the other party. "So, how's Kyoto?" asked Satoru. "Like you don't know? We have talked about it over the phone. Did you clear our allegations of being involved?" asked Naoya. "Huh? Why would I?" asked Satoru. "Don't mess with me, Satoru. I am not. Listen here. What will we do if people keep misunderstanding us? We are misunderstood. It's too late to be bothered about that. Just give up and accept your fate of being shipped with me," replied Satoru. Naoya already had a gun in hand. He was going to end his supposed lover on his own. "I won't accept this fate. I will clear this misunderstanding once and for all. I mean, what if Ruriko-san misunderstands and thinks that I am unavailable? That would be so wrong." Satoru stared at Naoya for a while and soon, without any warning, pounced on Naoya. Naoya in turn blocked the attack, and the two soon got into a quarrel. The audience looked at the two idiots and facepalmed. After getting Satoru in a chokehold, Naoya halted the fight. "We will settle this in the Goodwill event," declared Satoru. "Yeah, about that. Firstly, you would have to fight with Yuki-senpai," said Naoya and let go of Satoru. Satoru blinked in confusion and looked at Yuki. "Is she the one because of whom we couldn't get into the same branch? Why the hell would I do her first when I am only here to do you?" Without hesitation, Naoya smacked Satoru, planting him on the floor. Phrasing. "I said what I said," replied Satoru, and prevented himself from being hurt by using infinity. "Still, why would I have to fight her first? We got into a thumb fight and she won by cheating. I can't prove it, but she definitely did. Now she gets to fight you first," explained Naoya. "Satoru Gojo don't tolerate cheaters except for himself. Leave it to me, my good friend Naoya. I will deal with her and avenge you. I will show her what cheating actually looks like," said Satoru in a determined tone. "What a good kid. Don't go losing after saying all that. It is my duty as the father to whoop my son's ass. It's time to know your place. I will win this time for sure." The two glared for a bit before smiling excitedly and walking towards their respective groups. "So? He is the one you have been talking about since the announcement of the Goodwill event," said a black-haired boy from the Tokyo Jujutsu High and eyed Naoya from top to bottom. Naoya eyed the kid back. From his description, he could guess who he was since Satoru had told him a lot about his school on the phone. Damn right, he is the man, the myth, the legend Naoya. "Naoya, this is Suguru. I guess you can already tell that," said Satoru. "Naoya Zenin. Satoru did tell me about you all," said Naoya while Satoru himself stood beside him with his chest swelling with pride. "Satoru gave me an ample description of you guys, the man who is deeply into eating cursed spirit balls, Suguru Geto," said Naoya. He then turned towards the brown-haired girl and continued, "The smoking enthusiast Shoko Yeri." He then turned towards the final member of the Tokyo students group, the Shotokan with multiple restraining orders, Mei Senpai. "Yeah. You nailed it, Naoya," exclaimed Satoru and slapped Naoya's back with happiness. The other three looked at the two special grades with their eyes wide open and immediately turned towards Satoru, who was giving such a description of them to his friend. "Satoru!" yelled Shoko and Suguru while Mei was simply smiling at her junior, keeping a note in her mind to make him regret it later. "Haha," laughed Satoru while being strangled by Shoko and Suguru. Naoya smiled at them, and just like that their first meeting with their sister school ended. Later, the students and teachers went their separate ways. After all the students had introduced themselves, they went to the cafeteria to have a meal. While Naoya was amazing the Tokyo students with his light eating, the principals and teachers of both schools were in a meeting with people from Jujutsu HQ. "Rest assured, we will set up the barriers for this year's Goodwill event," said one of the personnel from Jujutsu HQ. Gakaganji, after realizing the threat of letting 3 special grade sorcerers fight in such close proximity, relayed his worries to the Jujutsu HQ and asked for assistance. Canceling the event was not an option since it was a tradition for all sorcerers who went through the Jujutsu High. Also, it is their opportunity to see and study all the next generation special grades in action. The HQ was very much interested in the Goodwill event and immediately assigned the barrier experts from the HQ for this event. Being such a high-stakes event, the HQ decided to let the sorcerers go a bit overboard this time and let the special grades have a bit more room to fight it out. For that, a simple curtain barrier was not going to cut it. A controlled exorcism zone. A zone set up within layers of barriers, each performing a different function, and all of these would be fused into one giant combination barrier. Each layer will be tailor-made to overcome the curse technique of a special grade based on the knowledge they already have. Apart from these separate barriers that were normally used for a Goodwill event. After explaining to the teachers and principals, the barrier experts got on their jobs and started forming binding vows that would be used for the barrier tomorrow. Once they were gone, the two teachers and principals sighed in relief. Good thinking on your part, Principal Gakaganji. Yes. Knowing Gojo, he would most certainly go overboard. Our Tsukumo is no less rowdy. She has been preparing well to fight against the Gojo kid. There is Zenin as well, but he is level-headed. He is not one to escalate things too much. With this much preparation, I am sure there won't be any issues. The four of them nodded and agreed with that comment. The next day in the morning, Naoya and the rest of the students made their way to their respective groups for their team meeting. Because Satoru was staying at the dorm, Naoya also decided to stay the night at the school and have some fun with Satoru and the others. On his way to his group, he saw a familiar set of people walking around. Grandpa? HM? There you are. Nini. Kajinori came to the school along with Maki and Mai. The twins, seeing Naoya, immediately waved enthusiastically at him. Naoya waved back and walked towards the three. What are you guys doing here? Asked Naoya. Came to see the Goodwill event. Some of my friends from the HQ are here today, so I came here. The little ones said that they wanted to see the match as well. Really? You want to see me fight? Asked Naoya and looked at the twins. The two nodded and Maki pointed at her glasses. I wear glasses to see curses. Nini fighting Satoru, said Maki. Nini beat Satoru, cheered Mai. The twins were familiar with Satoru and were his sworn enemies. Not only does the white-haired evil boy steal Naoya and their snacks whenever he arrives, but he also annoys the two to the core. Once Kajinori told the two that Naoya would be fighting Satoru, the two decided to see their brother beat the shit out of the white-haired evil. You two sure can hold a grudge, huh? Muttered Naoya and patted their heads. Well, now that the two of them are asking him to do so, he needs to do it. He can't ruin his image now. After parting from them, Naoya arrived at his meeting location, where everyone was already there. After discussing for a while and getting briefed on the rules by their respective principals. The rules were as follows. 1. The Goodwill event will last for 2 days. On the first day there will be a team event. On the second day they will have individual fights. 2. There was a no-killing rule. Apart from that, all jujutsu was allowed, techniques and cursed tools. All were fair game. 3. Only students up to 3rd year were allowed. However, after mutual agreement between both the schools, even Yuki was permitted to enter despite being a 4th-year student. The fact that Yuki threatened to level the entire school if she was not allowed to participate had nothing to do with this decision. Today was the team event, and the theme was a territory flag battle. Both sides will be assigned a particular area as their base. Each base will have a flag. The goal of the event is to either neutralize all enemies from the opposing side or steal their flags and bring them back to your own base. There are also some cursed spirits spread around the game area, and exorcising them gives points. Grade 4 to 1 point. Grade 3 2 points. Semi-grade 2 to 3 points. Grade 2 to 5 points. Opposing sorcerer 10 points. Opposing special grade 50 points. In case both sides are unable to steal the flags, the winner will be decided based on the points of the team. There were 10 of each grade of cursed spirits and 4 sorcerers on each side. Currently inside the barrier, the students from both schools checked their surroundings. Naoya looked at the barrier around him and said, "So they made a special barrier specifically for us." "Seems so. They said that we can go all out if we want," with an annoying smirk on their faces, replied Yuki. Naoya nodded and then turned towards the other two. "We will go as planned. I will do the opening strike, after which you all are free to move." "I will guard our flag," said Naoya. Kuriko and Yutaheim nodded seriously while Yuki simply cracked her knuckles. The match starts in 10 seconds. Both sides are prepared. The voice announced. Naoya looked towards the forest in front of him and stretched his palms. "Senpai." They told us to go all out, right?" "Yes." In an annoying tone specifically, added Yuki. "Well, can't disappoint them now, can we?" asked Naoya with a smirk. Yuki smirked back in response, understanding what Naoya meant. Yutaheim looked horrified, understanding what Naoya meant. Kuriko was already hiding behind Yuki, ready to protect himself from anything that Naoya might do. Start! The moment the voice rang through the field, Naoya jumped up and flew in the air by partially summoning Nu and started gathering cursed energy. Let's start with a bang. On the opposite side of the field, Sattoru was in the air as well, seemingly having the same idea as Naoya. Both of them looked at each other and with a giant smirk on their face, used their moves. "Don't you dare look down on me!" yelled both Naoya and Sattoru simultaneously, seemingly telling this to the smug barrier experts. Curse technique lapse maximum output, blue. A giant mass of blue was launched by Sattoru towards his side of the forest. Solid shadow maximum output HAM, huge ass meteor. A giant mass of solidified shadows appeared above Naoya's hand. The people who were spectating the match were already on their toes, hoping that what they were seeing was a dream. The barrier experts were looking at the black meteor and the attractive blue in horror. Naoya, however, didn't feel that he was going all out and decided to add one final touch. Projection sorcery. With his technique active, he applied it to the meteor and let it crash down with immense speed that, coupled with its mass, was just enough to let Naoya be satisfied, and the entire forest on both sides, along with the cursed spirits, was destroyed. The aftermath was about to reach his friends as well, though before it could, he reached them and protected them inside his shadow barrier. "Zenin!" yelled Yutaheim in anger. "Ha ha ha!" laughed Naoya out loud, enjoying the reactions. Chapter 60, First Event. Boom. The people in the observation room saw the destruction caused by the two special-grade sorcerers in a matter of seconds and had their mouths wide open. "Nini destroy more," cheered Maki. "More than Sattoru," added Mai. The twins were looking at the screen with their eyes twinkling. They just hoped that Naoya would drop the big black ball on Sattoru as well. Kajinori looked at the screen with a smirk. The Zenin Clan's special grade caused more damage than the Gojo anomaly, and it was proved by the giant crater formed by Naoya's attack. "Who the hell said that Zenin was level-headed?" asked one of the barrier experts. "Are these kids okay in the head? Do they not care about getting themselves and their friends caught in their attacks?" asked another barrier expert. Nagino and Yaga, the teachers of the two students, face-bombed and sighed in frustration. Gakuganji looked at the scene with shock. He was simply hoping that the barriers wouldn't get destroyed and his school would remain intact. He turned towards the scoreboard to check the results. Kyoto 67 points, Tokyo 43. All the cursed spirits that were captured for the group event were destroyed in an instant. Kyoto was in the lead, which gave Gakuganji some sort of relief, and he decided to calm his nerves a bit and focus back on the screen. Back at the match field. Naoya lowered the shadow barrier after he felt that things were calm. The Kyoto students looked at the destruction caused by Naoya and turned towards him. Naoya looked at the scene and gave a sagely nod before walking towards Kuriko. "Tetsuya, take a picture of me with the crater in the background," said Naoya and handed his phone over to Kuriko. Kuriko dumbly nodded, took the phone and clicked the picture of Naoya, ironically doing a peace sign with the scene of destruction behind him. Suddenly, as if realization dawned upon them, they blinked in surprise. "It's not the time to be taking pictures. You absolute idiot. What would you have done if we got caught in the attack?" yelled Yutaheim and rushed to smack her junior. Naoya simply raised a solid shadow barrier to block the hit, making Yutaheim being the one to wince in pain. "Ah! Just let me hit you," complained Yutaheim. "Get better and do it." "No one's stopping you," replied Naoya and took her hand and started to heal her after partially summoning Senzu. A nerve popped up on Yutaheim's forehead, hearing the response, and the frustration only deepened when she realized that what Naoya said was true. "I had it under control. I would have protected you all," replied Naoya and flicked her forehead after he was done healing her hand. "Anyways," said Yuki, gathering everyone's attention. "Now that the opening strike is done, it is our turn to let loose," said Yuki enthusiastically. Kuriko and Yutaheim turned serious and gave a nod. Naoya slowly made his way towards their flag and looked at the other three. "Leave its protection to me." "Go and wreck them up," said Naoya. "No. No more reach," started Yutaheim. "Oh. Wreck them up," declared Yuki. "Wreck them," joined Kuriko and Naoya, making Yutaheim wonder why she was stuck with a bunch of idiots. On Tokyo's side, Satoru was fast enough to block the impact from Naoya's attack using his curse technique. He soon landed on the ground and looked at the destroyed battlefield. "Which one of us destroyed more?" muttered Satoru, not able to guess. Geto and the others looked at the destruction and didn't know what to say. They knew that Gojo was immensely strong, but even then they had never witnessed him use such power. The worst part was that there was someone comparable to Gojo on the enemy side, and they had witnessed him unleash an equally powerful attack. "Is this a battle we should be fighting?" thought Mei, but soon shook her head and took out the axe. "Let's start. We need to get the momentum first," said Mei. The juniors gave a nod. Geto started summoning cursed spirits to protect the flag as well as Shoko, who was not much of a fighter. She was one of the few people who could heal others with RCT, so she was an extremely important supporter of the group, and letting her go down on the front lines was not something they could afford. They would stop the attackers before they could even reach her and the flag. Satoru, Geto, and Mei gave a knowing look to each other and rushed towards the enemies. Satoru was rushing straight towards Yuki. With his 6 eyes he could easily point out where she was, and as he promised Naoya earlier, he would make the cheater realize that cheating is wrong by showing how much of a cheater he was. Soon he spotted the special grade sorcerer waiting for him with her arms crossed and her Shikagami flying around her. "Satoru Gojo," called Yuki with a smirk. "Yuki Tsukumo-senpai," replied Satoru with a smirk as well. The two stared at each other for a while before Yuki suddenly activated her technique and smashed the ground, making debris fly everywhere. Satoru simply stood still with his hands in his pockets. Seeing the boy relaxed, Yuki's anger rose as she started running around while using the scattered debris as cover. Satoru remained calm as ever and continued staring straight. Seeing him relaxed, Yuki jumped up on him, ready to pummel him to the ground. "HM? Come on. You can do it, senpai. Gone bear, senpai," cheered Satoru with excitement as if he was not the one blocking her fist just an inch away from him using infinity. "What the hell is this?" demanded Yuki. Satoru looked at her in mock confusion and then raised his palm directly in front of her face. "Performance issue, I guess. Anyway, boom," said Satoru and blasted her away using his cursed energy. Yuki was fast enough to dodge the attack and jump away. "Where are you going, senpai?" "Come back," said Satoru and pulled her back using his technique. Once she was in front of him, he punched her with all his strength. Yuki, though, was not that inexperienced. Even though she had no ground to move on, she summoned Garuda to be her stepping stone and used it to change her position and used her technique on her own fist to intercept the incoming fist from Satoru. Not thinking much of it, Satoru continued with his attack and stopped Yuki's attack just an inch away from him once again. "What? Did you think I would let you touch me? Too bad. You got baited. What can I say? I am a master baiter. Many fall for my baits. You talk too much. What the hell is wrong with this technique of yours?" "Nothing. I am just too strong. Anyway, if you don't like my talking, then let me get serious," replied Satoru as a swirling blue orb started to form in his hand. Curse technique lapse, blue. The swirling mass of cursed energy was locked towards Yuki. Yuki, seeing the attack, activated her own curse technique. Garuda transformed into its cursed tool form and, with its mass increased immensely, was fired towards the swirling attack by Yuki, breaking through it immediately and heading straight towards Gojo. Satoru blocked the Shikami from approaching and narrowed his eyes. His blue was destroyed effortlessly by Yuki and her cursed technique. Yuki smirked and summoned Garuda back to her side. "My technique allows me to add imaginary mass to myself and my Shikagami. This gives both of us monstrous force without affecting our movement speed at all," explained Yuki, revealing her hand and completing the binding vow to improve her technique's effectiveness. "HM? So you just hit hard? Well, not effective against someone your attacks can't reach," replied Satoru. "My technique allows me to slow things down infinitely as they reach me to the point that things come to a theoretical stop," added Satoru, completing the binding vow as well. Hearing him say that her technique would be ineffective against him, Yuki decided to make sure to beat the cockiness out of Gojo. Gojo continued smiling, though he realized that his blue would not be effective since it could not crush the Shikagami or Yuki before they broke through with excessive force. If she were a special grade, she ought to be able to produce catastrophic levels of force. Both of them kept their guards up, both thinking of ways to take their opponent down. Mei Mei was moving straight towards the enemy base while being guided by the crows. Her technique was blackbird manipulation. It allowed her to take control of crows by giving them her cursed energy, and she could also share the bird's vision, making her reconnaissance ability very high. She was keeping tabs on the entire battlefield and could see that Gojo was busy battling Yuki, while the Zenin special grade was guarding the flag. Taking the flag would be quite a difficult job, thought Mei Mei, but soon came to a halt. She knew an enemy was hiding there and decided to deal with it. "Come out, Iori. I know you are there," said Mei Mei. "Those crows of yours are really annoying," replied Yudaheim. Both of them knew each other, having participated in last year's Goodwill event and done multiple missions together as well. "So how are we doing this? You surrendering?" asked Mei Mei. She knew that she was the stronger of the two. Yudaheim got serious. She knew that she was about to face a grade 1 sorcerer and one who was quite adept at fighting as well. She raised her hand and started chanting. "Emerge from the darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure." Seeing her starting to chant, Mei Mei got the cue that she was going to fight her and got ready to strike her before she could complete the chant. She raised her axe and was about to launch an attack at Yudaheim. However, out of nowhere, she found herself being pushed away. "Ack!" A pained grunt escaped her lips as she glared at the spot where she was trying to find the culprit behind the attack, but all she saw was an empty space. She turned her gaze towards Yudaheim, thinking that it was she who was responsible for the attack, but the Miko was busy chanting. She stabilized herself and got ready to attack, but the moment she got a foot, another strike out of nowhere landed on her legs, making her fall. The moment she fell, another strike landed that sent her crashing into a tree. "What's going on?" thought Mei Mei in panic. She tried to look around, trying to wonder where the attacks were coming from. In the meantime, Yudaheim had completed her chant and a curtain barrier was formed around them. She also made it so that the crows that were outside the barrier won't be able to enter inside, limiting Mei Mei's long-range capabilities a bit. "Iori, you learnt some nasty technique or something? How are you attacking me like that?" asked Mei Mei, standing back on her feet and reinforcing her body with cursed energy. She was on the lookout, now cautious of Yudaheim. Yudaheim stared at Mei Mei for a while before she, too, reinforced herself with cursed energy and started moving towards the cautious Mei Mei. Mei Mei's eyes narrowed. Seeing that Yudaheim was not giving her any answers made her more wary of her. "If she is not answering, then I need to get rid of her as fast as possible," thought Mei Mei and prepared to launch an attack at Yudaheim. Seeing her coming closer, Mei Mei too took a step forward, but found herself tripping over absolutely nothing. "Ha!" thought Mei Mei as she saw herself falling face first on the ground. "What the hell is happening here?" thought the grade 1 sorcerer as she saw Yudaheim appearing directly in front of her and landing a solid, cursed energy-reinforced kick on her face, sending her flying. Skidding a bit on the ground, Mei Mei immediately focused on getting control of her body and soon got back on her feet. Something was definitely wrong there, she just couldn't point out what. Does she learn a new application of her technique? The attacks keep coming from random directions. Or is it someone else? Thought Mei Mei and used her cursed technique to survey the area around the barrier while a few birds who were still inside started looking around, trying to find the supposed other enemy. She soon got the results. Yuki Tsukumo was engaged with Gojo. Naoya Zenin was keeping guard without any seriousness. Tetsuya Kuriko was nowhere to be found. "Is it Kuriko?" asked Mei Mei out loud, trying to test the waters. It was brief, but Yudaheim's brows twitched a bit. "It's Kuriko," thought Mei Mei as she realized and started looking around, only to feel a punch land on her cheek. However, this time, instead of falling, she was prepared and held herself back with her axe and kicked the space from where the attack came from. But this time, too, her attack only struck empty space, and she got struck again in the gut, and because of her posture, was sent back. "He has some sort of invisibility technique." "Got it," muttered Mei Mei as she hypothesized their attack plan. "I cannot see you, so it's difficult to hit you. Let me show you how high-grade sorcerers work," said Mei Mei and dropped her axe on the ground. Without any delay, with her cursed energy-reinforced body, she started running around haphazardly, making it difficult for Yudaheim to catch sight of her movement. The same was the case with Kuriko. He could strike her earlier since he caught her off guard, but now that she was moving at superhuman speeds, it was difficult for him to keep track of her, and now he waited for her to give him an opportunity. However, while his focus was on finding where Mei would be, he failed to notice the crows that were scattered around inside the curtain, starting to gather. Yutahime looked around warily, and a moment later a solid punch landed on her, sending her flying, crashing through the debris. Kuriko looked at the scene with surprise. In an instant, Yutahime was sent flying by Mei. He decided to intercept her once again since he saw her stop once again. Though instead of wariness, Mei looked smug. "Come," ordered Mei. Kuriko got confused, wondering why she was calling him. Though he soon realized that the order was not for him. Caw. The murder of crows surrounded the skies. They were a fraction of the crows that she brought, but even still around 50 crows were flying around. Kuriko looked around, trying to figure out what Mei was doing. "Kuriko, run!" came Yutahime's warning. "Too late," muttered Mei as the crows started revolving around Mei rapidly and slowly started to expand the radius, and in a matter of moments multiple crows reinforced with cursed energy struck Kuriko. "There you are!" exclaimed Mei with excitement. She could not see the boy, but the crows gave his position away. Without waiting a moment, she locked forward and punched Kuriko with her cursed energy-reinforced fist, sending him flying even further than Yutahime. Crash. "That's what you get for hitting me, you brat," said Mei and ordered her crows to fly straight towards the place she punched the boy earlier. Yutahime looked at the murder of crows in horror. She got up and started running away. She knew that the crows, just like Naoya's rabbits, could explode, which was strong enough to bring down most Grade 1 curses in a single hit, and she by no means wanted to check that claim. "Kuriko! Run! Plan B! Nijirandeo!" Kuriko felt a lot of blood in his mouth and even felt that there was some bone damage, but still he persevered and got back in action. Plan A, which was to deal with an enemy by surprise, failed, and now they needed to shift to Plan B. He approached Yutahime and tapped her shoulder and started running along with her, cloaking her presence along with him. Mei saw her target literally disappear from her sight and ordered the crows to fly farther, but the birds soon reached the edge of the barrier without crashing into anyone. "Got away," muttered Mei but soon sighed. She wasn't one to dwell on small things. Right now she had a bigger mission to fulfill. Naoya, who was waiting by the flag with Cupcake and Frosting beside him, was playing around with them, noticed someone approaching him. Cupcake and Frosting got ready as well, knowing that an enemy was approaching. "Geto the Ball Devourer?" called Naoya. "That's not my title," complained Geto as he was the first from his team to reach the enemy base. "Haha. Don't worry. I am just joking. So need anything?" asked Naoya casually and took out a gun from his shadow and fired it at a cursed spirit that was getting closer to the flag. "I wanted the flag behind you," replied Geto and stared intently at the gun in Naoya's hand. "Oh. Sorry, not for sale. You already have a flag back at your base, right? Be content with that one, though I don't think you will have that for long," replied Naoya. "Looks like we are doing it the hard way?" asked Geto, and started taking his cursed spirits out and soon flooded the area with an army of curses. Though most of them were semi-grade 2 and lower, there were some grade 2, grade 1 and even a special grade curse spirit in his roster. "Just asking, but do you want me to annihilate all these curses? It is just a friendly match. But if you want to, we can go at it seriously." "Your arsenal will get significantly weaker, though," asked Naoya in a serious tone. "As far as I can see, I am outnumbering you by quite some margin," replied Geto. Naoya didn't say anything and simply started making hand signs to summon the Shikagami out of his shadows. Rabbit Escape, Toad New, Max Mammoth, Great Serpent, Piercing Ox, Funeral Tiger, Zankio. The army of Shikagami stood beside Naoya and glared at Geto and his army of curses. Geto, though, looked at the Shikagami with astonishment. Except for the rabbit, he could feel that all these Shikagami were semi-grade 1 or stronger, with the snake, mammoth, ox, tiger, and the humanoid curse spirit being special grade levels. "Mao!" ordered Naoya, and the rabbit who was standing on Zankio's shoulder immediately summoned the demon rabbit army, flooding the area with each of the rabbits looking intently at the cursed spirits ready to go boom at a moment's notice. Zankio smirked and raised his hand, seeing which Mao high-fived him. "So? Still sure about outnumbering me? Wanna have a go?" asked Naoya. Geto gulped. 5 rabbits had already latched onto him, one of them even being on top of his head, looking straight into his eyes. "Don't you dare, you bastard. was the message that Geto seemed to be getting from the rabbit's gaze. He didn't know that the rabbits could go boom, but his intuition was telling him not to take this rabbit just for granted. Too bad. Already too late, replied Naoya, making Geto look at him with shock. Were they seriously going to fight? Naoya bent down a bit, and his hands passed through his shadows, and from inside it he took out a flag that had Tokyo written on it. Surprise appeared on Geto's face, not able to understand what the hell just happened. Without hesitation, Naoya planted the flag right beside theirs. Match over. Winner Kyoto branch. Hearing the announcement, the entire battlefield came to a halt. Shoko, who was guarding the flag, blinked in surprise and looked around in panic. Her gaze then moved towards the flag, only to see that it was not there. Huh? What? Muttered Shoko in surprise. Yay! We won, came a voice, making Shoko snap out of her trance and turn towards the source. There she spotted a battered Yutahime and Kuriko standing there. Both seemed to be in a pretty bad shape, Kuriko more than Yutahime. Kuriko sighed and felt pain all over his body, but still he looked at the darkened shadow below him. His shadow was connected by Naoya's shadows through solid shadow, making it an extension of Naoya's. It was their plan from the start. Get the flag secretly, inform Naoya by sending cursed energy to the shadows and storing the flag in the shadows. Naoya will then take it out from his shadow and end the game in an instant. I am not built for this, thought Kuriko, and soon collapsed. The damages were finally starting to show an effect. Shoko blinked in confusion. Should she heal her enemies when they snuck their flag from right under her nose? Gojo and Geto are going to annoy me so much for this, thought Shoko, and sighed at the future that was in store for her.